Mayor Savage, we are now streaming to YouTube. You can start the meeting on your call.
Okay. Good morning, folks. It is the 14th of September. It is what I would call a large Nova Scotia day. Nice time of year, Nova Scotia. And we're going to begin our deliberations today, colleagues and staff and others, with a committee of the whole. And then we have a council agenda. And so we'll see where the debate takes us this morning on committee of the whole in terms of timing. So first of all, I want to acknowledge that we're in Mi'kma'ki, which is the traditional and the unceded land of the Mi'kmaq people. And the peace and friendship treaties that are signed between the Mi'kmaq and the Crown continue to inform us and should inform us. I encourage people not familiar with them to become familiar with the treaties of peace and friendship. Good morning, colleagues. I'm going to call upon each of the colleagues to see that everybody's okay, alive, awake, and enjoying this beautiful September morning inside, beginning with Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, colleagues and staff, and anyone else who is with us. Coming from Fall River, Waverley, Fall River, Musquodoboit Valley, District 1. Really looking forward to Phase 5 and reopening, and praying that people make the choice that they can to get a vaccine and wear a mask. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby, how are you?
Good morning, sir, and welcome, colleagues. It's been a great morning of discussions with road standards. It should be interesting, especially in a rural context. Anyway, I'm looking forward to the debate today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Kent, how are you?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm well, thank you. I'm ready to do lots of great work for District 3 and the municipality.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good to be here. I'm going to try really hard to concentrate on this exciting meeting today, but I have a grandbaby arriving any day now, so I'm a little distracted. But anyway, yeah, just had to make that announcement. This is exciting times.
Oh, that's great. That's awesome. Keep us posted on the events. Councillor Austin, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I'm here and ready to go.
Beautiful. Councillor Mancini, I trust you've recovered from a big family event on the weekend and that you're with us and all set.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was great to have family gathering in Cape Breton this weekend. It's been a while since I've been there, so thank you very much. Didn't think I would say this, Mr. Mayor, but I'm actually going to compliment Councillor David Hensby on his shirt. It's a very nice shirt. I'm sure that his wife bought it for him, but he's looking sharp today.
Beautiful. Do you want to describe what's behind you, Councillor Mancini, on the screen this morning?
So behind me is Shibby Park and our beautiful palm tree. Dartmouth has 2 palm trees. Councillor Austin has the other one, and I have the other one in Shibby Park.
Beautiful. Councillor Mason, how you doing?
Morning, Mr. Mayor. Here and ready to work.
Great. Right from the ocean. Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, colleagues, everyone watching, here and ready to go.
Beautiful. Councillor Cleary, how you doing?
I'm excellent, Your Worship and colleagues and folks watching. Happy to be here in person, virtually from my place on Quinpool Road, representing District 9, Halifax West, Armdale.
Beautiful. Councillor Morse, how you doing?
Very well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone's faces. Looking forward to the meeting. Thank you.
Councillor, I saw you on a video on the weekend.
Oh,
You were with CBC when 9/11 happened, and there was a marvelous video that was played out at the airport where you were featured prominently. Well done. Quite a day for you that day.
it certainly was. The anniversary brought back a lot of memories. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Cuddle, how you doing?
I'm well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just want to say I'm very excited about the discussion today, and behind me is the first traffic calming installation in District 11, and a lot of people are really happy and excited about that. So thank you to staff for helping make that happen. And I also want to say that this weekend is Spryfield Days, and on Sunday, the Spryfield Urban Farm will be celebrating its 25th anniversary. So big shout out to them and all the great work that they do.
Indeed. Thank you. Councillor Stoddard, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, colleagues, and those watching from home. I am excited to be here and looking forward to the opening of Phase 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lovelace, District 13.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. Happy to be here representing District 13, Emma's Plains St. Margaret's in the beautiful City Hall. Nice to see us getting back to work here. And looking forward to talking about asphalt.
What could be better? Councillor Blackburn, good morning.
Hello, good morning, colleagues. And today paying tribute to a very special Haligonian gentleman celebrating a birthday, 78 years old today. Mike Blackburn was a product of District 7, raised his family in District 14, and now calls District 16 home. So happy birthday, Dad. Have a great day.
Hey, awesome. Councillor Russell, how you doing in Sackville?
Doing well, thank you. Don't feel a day close to 78, so I'm looking forward to the day. Looking forward to talking about streets and traffic calming and trying to make our streets safer. And I just want to remind people that school is back. There are more cars on the road with the restrictions opening up. People are walking more, people are cycling more. Please take your own safety into your own hands. It is you who is responsible for it, but we will do what we can to try and make the rest of the environment safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and hello, colleagues, and happy birthday to Mr. Blackburn, who has finally worked his way up to District 16. That's wonderful. We're glad to have him in the area, and I have met him actually. So many happy returns, and good morning to all listening and watching.
Beautiful. All right, Jacques Dubé, you with us, our CAO.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Looking forward to a great day.
All right, and I look to my right and I see Mr. Traves, I'm assuming.
Morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council.
And I got to say, I am looking forward to looking left and right at council and seeing people and not books. And hopefully that'll be very soon with Phase 5. We'll do it safely, and we'll have more of that in the days to come. I just want to let folks know a couple of things. One is about the mayor's bike ride. That's this Thursday at the multi-use trail in Cole Harbor. Encourage people to come out and enjoy that. The weather date is the 23rd. And also just want to acknowledge the Halifax Partnership is having their 25th anniversary event sometime soon, maybe next Wednesday. 25 years of some remarkably good work. All right, folks, good to have you all with us. So we're doing the Committee of the Whole. I'm going to ask if somebody wants to consider the approval of the minutes of our last Committee of the Whole, which was August the 17th.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Stoddard.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Seconded, Councillor Russell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed. Approval of the order of business is fairly simple this morning. Does somebody want to move the approval of the order of business as circulated?
So moved, Councillor Russell.
Moved by
Second.
Councillor Russell.
Second, Daigle Gammon.
Second by Councillor Daigle Gammon. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
In opposition? We have our order of business. Calls for a declaration of conflict of interest. This is where anybody who drives on our streets or walks or bikes on them has to declare a conflict and can't take part in the debate. No, it's not quite like that. It calls for declaration of conflict. Okay. So colleagues, this morning, our item of discussion is the proposed administrative order respecting amendments to municipal design guidelines, i.e. Red Book update. And I think we have a number of staff members who've been working on this and will be here, including Brad Anguish. I think though Peter Duncan will be the person who leads us off, and Shannon O'Connell will be the one that does the presentation. Have I got that right, Mr. Duncan?
Yes, you do have it right. First of all, can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you and see you.
Wonderful. Okay, yes, no, you have that right. I am joined here from the main boardroom of the Eric Spicer building by Shannon O'Connell, and Sherwood, Mike Connors, Ashley Blissett, and we have Mr. David Hubley and Mr. Brett English on the line also. So in a few moments, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to Shannon, and Shannon will walk us through a PowerPoint. I think it'll take about 15 minutes or so. But I just wanted to mention briefly that there's a couple of reasons, I guess, for doing the review. One is more of a pragmatic nature, and one is based in policy. The pragmatic reason would be the fact that we really haven't done an update to the Red Book since 2013. So there really was a need to go back and do a fairly full review. We started off by focusing on the quick hits, and then it kind of grew into something bigger. The policy reason for doing the review was to implement the complete streets policy that's included in the IMP that was approved by council. So in this regard, and that's really what I wanted to speak to, you know, we don't anticipate, staff don't anticipate that we've gotten everything right here. We think it's a reasonable starting point. It is a living document. We expect it's going to continue to evolve over time. And we would ask that council sort of look at this in the same light as a reasonable starting point to implement council policy. So with that, I'll hand the floor over to Shannon, and she'll walk us through the PowerPoint presentation. Thank you.
Morning, Shannon.
Good morning. I am just trying to share my screen here.
We see you now and we hear you. Thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I might have to check in with April Stewart because I don't seem to have the ability to share right now. Do we have any technical support handy?
This is Ian McLean speaking. One of the clerk's office staff will put the presentation up momentarily. Just give us 1 second.
Thank you. Oh, I do seem to have the ability to share now. Sorry for the delay here. I guess I'll just give it a go and see if I beat staff to it. Can everyone see a presentation in front of them now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Sorry about the delay there. So welcome and thank you for having me. I'm Shannon O'Connell. I'm an engineer with, there we go. I'm an engineer with planning and development, and I'm managing the update to our municipal design guidelines for 2021. The municipal design guidelines are commonly referred to as the Red Book because it used to come in a big red binder, but now that things are digital, we're trying to get away from that nickname. The purpose of the guidelines is to provide uniform standards for the design of our streets and other municipal infrastructure, so primarily public property and not private. The complete municipal design guidelines consists of 3 parts. These are parts A, B, and C. Part A is the text with the design guidelines. Part B is our standard detail drawings, so the actual engineering drawings. And part C is the drawing standards, so the standards for creating surveying and engineering drawings. So as a clarification, the full document has been submitted to council, and what I'll be covering today is regarding Part A and a bit of Part B. Part C was not fully reviewed as part of this update, just reformatted to the latest HRM templates. Our most recent edition of the guidelines before this update is from 2013, and a lot has changed since then. The document itself is used by designers and engineers, both on HRM staff and outside the organization when setting new or retrofit designs for roads. It also speaks to developers and also contractors who would use the standard details when executing construction. Basically, anyone that's involved with the development and construction that impacts HRM property. It's not written as a policy document intended to be public facing. The guidelines are a technical document of engineering standards aimed at a specific audience of those who design and build within the public right-of-way. The authority to administer the design guidelines rests with the municipal engineer, and they can formally delegate authority to staff as needed. For example, if there's an issue regarding trees, the municipal engineer's authority could be delegated to the urban forester for these matters. The traffic authority makes decisions regarding regulatory features such as street markings, traffic signals, and signage. While the traffic authority has an important role to play, things like speed zones and signage are not the primary focus of the guidelines. The guidelines are currently connected to the regional subdivision bylaw. This means amendments to the guidelines must follow the rules of amending a planning document. By introducing an administrative order, we'll be able to amend the guidelines on an annual or semi-annual or biannual basis to keep up with the new or changing standards without amending the subdivision bylaw. The amendments we've proposed today to the subdivision bylaw are primarily housekeeping in nature, and they involve updating the references to the guidelines and other engineering standards. Most of our development used to be focused on greenfield projects, which involves new subdivisions being built in previously undeveloped areas, but development trends have been moving more towards infills. For example, the boom of new mixed-use buildings in the urban core, which does not rely on subdividing. So this update and the administrative order will help clarify the applicability to both greenfield and infill development, as well as HRM capital projects. So this update will improve customer service delivery and allow us to streamline our review processes, as well as to streamline the amendment process of the guidelines. Now to focus on the changes to Part A of the guidelines. As I mentioned, the last update was in 2013, which is 8 years ago now, and we've changed our approach to many things since then. The priorities for this update were to provide more flexibility in design, to clearly apply to both greenfield and infill development, as well as our recapitalization projects, as well as to prioritize all road users and not just cars, and to come in line with industry best practices overall. The guidelines are also being updated to focus on safety, traffic calming, and sustainability in the road network, and to reflect the HRM policies that have changed since 2013, specifically the Integrated Mobility Plan. So the Integrated Mobility Plan puts policies in place, and this update to the guidelines will help us to execute and implement those policies. For this update, we focused on changes that were already in the works over the last 8 years that could be quickly incorporated into a new document. These topics were complete streets, which I'll dive into more on the next slide, streetscaping standards, trees, and street lighting. As we worked through this, we realized that implementing the Complete Streets approach was not a quick process. Complete Streets represents a culture shift in Halifax, stemming from the Integrated Mobility Plan. We focused on incorporating Complete Streets into this update, and while we recognize that there's still work to be done, this is a reasonable first step. The photograph shown here is of Argyle Street, which is an example of a streetscaping project in the regional center. The Complete Streets approach is the biggest change we've made. As I mentioned, the direction for this came through the creation and adoption of the Integrated Mobility Plan in 2018. So the Integrated Mobility Plan was our policy document, and now the updates to the guidelines allow us to execute the IMP goals. Here we have our definition on the slide. A complete street serves the needs of people who use it in a way that's appropriate for where it is. The figure here is our complete streets hierarchy with consideration for people who walk, roll, or use mobility devices at the top. The important culture change is that streets are designed for all users, not just cars, especially since everyone is a pedestrian at some point. Even if you take your car everywhere, eventually you get out of it and you move between your car and your destination. However, designs must consider the surrounding context. So we'll still have some streets that function primarily to move vehicles if there's not significant nearby pedestrian destinations. We've included language in the new guidelines to focus designers on using a complete streets lens and on context-sensitive design where they consider all of the surrounding factors. To help with this, we've broken the existing street classifications, which were local, collector, and arterial, into subcategories of street typologies, which are shown on the slide. These are divided into regional center residential, regional center commercial mixed use, suburban, rural, and industrial. And then each of these is further subdivided into the standard local, collector, and arterial street. From these, we created new cross sections, which then have ranges for different elements. So for example, Carney Lake Road and Spring Garden Road are currently both classified as major collectors, but they both function very differently. Under the new typologies, Carney Lake Road would now fall under a suburban major collector, whereas Spring Garden Road would now fall under a regional center commercial mixed use major collector, and would therefore have different elements like wider sidewalks and wider frontage areas for cafes. We haven't undertaken the task of reclassifying our existing streets for this project, but that is something we've marked for the future. Further to the street typologies from the slide before, we've provided updated cross sections for each of these. Here I have a cross section of a local residential street, which would be similar whether in a suburban area or in the regional center. So if you can imagine, we've cut the street crosswise and we're looking down it. From left to right, we're showing a frontage zone, a sidewalk, a boulevard that could be treed or paved, 2 travel lanes, and then finally another boulevard. A big change from the 2013 guidelines is that we've created ranges for each element. And then there's guidance throughout the text on how designers can use the complete streets approach by considering the surrounding area to select what range is appropriate. So for this cross section, the lanes may be wider on a local street to allow for parking on both sides or to allow for a local street bikeway. Or we might see the minimums used for most elements when we're rebuilding an existing street, because so many of our downtown streets are narrow with buildings right up to the street line. Or you may see a wider sidewalk being used or sidewalks on both sides if there was a destination like a school nearby. But this is just a 2D cross section, so let's look at a real life example. This is a photo of Vernon Street in downtown Halifax. Here we have a curb bump out to shorten pedestrian crossings, treed boulevards, and a local street bikeway in one direction with parking allowed on one side. As I mentioned, the most significant change to the design approach is the focus on all road users. This includes elements for traffic calming and to shorten pedestrian crossings, such as narrower traffic lanes, curb bump outs at some intersections, or mid-block crossings where appropriate. There's also a requirement in the guidelines for boulevards between streets and pedestrian travelways. The boulevards provide space for trees, utilities, street furniture, and extra protection for pedestrians. But this also contributes to passive traffic calming by providing visual interest to lower driver speeds. We also have standard details included in this update for active traffic calming, like speed humps, in coordination with the Halifax Road Safety Plan. And I'd just like to note that not all of our recapitalization projects would be implementing the newest cross section on every existing street. It wouldn't be feasible to get up to this standard at the same rate that we repave our streets. The cost and effort will be spread out over time instead. Back to our cross section for local residential roads. Since the Integrated Mobility Plan was approved in 2018, we've been implementing complete streets design principles around the city. However, this has been mostly for HRM projects to date and not for new private development that creates new roads. With this update to the guidelines, we're now requiring new developments to apply a complete streets lens as well. Because of this, we don't have a good example of complete streets projects for new suburban roads and urban infill that create new roads, but you can expect these to look differently than they do when built according to the 2013 standards. Again, with more focus on narrower lanes, traffic calming, and design focusing on all users. A big change for the rural roads is the requirement for multi-use paths on all new rural roads, with the exception of local rural roads. I have a figure here of one of our rural cross sections. So again, if you can imagine, we've cut the street crosswise and we're looking down it. From left to right, we're showing a gravel shoulder, travel lanes, another gravel shoulder, then there's a slope to the ditch, and then a slope back up to a multi-use trail, which would be paved. This provides a multi-use path separated from the street, and this will help us to connect active transportation routes throughout rural communities and give residents somewhere safer to walk than on the shoulders of the road. We're also considering a new cross section for a rural center main street, but that'll likely come during our next phase of updates. Part of designing complete streets includes considering complete networks of streets. So we've included new language that requires designers to not only consider the proposed networks laid out in the Integrated Mobility Plan, but to include logical extensions of these networks for bikeways, multi-use paths, future bus routes, and pedestrian networks like sidewalks. So if a new major subdivision is developed in a greenfield area, the design must consider the entire network, even if an extension of a route is not yet shown on our maps. The new guidelines have guidance on both multi-use path and bike facility design with a focus on facility types, intersection design, and specific requirements like limiting slopes to ensure bike routes are AAA. AAA stands for all ages and abilities. AAA design aims to enable use by people of all ages and with a variety of physical abilities. And this is what we aim for with all of our new bikeways. There's also guidance on mid-block crossings and intersection design for bikeways, but these two sections have been flagged to be beefed up in our next phase of updates. The picture on the slide is a Paul Street bikeway, which is a protected bikeway with concrete curbs and reflective bollards, separating it from the vehicle travelway and from the sidewalk. This picture is of South Park Street near the Sackville Street intersection. In this case, HRM installed a new bike lane as part of the recapitalization project because the bike lane was set out in the bike network from our existing policies, such as the IMP and the Active Transportation Priorities Plan. We also used ornamental standards for streetlights, pavers, curb bump outs, and new street trees, all features that are addressed in the updates to the guidelines. Because of the shifts in development patterns towards urban infill, standards for active transportation and streetscaping are an important part of this update. As I mentioned, our guidelines are being updated to focus on all users, so many of our updates are focused on improving accessibility. We take our street design guidance on accessibility from the standards listed on the slide. These are the Nova Scotia Accessibility Act, the Rick Hansen Foundation Accessibility Certification, the Transportation Association of Canada, or TAC for short, the Canadian Standards Guidelines, and the National Association of City Transportation Officials, or NACTO for short. The Nova Scotia Accessibility Directorate has also recently come out with draft recommendations on accessibility standards in the built environment under the Accessibility Act. The picture on the slide is of a person with a visual impairment using a white cane to cross the street at the North Park roundabout. And there's the yellow tactile walking surface indicators so that they can tell when they're entering or leaving a safe area. Another big change in the guidelines is flatter grades to address accessibility concerns. To give you an idea of what percentage grades feel like, Duke Street is 13% at the point pictured here. Now, this street was formed at the time of horse paths, so it's very hard for us to go back and change that. At the other end of the scale, sidewalks typically have a slope of 2% to drain water to the side, and that's not noticeable to most people. And 6% is cited as the maximum grade that can be considered accessible for people with mobility challenges. Previously, we had a maximum street grade of 10 to 12% for new local roads and 8% for minor collectors, but our new guidelines will strive to limit grades to 8% for local street and 6% for arterials and collectors. This is not only an accessibility issue, but also concerns maintenance and transit. Many of our streets with steeper slopes have snow plans. This requires increased salting, plowing, and detours for buses. So we're trying to ensure that our new streets will not require snow plans. We acknowledge that we live in a very hilly city, and this might not be possible everywhere. This is especially true as the city grows and lands that were previously considered too challenging are becoming developed. In those exceptional cases, our guidelines compel a designer to look at innovative alternatives for accessible pedestrian routes near destinations like bus stops, schools, or shopping areas. After this update, variance requests will become more routine, and we fully expect that the guidelines will evolve and will be amended to deal with the more common situations that are encountered in the coming months and years. But as staff, we feel that these are the appropriate standards to move forward with and to begin the journey towards a more inclusive and accessible city. We acknowledge that this journey won't be easy and will require creative and collaborative work from both internal and external designers to find the best solutions. There's a new chapter in the guidelines on streetscaping standards aimed at the regional center. This includes guidance on street furniture, planters, trees, bollards, and other amenities. There's maps in the new guidelines that identify signature streetscapes and guidance on treatments. In the complete streets design philosophy, some streets act as links and some streets act as places. And most streets are something in between. Streetscaping projects put an emphasis on streets as places. So the photo here is of Lower Water Street in front of the Queen's Mark building, which is an example of an urban infill project. Here at the developer's request, there's benches, ornamental light standards, pavers, and planters alongside a bike lane, which makes this area a shared use street. Benches and planters encourage people to stop and spend time in the street as a place, but we still rely on Lower Water Street to move people and goods in and out of the city. There's also a new chapter specifically on trees. This includes guidance on the placement and species of trees and improved details on planting, maintenance, and protection during construction. There's also added guidelines on planting in hardscape areas using options like planters or soil cells. The picture here is of the Argyle Streetscaping project, where we used underground soil cells to allow the trees to access soil and water beneath the pavers. For our external stakeholder engagement, we conducted an online survey, and we shared the draft document with over 30 organizations that included members of the development industry, as well as community advocates regarding accessibility and active transportation. The discussion with advocates tended to focus on accessibility of streets for all users. The feedback from community advocates tended to be positive, acknowledging that we've improved since 2013, but noting that we have more work to do in the future. There was an overwhelmingly positive response to regular updates to allow our improvements to continue. The feedback from the development community varied. In general, the concept of allowing more flexibility to design was welcomed, but there were concerns around the restrictions to street grades, which provide for more accessible communities, but could result in more variance requests. So the concern is regarding costs and delays to approval. To mitigate these concerns, the guidelines allows for steeper grades in exceptional circumstances to be approved by staff through a variance request, which I'll explain on the next slide. We're also trying to address developer concerns by introducing a pre-review process. Developers and designers will have the option of having a review and discussion before formal submission, and this will allow developers to collaborate with HRM staff to identify opportunities and challenges early on before they proceed further with their designs. This pre-review process mirrors the functional design process that we use for our internal projects. The guidelines are not rigid standards that discourage innovation. Although they're adopted by regional council, the municipal engineer is empowered to grant a variance to the guidelines where a different design approach achieves the same objectives. We've added a chapter to the guidelines on the process of requesting a variance. We've also considered variances from the guidelines, but we've recently made this a more formalized process. An internal variance review committee has been developed, which includes senior staff that are involved in the review, approval, and preparation of engineering designs. The committee makes recommendation to the municipal engineer on the merits of a variance request. The variance committee deals with both HRM capital projects as well as developer variances so that we're consistent in our approach. An example of this is a street that would be developed for an infill project where the street needs to connect between two existing streets. In this case, it might be necessary and reasonable to have a street at over 8% grade. To do this, a designer would submit the details and rationale, which would be reviewed by HRM staff. Designers would also be asked to submit information on mitigating any impacts, such as identifying pedestrian destinations and by installing other accessible routes. As I mentioned, this is the first phase in a process of continual updates to the guideline. After the first update is published, a second update will begin, which involves reviewing the remaining sections, reviewing our standard details, and continuing to review sections from the 2021 update. And in the future, we'll be able to continually update the guidelines on a regular basis. So I do want to emphasize this point that even if this update isn't perfect, this isn't our last chance. It's a step in a process of continual improvement. In short, the amendments to the subdivision bylaw replace the 2013 design guidelines with the 2021 guidelines as amended from time to time. The administrative order in turn sets up a process to carry out these amendments. That's all I have for my presentation. I provided staff's recommendations on the slide. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you very much, Shannon. That was well done. And as we go back to our other screen, perhaps, yeah, we'll have some comments, and we appreciate the fact that staff will be with us. Councillor Mason, do you want to lead off? Do you mind putting it on the floor and taking it away?
Sure would, though what was on the final slide there, Shannon's, was different from what we have on the agenda. So I'm wondering if the clerks could put it in the chat so I can make sure we read the right thing here.
Was it different? Oh, I guess.
Hers had more words. I'll read the one the clerk gave me and then legal can figure out if we need to do more. I move the committee of the whole recommend that Halifax Regional Council give first reading and schedule a public hearing to consider the proposed amendment to the regional subdivision bylaw as set out in attachment B, the staff report dated June 16th, 2021. I so move.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
So yeah, when I'm looking at that, it only speaks to the subdivision bylaw and doesn't speak to any kind of adoption of the standards, which maybe isn't in our purview from the beginning of the report. So that's my first question is, do we need to approve those standards? What impact, what control or feedback does council have on those standards? And I'll just dive in. I want to, Shannon, that was a great presentation, and I want to thank all the staff for some great work. And I recognize the potential for today to turn into an unsavory dog pile because everybody has a lot of thoughts and everybody has a lot of concerns. And really, before I dive into my concerns, I want to preface all that by saying this is really good work. And I see much of what I've been concerned about these last 9 years reflected in the changes. And it is kind of a, I have things I'd like more information about, and I'm going to dive into that. But I also recognize that it's potentially foolhardy not to pass what's in front of us and ask for a supplementary report about the other things, because what's in front of us is way better than what we have now. So that's good. But the question is, if this is what policy, if this policy is what staff are saying, this is the new municipal design standards, this will replace the Red Book. the motion doesn't say that we're approving that. So is it in fact in place now? Like, is that policy in place, or do we need to vote on that? My second, my questions, my concerns, and so with that framing, I have concerns about lots of stuff. And part of that I recognize comes from the fact that I'm not an engineer. I have a degree in political science and an MBA. So, here we go. Try not to laugh. The concerns are around when the standards were designed. They're broadly around the commercial streets and the residential streets in two buckets. And they're kind of the same, they're kind of different. Council voted that residential streets should have a target speed that we should ask the province to reduce the speed on residential streets to 40 kilometers an hour. The province said no. I felt that we should have a target design speed of 40 kilometers an hour regardless, right? And what's going on now is we're going through street to street and we're trying to get them classified for 40 kilometers, and the province is only approving that based on the engineering and how the street really functions. In greenfields, and in recaps, will this, what is the target design speed for the standards that we have in front of us? How can it be 40 kilometers per hour when the maximum on HRM2 in a residential local is 4.1 meters? That's definitely above NACTO, and that's at the high end of TAC, right? I mean, like TAC came out, I think it was 2 years ago now, saying that urban streets shouldn't be more than 4 meters. And if we're talking about making urban streets that wide because maybe there's parking or cars have to stop, shouldn't that be another lane? Shouldn't that be a parking lane like on a busier street? Will the current design guidelines that are proposed, will the proposed design guidelines require traffic calming and all the things like you showed Vernon Street? Will in a greenfield development, and other councillors will talk about this, I think Councillor Mancini's up next, will Port Wallace have speed humps? Will it have curb extensions at corners? Will it be designed with a target speed of 40 kilometers in the residential streets in mind? Part of this for me is recalling when community council was approving the Clayton Park West expansion, and the developer said, please don't make us build the Regent Park extension 4 lanes wide and big enough to land a 747 on. And we didn't have the power to change that, but that is not what anybody wants to see built. It was too big. So that's the question about residential. Why is it that the rural local streets are 3 to 3.5 meters and 3 to 3.3 meters with a gravel shoulder, and then the paved streets in suburban and urban are up to 4.1? That concerns me. And then on the commercial streets, I had a whole bunch of notes, but I'll just simply sum it up. With what you've got in front of us today, we're going to be debating Cogswell later on today. And one of the things in the Cogswell report that really stood out this weekend is that it was a long process to do the engineering exceptions to allow Cogswell to be built. And we're pitching Cogswell to the world, and it's being pitched to council today that Cogswell is best practices, case standard for how you want to build a downtown now. If we adopt all this, how much of Cogswell would still need exceptions? Because to me, the success of the Red Book would be that you could just build Cogswell and it wouldn't need any exceptions, because that would be our standards. That's what people should be required to build. Similarly with, other smaller streets like Spring Garden Road. And then just to close, with these standards in place, it's come to our attention, other councillors have talked about this, that sometimes when you're in the final phase of design on some streets that are being narrowed, the fire department and other departments come in and transit and say, well, actually, we want the road to be wider. And who has the final say, right? Like if we're saying we want these roads to be 3.3 and 3.6 meters, fire department shouldn't have a say in that. Either the engineering's right or it's not, right? So I don't even know why they're in the review if our standards are correct. I'll be bringing a motion in the next month to investigate buying smaller fire trucks like the Rosenbaum RT. And so those are my 3 big concerns. I have a whole bunch. I'm glad it's committee of the whole, and I look forward to hearing the answers in the debate. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so you're at 5 minutes, but so Shannon, we'll let you answer some of those, or folks.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to jump in there. I'm going to take a stab at answering Councillor Mason's questions about the motion, and then probably kick it over to Ann to talk to the design speed issues. So with the motion, the short answer is, Councillor Mason, no, you don't have to change anything. And there's a couple of things going on in here, so I'll try to unpack that a little bit. So the current red book is actually part of the subdivision bylaw now, and it relates only to greenfield subdivision, so what we're proposing doing is amending the bylaw by taking the red book out of the bylaw as an appendix and include it by reference. And then we will adopt the new design guidelines by an administrative order. So
okay,
all that should be packaged up in the recommendations 1 to 3. So you don't need to do anything to get rid of the old red book, the existing red book.
So just to be clear, I think legal and clerks need to get with you offline right now while Ann and Shannon respond, because we don't have 3 recommendations on the floor right now. What I was given by the clerk is 1 recommendation that's in the chat. So
Yeah,
let's figure that out while we continue with the other stuff.
Well, I see that Ian has asked to clarify. Ian, is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, just a quick clarification. This is committee of the whole, so I'm going to repost the motion in the chat. It is all 3 bullets. When we move to the ratification from this, whenever that happens at council, it will be slightly adjusted for the second 2 bullets with the motion that I put in there. So I'm going to repost the motion just to be super clear of what's happening at committee of the whole.
So we have to should we redo the motion then, Ian?
The motion I just posted in here.
Yes,
it was
please.
never read in.
I will move then that the committee of the whole recommend the Halifax. This is what I'm supposed to do, right, Ian?
Yep.
Right? That committee of
Correct.
Halifax Regional Council, 1, give first reading and schedule a public hearing to consider proposed amendments to regional subdivision bylaw as set out in Attachment B of this report. 2, adopt Administrative Order 2021-003 OP respecting municipal design guidelines as set out in Attachment C of this report. And 3, adopt the amendments to the regional subdivision bylaw, including repealing and replacing the municipal design guidelines as set out in Attachment B of this report. I so move.
Second, Tim.
Still recommends, or second.
Thank you. Okay. Councilor Mancini, I think.
There were a couple other questions in there, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Who wants those other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Ann Sherwood. I'm the Engineering Design Program Manager, and I'll do my best to answer Councillor Mason's questions.
Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I took some notes, so hopefully I'll catch them all. Your first question was around design speed, particularly around local streets. And so on page 44 of the PDF for the council report, getting into the main document itself, there's a table 2.2 that speaks to the design speed. And it does reference design speeds of between 30 and 50 kilometers an hour for local streets. So that does give us the ability to design streets for lower design speeds. And the way that that is done is through, it sort of speaks to your traffic calming question as well. And we use initial design controls rather than things like speed humps and speed tables to achieve those traffic calming and slower speeds. So those are things like more frequent intersections, boulevards with trees, narrower streets overall, and parked cars. So depending on the context of the street or the neighborhood, those are the things that we would use for traffic calming rather than speed humps and tables, which are more necessary on streets that are longer without, intersections and things like that. So that's the intent to achieve traffic calming through those design controls first, rather than having to use speed humps and speed tables, which is what we do. We're doing now on sort of more retrofit situations. The second question I have noted is around the lane width for a local street, and you mentioned 4.1. On local streets, we don't have identified lane widths for parking, the full 2.4 meters that would be required. And that's deliberate because if we did, we would need a wider street. So effectively on a local street, the parking lane isn't the full width. It's intended for people to sort of slow down and sort of often pass one another one at a time, rather than having the full width. So for example, on a collector street, you would have a parking lane at 2.4 and then a separate 3.5 or 3.3 or 3 meter lane. So it actually is wider. So that is why on local streets where we would like to have parking, the quote unquote lane width is actually serving 2 purposes. It's to allow through traffic and then partial width of those parked cars. The other thing on local streets, in particular those in suburban areas, is we need room for snow storage in the wintertime. So, as much as we clear snow to the boulevard, some of it still ends up on the street. So that is why in some cases those local streets are slightly wider than the bare minimum because we do need to account for those uses. The other thing is that when we get to an intersection and we need to make a turn, although we're primarily designing for a passenger vehicle and trying to keep things as tight as we can, we do recognize that we need to account for the service vehicles. So waste collection vehicles, the plows, and the fire trucks. And I did hear your point, Councilor Mason, around the size of the vehicles. And that would be great if we could get smaller vehicles over time. However, we need to make sure that we can accommodate the fleet that we have right now. So the intent is to do that within the curb lane so that they're not jumping over curb to get access, for fire when they're responding, but to minimize that as much as possible. So it's as the fleet may or may not change over time, we may be able to make those changes in more urban areas, for example. The other question you had, I think, was around the Cogswell Interchange project. And to answer your question, generally, yes, there would be many parts of that process that wouldn't be considered an exception with the new documents that we're presenting today. There would be still some things because it's an urban infill. There are some streets that are a little steeper, and there were some sections where the boulevard was narrower than we would have liked, for example. So those would still come through as a variance through the engineer, but the majority of them through lane widths and things like that would no longer be considered a variance with the new guidelines that are before you today.
Super, thanks, Sam.
Is that all your questions, Wayne?
For this round, yes, sir.
I look forward to the next round. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Peter, to you and your team, thank you very much. Thank you, Shannon, for the presentation. Councillor Mason alluded to Port Wallace project. So we have two significant projects happening in District 6, or potentially happening in District 6. The Port Wallace one being the largest and Shannon Park being the other. And I believe I heard you, Ann, allude to the traffic calming devices that are used after the fact versus the devices that are used when you're building. My question really is, how do we ensure, and using Port Wallace as an example, and colleagues and my newer colleagues may not be aware of the significance of this project. We're talking 10,000 people. We're talking Truro being built here in an area that's, for the most part, green. How do we make sure that when we're moving people around that, I agree with the target speed of 40, and you alluded to that's in there. But how do we make sure our projects like Port Wallace has the streets that are calm, that we are controlling the traffic flow, that we are controlling the speed, so that in 10 years time, 15 years time, we're not coming back and having to make those changes all over again. You use the example of Vernon Street, that's what we should be looking at Port Wallace. So my other question is, where does planning come in hand, and where does transit come in, and where does municipal design guidelines come in? There's overlapping. How do we make sure all of those three areas are implemented in Port Wallace? So that's my first question on that. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to try to answer the first one. So I think the short answer is they'd have to comply. So both Port Wallace as well as Shannon Park are in the very early planning stages.
Right.
They would need to comply with the design guidelines that are in effect when they come in for a future planning process, whether it's a development, a agreement, or a subdivision approval. So I would expect, and I think I can provide you certainty that both of those projects will need to comply with this, with this red book, or with the new revised red book.
Which I thought we were never going to mention that name again. It's like he who shall not be mentioned, Peter. Well, look, that is good. I'll reach out and with those, but when we're looking at those planning issues with Port Wallace and Shannon Park, here's an opportunity to create two significant developments, and I just want to make sure we do it right. And so I will follow up, Peter. Maybe we can have more offline on that. That's it for now, Mr. Mayor. I have some other questions, but I'll come back when my colleagues get in.
Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you can hear me okay, I'll leave the camera on. If you can't, I'll have to turn the camera off, but can you hear me okay?
So far, it was a little bubbly there for a sec, but go ahead.
I'll turn the camera off. I look better anyway. Thank you very much to the staff that are presenting this, but also to the folks behind the scenes. I've spoken with many people about this because of my experience with Bedford West, and I'm looking at Anne and thinking of her and Ashley and Bev and regular contacts with Peter. And if it's Councillor Mason mentioned a dog pile there, well, yeah, this dog is going to pile on a bit because of what I went through in West Bedford, which is a beautiful community in many ways, but in my opinion, when it comes to transit and traffic, was an unmitigated disaster in many ways, despite the fact that the developers even pay half of it, of what the changes that could be there through the CCCs. Things are getting better, but we still have just imagine this, my colleagues, that an area that between 3 and 10 years old, and I still get daily contacts about where we need a crosswalk, where we need a no parking sign, when we're going to get the traffic lights, when we're going to get the stop sign, when we're going to get the roundabouts. And so to my colleague, Councillor Mancini, and I've put him on notice many times, and the same with Councillor Diego Gamma. A lot of things went well in Bedford West, but we have to make sure that we do a better job of Margis and a better job of Port Wallace and going forward. And we cannot have another street like Starboard ever built through a residential area. And I am so pleased when I hear this presentation and when I speak with Anne offline and whatnot that we are going to look at fewer cul-de-sacs where we can't put traffic, where there's no place to put the snow, where there's no place for visitor parking. And we want smaller lots to keep prices down, but we have to, and I support that, but we have to think about how we're going to maintain these streets going forward. And of course, we can't put transit on them. I absolutely agree with Councillor Mason's comments too about I think we should be designing our streets for for lower speeds, regardless of what the province allows or doesn't allow us to do so far. But I think that we have to do that. And of course, everybody who lives on a wide street wants to live on a narrow street, and everybody who lives on a narrow street wants it widened because they can't park and they play chicken when cars comes down the street. So we can't win, but all we have to try and do, working with our colleagues in engineering, is try and do the best we can to make things safer. It really bothers me when we have to go back after repaving a street, or even bothers me even more when we have to go back after building a new community and add street calming within the first few years. That just irks me to no end. And so I do have a couple of questions here. What changes? What really changes? And Peter, I'll put you on the spot here. You're a good fellow. What really changes the day after we pass this? If I come in and I'm bringing in plans for Port Wallace, or I'm bringing in plans for another street in West Bedford, I'm still a little bit, I still don't quite understand what changed in 2013 and what we have to change now when it comes to some of these situations, but that's fine. And Shannon mentioned something that troubled me a little bit, in that we weren't going to do this necessarily as part of repaving. This would have to be done, the changes, over a number of years. That troubles me, because I would have thought repaving is a chance for us to do this. We've been talking about this for several years now with people like David and Tanya when she was with us, and Dave Hubly, where doing it when we repave is more cost effective, for example, than coming back and changing it 5 years later or 3 years later. So I'm a little bit confused about the repaving comment, and I would really like to know what changes, really once this is passed, and what we can expect to see differently in Bedford West and Port Wallace and other streets that are being repaved or built. So Peter, if you want to start with that, that would be wonderful. And thanks for your help.
Yeah, sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what changes? I'm going to break my response down into two pieces. One is with the HRM work, and the short answer there is probably not a lot, because we've been implementing this on an ad hoc basis with, repaving projects over the last several years anyways. Anne may want to add to that response, but we've been implementing this. We've been implementing the complete street guidelines ad hoc over the last few years. With regards to the subdivision work and the new roads that are created as part of the subdivision process, I'm a little bit reluctant to comment on any one development specifically, but understanding that, and council gets to set the date for the public hearing and therefore the effective date, of the new design guidelines. You know, any subdivision that comes in after that date has to comply with these new design guidelines.
Okay, and now Peter, maybe Brad or Shannon or Dave could answer my next question, but I'm concerned about the repaving comment, where I thought that was an opportunity, where now I'm hearing we're not necessarily, and I may have misinterpreted this, but we're not necessarily going to be trying to implement all these changes when we repave because of cost. I would think it'd be less costly.
Okay, we'll get an answer to that, and then Deputy, you'll have to come back.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to throw that over to Ann Sherwood.
I can, Peter, so I can take that.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me and see me?
Yeah, we got you, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, through to Deputy Mayor Outfit. So I guess an example, Councillor, would be if a street was, say, a local street, the pavement was at a condition where it required an overlay, not a full reconstruction. The curbs were in good shape, and there's no collision history. We think in that situation, we would just do the overlay. We would not make the street more narrow. If the street was in poor shape, we had to do a reconstruction on it, the curbs were in bad shape, then that would be the opportunity through recap to make those changes. But you know, we have to assess each location to determine what would be the best solution going forward.
Right, but speed tables could be done as part of an overlay, Dave. I'm not
Absolutely, yeah. As you know, the recap program is very much tied to traffic management's traffic safety program. So yeah, we're doing quite a few speed tables and speed humps through our recap program.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff, for this presentation and the opportunity to chat with you about this fabulous document. You know, I'm interested in a number of aspects of this, but my initial response is, where's the rural? So as you all know, I have very few municipal roads in District 13. And so what I'm seeing from this document is a real disconnect with what the provincial road standards are compared to where we're going with HRM roads, which means as more municipal roads are transferred from the province, more roads will have to be brought up to these standards. And so currently, you know, we're looking at roads that that are gravel, that are owned by the municipality, that do not meet these standards. And when I look at you know, some of these specs, I'm concerned that we're missing the rural nuance. So, for example, the intersection between a very busy roadway and an active transportation trail. Currently, we are seeing significant pedestrian and cyclist and vehicle potential collisions. Some people are getting hit, and so I do think that we need to recognize the importance of keeping people safe when they are crossing an active transportation intersection with a rural road. The statement around guide rails. Now, when we look at guide rails and install those, you know, there for the safety of the individuals with the roadway, the pedestrians, the cyclists, and so on. But what I'm concerned about is the limited amount of space that we're putting on that shoulder with that guide rail for individuals who are in motorized wheelchairs, for example. So I just would like you to respond to that. The other great thing I think about the work that we're doing here is looking at the quality of the stormwater and how we can increase that quality. Obviously, you know, that is a significant concern. And so I'm wondering, and I'm not quite seeing it reflected in this new version, but I'm wondering if you could please speak to specifically how is it that we're going to be increasing the quality of the stormwater that's entering our water sources. And the other thing I think that we need to recognize is that as we pave those shoulders, we will continue to see vehicles parked. on those active transportation trails on those shoulders. And so I do think that we need to have some form of mitigation to ensure safety for those pedestrians, for those cyclists, and the users, all users of the paved shoulders and that active transit trail. That's all for now. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants that?
I'll take it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the councillor. We're just double checking who's going to take which parts of your questions. So I'll look at the first piece of it. So you're speaking about rural roads and things like that, and gravel streets. So we have a number of existing gravel streets, as you mentioned, and there will be more coming through the road transfer. And that is handled through our gravel road paving program. So as that is funded through council and through the capital budget, we can address those streets. Much like our existing urban network, we have an existing rural network that was designed to the standards of the day, which are different than they are now. And so when we go to rehabilitate those streets, similar to what Dave was mentioning before about the urban streets, where if the road is in bad condition, that gives us more opportunity to make changes. With the rural roads, particularly around paving shoulders, to your point about the guide rail and the width of the shoulder, we need to make sure that we have the width in order to do that. And so, and to your point, many of the existing streets are sort of old country roads, they're old rural highways. They may not have the room on the roadbed, and they may not have the right of way to do that. So those would be a substantially more effort to do. So we have to be very deliberate in the places where we choose to do that. So this is one of the reasons why in our new rural, our collector and arterial standards, we're requiring multi-use trails from the very beginning. So in the situation where we are building new rural roadways of that standard, we wanted to make sure that we had the trail from the very beginning, right? So, you know, addressing those new standard issues. As in many cases, the retrofit situations are always going to be more difficult. And so we need to put guide rail in where it's necessary because it's a road safety issue, right? So we don't want people and vehicles going over cliffs and into waterways and things like that. And that is a balance. It's a balance in any case, because a guide rail is a hazard in itself, right? Nobody wants to hit one, but that's better than going into a water course, for example. And so similarly, we need to balance if we have room on the remaining shoulder and things like that. So particularly when we do a retrofit situation, whether it's rural or urban, those are the kind of conversations and decisions that we need to look at and make the best overall choice for the nature of the street and where it is and the context of where it is. So again, a document like this isn't going to be able to cover every situation. And that's where we have the internal and external engineering staff. And when we have a variance, that's why we meet as a group to discuss it with multiple people from different business units to make sure that we're accounting for the maintenance and the safety and the traffic and all those pieces together. So I hope that answered your question.
And I can speak to Councillor's question on the stormwater management aspect of it. You're absolutely right. We don't have as much an advancement in this version of the guidelines for stormwater quality aspects. We were working towards that originally, and we realized we had to back off a bit. We've made some progress with the integrated stormwater management policy framework with Halifax Water. We also have stormwater standards on private property. What would go in the Red Book would be the stormwater quality standards for public property within the right of way. But we realized as we were developing this, we needed to work more on our standards. So we've been working on putting some pilot projects in. There's stormwater best management practices going in on the Spring Garden Road project. There's a new rain garden going in on Prince Albert Road. And we're going to use these pilot projects to see exactly what works for our maintenance perspective, for our weather, et cetera, and build on these new standards and incorporate that as soon as we can into our next versions of the guidelines.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so, you know, I'll echo some of the comments, especially from Councillor Mason and I think Deputy Mayor Outhit. You know, this is, in terms of the Red Book or the design guidelines, much better than what we used to have. So kudos to all the staff who've been working on this. I think this came through. We started this in March 2018 with a motion at TSC. So this has been something staff have been working on for many years now. And so I have a number of questions. I'm glad we're in committee of the whole because I don't think I'll get them all done in one shot. But my first is near the end of Part A, so Appendix D, which is the complete streets checklist on page 126. It talks about how for pedestrians and complete streets, we should add curb extensions at marked crosswalks. And then in parentheses, it says, except on bicycle routes if parking is present. So I'm a little confused by this because, for example, a lot of the local street bikeways that we're building at the moment have curb extensions, and they're on bike routes. So what does this mean for new streets that we're building, and what is this? Does it have implications for the streets that we're doing right now for local street bikeways? If we don't want, because if you go down Vernon Street or Allen Street, it's full of curb extensions, and Allen has both curb extensions and speed humps. But it seems to be on page 126, we're saying we don't want curb extensions on bike routes anymore. So can someone clarify that and let me know what the implications are for not only new streets that'll be built in subdivisions, but in general, are we changing the way we're building local street bikeways?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the councillor, I'll try to answer your question. So I think the trick there is the nuance between a local street bikeway and potentially a protected bikeway. So if we have a local street bikeway, we use the curb bump outs to slow the traffic and encourage drivers to go an alternate route. If we have a protected bikeway, then we often don't have room. The bikeway would go where the bump out would be. So that's the sort of the interface. Depending on.
Sorry, I don't want to cut you off. I have limited time. I totally understand that. And in other places within the guide, it actually says when you have a bike lane, you don't want the curb extension because that'll cause the conflict between the bike, the pedestrian, especially around transit stops and that. But just the language on page 126 is very general. It doesn't say bike lanes, it says bike routes. And we have local street bikeways, which are bike routes, if you look at our bike route network. And so is that maybe some language we should tighten up and clarify so that is very specific to bike lanes and not local street bikeways?
Sure, that's a good point, Councillor. We'll take that back and have a look at it again, make sure.
Okay, I appreciate that. The other thing is, so sidewalks, I couldn't find a policy statement around the number of sidewalks that are required in new developments. But in the diagrams and cross sections, it appears like if you look at a cul-de-sac, for example, there's a sidewalk only on one side, and a lot of the streets, they don't even indicate sidewalks. They have the cross sections of travel lanes, bus lanes, parking, those kind of things. So can someone clarify, if I'm building a new subdivision when this red book gets adopted, how many sidewalks per street I need to build?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. So what is shown in the cross sections is what's intended to be as a minimum. And then we do have policy language in the document about if you're around a destination, if you're around something like a school, you may require more crosswalks, or like a shopping destination. But for the most part, where we're showing on a local street, we're showing one sidewalk. That is the general standard. But as I mentioned in the presentation, everything is sort of context sensitive design, and you're supposed to be considering the factors of everything around it. So there are exceptions, and we try to speak to that in the language in Part A, where for the most part, what we're showing on the cross sections is intended to be the number of sidewalks.
In the final seconds I have left, would you guys be amenable to requiring 2 sidewalks, one on each side of any new streets? The reason I ask is we're often retrofitting older subdivisions. A good example in my district, it was built a long time ago, and it was in the old county, but the Springvale Fairmount subdivision. So the old Springvale part has no sidewalks. Fairmount has 1 sidewalk per side, or 1 sidewalk per street. And the neighborhood is constantly calling and putting in recommendations for additional sidewalks. Would you guys see it as beneficial to just, if we're changing the red book, let's change it and say, let every new street has to have 2 sidewalks?
It's something we could go look at, but for the most part, as Dave Hubley mentioned, when we're doing recapitalization projects and we're looking at bringing streets up to the new standards, we would be looking at the context around it, and we would be looking at the requests and any collision information, et cetera, and trying to assess if more sidewalks would be acceptable when bringing each of these things up to grade. But for the most part, the new streets, there are cases where 1 sidewalk might be most appropriate, and that would possibly provide us more space for larger boulevards for trees and other trade-offs. So it's something we're open to, and it depends on the area context, I think.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all the staff who worked on this tirelessly. As Councillor Cleary mentioned, it's been years and years in the work, so it's great to see this here today. My computer is having a ton of trouble keeping up with the large document in this meeting, so I have a ton of questions, but slowly writing them down as my computer catches up to my highlighted text. So I only have a few, and I'll come back with some of the more detailed questions with some of the text in here. So really right now, the only two that I have, and I'll come back, and this has been mentioned before, and I agree with a lot of the comments on needing to design, we'll ask when we have new streets designed, making sure that they have traffic calming measures and whatnot in it. If we were to design streets for 40 kilometers, what are the legal implications of that? Because we understand that legally 50 kilometers is the minimum, but if we started to ask for ourselves and developers to design streets for 40 kilometers with the designs within the new regulations, what are the impacts of doing that? Can we do it easily without having to worry about the legal aspects of it, or do we have to design it to what the Traffic Safety Act, whatever it will be called when the new one's updated, is complete?
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. I'm not a legal expert, but essentially from a design perspective, designing between 50 and 40, what we need to do is to make sure that we don't put any hazards in the way, such that if there is a vehicle that is traveling on the street faster than they should be, that they wouldn't be in a position to put themselves in a road safety hazard position. So basically what we do to encourage the slower speeds are things like more frequent intersections, the trees on the boulevard sort of make the street feel like more enclosed. If they're not wide open with no parking and straight and you can see forever, so it doesn't feel and look like a highway type thing. Those are the kinds of things that, you know, encourage people to slow down, even though they may not even be realizing they're slowing down, right? So those are the tools that we use, the design controls that we use from the beginning to sort of make it such that you really can't drive any faster. But we always have to make sure that no matter what roadway we're building, no matter what the design speed is that if someone is driving faster than they should be, or they're intoxicated, that we're limiting their ability to do real harm if they go off the road, right? So that's sort of the question, comes back to what we're talking about with Councillor Blackburn around guide rail, right? We don't want to put guide rail, we don't need it, because if somebody goes off the road a little bit, they don't want to hit it, but if they're going into the lake, then it's better to hit the guide rail than the lake. So the same thing is true in the street network. We don't want to put anything in that's a hazard, but we want to encourage that slower traffic through the design, such as narrower streets, boulevards with trees, more frequent intersections, so people, you know, are stopping, having the buses stop on a frequent basis, and so cars can't go around them. Things like that sort of slow down the overall network of traffic in the neighborhood. And that's the intent of how that works in the more urban context. And we're all kind of probably aware of neighborhoods where we tend to drive slower, and streets where we drive slower than streets that we don't, and looking at the differences between those. So longer, straighter stretches of streets, you know, are more comfortable to drive faster. But on a more urban grid network with frequent intersections, it's often with more parked cars, you really can't get up to speed very quickly. So it's those kind of things that we do from the get-go, but always making sure that we're not doing anything that would be a hazard if someone does speed, because we know that at some point somebody will probably go faster than they should.
I'm not sure if anyone else had to jump in. If not, how much time do I have, Mr. Mayor?
You've got about 48 seconds.
Okay. And so then on that piece, when you're looking through the document, most of the times it's mentioned design at the 50 kilometer piece, and there's a few. If I could scroll through the document, I could do that, but I can't. So that answers part of the question. So I'm just wondering if we are looking at putting this in line with our integrated mobility plan, putting this in line with our transportation plans regarding transit and bikeways and pedestrians first, et cetera, et cetera. If we continue to use the 50 kilometer as a minimum, understanding that we do want to see lower speed limits in residential streets, what can we do within the document so this, traffic calming piece is one piece, but that usually, and if we're not building, that usually means that we're getting the data in order to do traffic calming, which is based on 50 kilometers. So I'm just wondering, as we go forward with this, what we can do within the guidelines that when we do, and this might be something totally different than the Red Book piece, but when we do look at those guidelines, we're not always basing on 50 kilometers because we understand that sometimes 40 kilometers on a residential street is a lot depending on the area. So I'm just hoping that while we build this and while we require pieces within the new guidelines, that possibly we can look at our median being not 50 but 40. But that's it for now. I got questions that I'm going to have to probably log out the meeting and do this and come back in.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Morse.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. Seton Ridge at Mount St. Vincent University in my district has been in the design phase for a number of years and has gone through multiple approvals already. Is it going to be under the new guidelines or the old ones? And what is the difference in, just more of a general question, but what is the difference in cost for building a complete street versus one to a lower standard? And my concern here is I want to get a sense of what we're choosing. When we move to complete streets, we are going to have more expenses for the municipality as a whole. And I want to understand if we build some complete streets, does it mean we have to give up other things? Does it mean that our 600 sidewalks, for example, our list gets longer? I think we need to be more explicit about what these costs are going to mean and what the choices will be in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Who wants that one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to take the first part of the question. With regards to Seton Ridge, I'm a little bit hesitant to comment specifically on any particular, per particular site. I'd have to go back and look at the, planning status in the DAs and so on. So maybe that's something, Councillor, that we could take offline. In any event, I don't have the immediate answer for you here. With regards to the cost of implementing complete streets, I'm going to kick that over to Anne.
Thank you, Peter. Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So with respect to cost, it sort of comes back to what Dave Hewley was saying earlier. So when we're building new and we're building curb and sidewalk as part of our regular needs, then the cost differential is minimal, if any, basically. When we get into a retrofit situation, we're trying to change the nature of an existing street. That's where sometimes the costs are higher. And that's where, when Dave alluded to the fact that, if the street is in a poor state of good repair, we need to replace the curb anyway. That's the opportunity to narrow the street or put the bump outs in and things like that. If the street is, in a general good state and we're just sort of, tidying up. So I use the analogy sometimes of if you're painting the shingles on your house rather than replacing them, if we're just, doing a simple maintenance exercise, then there would be an increased cost to implement the complete streets approach. And that's when we look at things like, is there a history of collisions? Is there a road safety need here? Is there an existing, to use a technical term, weird intersection? So one of those intersections where we have, weird angles and things like that. And those kinds of things that we would address while we're there. But generally speaking, looking at bump outs and road narrowings, if we're not already in a position to replace the curb, then that's when we have to, look at it carefully to make sure that's a good place to make that investment, right? So, so that we're able to get to those streets that do need that investment, where we do see issues and where we are already replacing the curb. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, it sounds like the safety record or the accident record is a factor in determining how streets are decided, whether they get this treatment.
Yeah, yes, it is. And it's great now we have, with the new road safety framework through Chaso Kuchalakis' group, much more data to be able to do that. And my team is able to access that data, and we work well together to make sure that we're addressing the situations where it's needed most.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Anne. Councillor Cuddle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to everyone who's put the effort into updating this document. I know it has been a long time coming. A lot of my councillor colleagues have already asked some of the questions I had lined up here, particularly around speed limits and design and how that works. And also, about how we apply this to retrofitting existing communities. In particular, I think Councillor Elhit said, some neighborhoods, some streets in his district are unmitigated disasters. And I can relate. I have a few of those myself, in particular in Governor's Brook. So a couple of questions about that. One piece on the suburban streets. Parking on both sides of the street, I often hear from staff, and in theory, that by putting parking on both sides of the street, it's used to mitigate speed and slow things down. But I think there's a lot more safety considerations that need to be taken into account. And, that would be my example in Governor's Brook, where you have a street that's on a slope, on a curve, with parking and housing on both sides, and no intersections or clear pedestrian crossings. So you have kids and people, and but also a lot of kids. It's a family-oriented subdivision, coming out between parked cars to cross a street on a slope and a curve. So I don't see. I feel like it kind of glossed over that section in the amendments, particularly around I think it's section 2.4.2.2. There is no reference to slope or curves, or when parking on both sides of the street can be dangerous, and where and when it's appropriate to have that parking. I really think it's important that we look at that, particularly on these existing streets that were never designed to complete street standards. We really need to take a closer look at that. Gosh, I have a bunch of other questions too. I think around the streetscaping piece on section 3.0 on streetscaping, while we kind of referenced it earlier on around pedestrian-oriented designs around schools, on the streetscaping section, we say major pedestrian generators like transit events. I think back to Councillor Lovelace's point around the nuance that's needed in rural and suburban communities, we kind of have to think, how do suburban communities work? And in those cases, schools really are the kind of pedestrian generators. That's where kids are required to walk to school. And yet I feel we're very limited in how we define school zones. So even when you define a school zone, it's only the roadway in front of the school. So if you have a school that has a pedestrian walkway through the back that leads onto a street that's acting as a funnel for kids walking, we don't consider that a school zone. So I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the designation of school zones and how traffic calming and speed limits can maybe be applied from a pedestrian-oriented perspective and not just a roadway perspective. And I'll leave that for now, and I'll come back with my other questions.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So I'll try to answer your questions as best I can. So you mentioned around suburban streets, around slopes and curves and limited intersections. So that's one of the things that we're looking to address in these new guidance. So you sort of looking at limiting those slopes and having those more frequent intersections and building them in from the beginning so that we have those intersections and opportunities for pedestrians to cross and limited parking. And for those retrofit situations, if we don't have any capital work plan, that's where we work with the traffic group and the parking group to see if there are things that we can do to mitigate, address sight lines if people are parking on both sides on a curb where we don't want them to be, for example. But on the newer streets, those requirements around grade and slope and the more frequent intersections are intended to address just those things that you mentioned, so that we have those more frequent opportunities to cross, and the speeds are slower and those kind of things.
Yeah, it's really the retrofit that I'm
and so in the
particularly interested in.
retrofit, right. So if we're looking at a retrofit situation and we're planning major capital work, if there are, significant desire lines where people want to cross, perhaps there might be a trail that extends out from a cul-de-sac at the back, and then there's a school nearby that people are going to. If those desire lines are there, we would look to work with our colleagues across TPW to see if there are ways to address that. If that's the spot where a crosswalk would be warranted, or a place where we could put a bump out, or if there are things that we can do like that to address those concerns that you have. And that's one of the biggest reasons why we wanted to come to council now to make sure that we get these new standards in, because we don't want to have more streets where we have to go back and try to fix them, right? We know that once we build the street, then that's the street that we have for hundreds of years, right? When we think about our downtown and some of the challenges with perhaps grade that we have there, and we think about other neighborhoods that were built over time to the standards of the day, we see certain challenges with them. So getting to make sure that we don't create newer ones is critical, and then trying to use those creative solutions to address the issues on the existing streets that we have in various ways across the municipality. Your second question about streetscaping, the traffic, the school zone piece is a traffic authority question. So I'm not, comfortable answering that myself. I'm not sure if Brad would like to take that on, but I can speak to the pedestrian oriented design around sidewalks and things like that. So right now, our active transportation group takes in requests for things like new sidewalks. And when they do that, they're looking at the potential for pedestrians in the neighborhood. And it is sort of context sensitive. So we do look at, where are the schools, how many students they have, are there local community destinations? So we recognize in a more suburban or rural area, there might be the community center that is the driver for the pedestrians, or there may be the commercial areas where people, walk from school to get a slice of pizza or something like that, or they're moving from the baseball field to the whatever. So looking at those, and within those neighborhoods, we try to look at the potential for pedestrians, and we also look at, potential safety issues. Are there sightline issues on corners? Is the street being used as a shortcut? Things like that, to try to plan where new sidewalks go, because as you can imagine, across the municipality, we have many years of design standards without sidewalks. So going back and trying to retrofit and fill those in, there's always more than we would like. There's more locations than what we were able to do. So trying to address where the pedestrians are coming from, what classification of street is it, those kinds of things help us determine where we can spend those limited funds. But with respect to the school zone piece of it, I'd have to defer that to the traffic authority.
Okay.
And
All right,
that would be me, Mr. Mayor, if you wish me to respond. Okay. Yeah, I think the easiest way to address, this is a difficult conversation to do in a couple minutes or less. I think the key points I want to drive home: school zones are a priority. I think council has seen that. You've seen the way we've prioritized traffic calming in those areas. So my first word to all councilors, if you're having problems with pedestrian access in your school zone areas, please let us know. Why is this happening? Well, those of you who have been with it through me in Parks and Recreation and now TPW, a lot of things happen on a school property, and there's formal and informal pathways that get created on school property. They each carry with them their own liabilities. One of the challenges we have, and we've been trying to do a much better job, is maintain those in those informal pathways or move to make them formal. This may be paving them to get them to an ability to be snow cleared. These are all key points to making sure that children have a safe way to get in and out of the school property. You know, this is not an easy thing. We have to work very closely with the school board, who I'll be very, the HRCE, who is, you know, they're risk adverse. They don't encourage these multiple pathways. So we have to work very close hand in glove with them. But my key point out of all of this is each situation is different with these formal and informal pathways. And certainly if you are having issues with your school zone, you feel it should look different, by all means, please bring it to attention of my team, myself, and we'll get on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks to everyone who's worked so hard on this. I have to tell you that I can, from the get-go, it's a very daunting report for someone like me. I'm not an engineer. I'm far from it. I was trained in psychology. So when I look at it, I rely on the experts of so many of our great staff and my colleagues. But there are some things that have jumped out at me and certainly some points that have been already addressed, and I appreciate them by my colleagues. So the number one thing is that it is complex, and I think that it's important for us to remember when we look at the areas that we think are now sort of epic failures. I don't tend to use those kind of descriptions, because I think that councils of the day worked very hard to find solutions and find designs that were workable at that time. I think what we're also experiencing now is that things have changed significantly, and our volume of traffic and our roadways are much busier. The amount of development in the communities, I think of about instantly, my mind goes to the Baker Drive area, the Russell Lake West area that was I think designed very well at the time when the strategic vision for it was put in place, and then it was executed. But it is one of those areas that now unintended consequences have created a very, very, very difficult situation. Equal to that is something like Main Road and Pleasant Street in District 3, leading to Eastern Passage. We've got a 4-lane roadway, which is very integral in the commercial and industrial use and Shearwater and such, but it's leading into a community, and it is a speed strip now. Not as much truck traffic because of the Imperial Oil and Texaco refineries have shut down, and there's still some, but we've got those kinds of scenarios everywhere. And one of the traffic calming issues that I face in much of District 3 on the very, very busiest and heaviest areas where I get calls on are those collector roads where we don't and I think that's what they're called, Baker Drive, Shore Road, Cow Bay Road, Pleasant Street, where we do not do traffic calming. So I'm not sure. Again, this is a large report. I'm trying to pull out pieces that I can speak to quickly, but I'm not sure if those roads are going to be, and this again is around retrofit, because that's what we're experiencing now. The volume of speeding and stunting and all those kinds of behaviors on these roads that do not qualify currently for traffic calming. I hope that whatever we're doing in this change maybe gives our traffic authority the ability to, and our traffic department ability to retrofit some of this and capture those roads. We've got nuances around, for instance, Baker Drive, a large wide road. It's got a really heavy commercial area with businesses that are all very important, with side streets that are all residential. And those side streets now are really struggling with the amount of shortcutting to get off Portland Street. So I'll just leave that there. I hope that this is going to be contained in there. Brad Anguish, you and I are going on a 4-hour tour of District 3 next week, 1 week from today. I can't wait to bring all of these to your attention. One thing that has jumped out at me is the accessibility standards, and it's around, and I just found the piece in the report, around the slopes of driveways that do not currently do not match the grade or slope of the sidewalk. More and more, of course, we are working hard to facilitate good infrastructure for those with mobility issues, in particular those who I get calls around those in motorized wheelchairs and motorized transportation for them, for those with mobility issues. And the slopes are often, at least in District 3, some areas where the sidewalk's coming along and all of a sudden there's this really steep driveway, and it's dangerous for that motorized chair to try to cross without fear of tipping. And that's very real. And I see in this report that that's supposed to be a standard. I don't know, is that new? Is that something that has changed? Or how do we actually proceed with expectations of having residents, private property owners deal with that on a case-by-case basis? Obviously, in the future, as we build new ones, that's all going to be, hopefully, that'll be paid attention to. But those are real, and grades from getting in and out of your driveway in a motorized chair or accessory to your supporting you as in mobility, coming just off a driveway onto the street can be difficult to get the bus, and then getting off the bus and back onto the driveway. So, and some of those, of course, people are renting, and they don't have the ability to have a landlord to come out and fix it. So that's one area. The tree removal, I'm sure, and I don't recall the street, but I think it's in Councillor Clary's district, but we're all being inundated with concerns around the removal of some very old and established trees. So I guess I'm wondering, how different is what we're saying in this report? How different is that now to what is about to take place potentially at a location like that? I'm of the opinion that our mature trees have great value, and I'm sure most councillors do. So I just want to know, how is this going to strengthen scenarios like that so that won't happen? And I absolutely appreciate everyone's comments, those who are supporting designing for lower speeds. I think we have to. Our traffic issues are beyond anything I've seen in my lifetime as an adult, but also as an elected official. It's I think it's only escalating, and I hope that much of what we're doing here is going to be is actually going to create solutions. Retrofitting is probably more of a concern for me currently than upcoming development, because I just don't know where to go for District 3, and I want to be very clear that we need change, and we need to do it soon. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff in there. Who wants first crack at it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to jump in and start it, and then I'm going to pass it over to Ann Sherwood for the pieces, for the final pieces of it. But so through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, you did mention some pretty high volume streets in your district, being Pleasant Street, Baker Drive, Shore Road, and Cal Bay Road. And I think the point I wanted to make is, obviously I can't predict what the outcome on those streets may be when you run them through a complete streets framework. But the point I wanted to make, councillor, was that these design guidelines provide the framework and the guidelines for that analysis to actually be carried out, considering all the users of the street, right? And that's something that we don't currently have now. And I apologize for a high level answer on that one, but it's the best we can do until we actually get down and look at the separate streets. And Ann's nodding at me and tells me that she can answer the questions with regards to accessibility on driveways and trees.
Thank you, Peter. I hope I can. Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, just following up on what Peter was speaking about with respect to the streets and with the complete streets lens, it's important for us all to, keep in mind that many streets serve multiple purposes. So when we look at the hierarchy of streets and looking at pedestrians first and things like that, there are still streets where we consider pedestrians, but we also need to account for the movement of significant traffic and movement of trucks and buses and things. And there are several streets that serve those dual purposes, both in the urban context, like a Quinpool Road, and in the more suburban context, like a Baker Drive, to your point, or maybe Main Road. So, you know, balancing those becomes the challenge. And as Shannon alluded to in her presentation, it takes, you know, creative and collaborative effort on many people's part to make sure that we're threading the needle as tightly as we can on those streets. With respect to the accessibility piece, there are many driveways in HRM right now that are outside of our current standard. They're steeper than we would all like them to be. In particular, I'm sure the people have to shovel the snow in the wintertime. So that's why we're trying to keep those grades and those slopes as flat as we can. The other thing I wanted to mention is as we're retrofitting streets and rebuilding sidewalks or replacing them, we're looking at making the transitions smoother. So for those, for example, as you mentioned, folks who use a motorized wheelchair, to make those transitions smoother so that the ride is better and more accessible for everybody. There are several driveways and streets that I'm aware of where the interface between the driveway and the sidewalk is very steep. We do our very best to not increase that. And if we get into a situation where it's outside of our guidance, that's when it would go to the variance committee. And then we have those hard conversations about what we can best do here. It also speaks to your question around tree removal. Brad, did you want to jump in?
Not yet, Dan. I would like to speak to the traffic calming question.
Okay, thanks. When you look at projects and we look at trying to retrofit streets, certainly in an urban context, downtown, those are really old, narrow streets, and there's a lot of things we're trying to fit in there. That's when the variance committee comes to one of its great uses, and we have to have hard conversations. So we're looking at making sure that we can accommodate the large oversized loads that come out of our port, which is a huge economic driver. We want to make sure that we have the pedestrian facilities for people, and we want to do our very best to maintain as many of the mature trees downtown as we can. And the answers aren't easy on any of those. And so sometimes they take time to come to a resolution. We have to look at every street we can to see if there's a better option on 2 streets over. Maybe there is and maybe there isn't. So, you know, from that perspective, as it relates back to the municipal guidelines and the Red Book, that's when that variance committee, you know, when we meet, we have great conversations, but they're often hard conversations about, you know, how can we tweak this piece of it? How far can we go until we need to tweak something else? And then how far do those balances have to happen? And they're really interesting. It's quite honestly, that's the fun part, but it's also the challenging part. So I just wanted to let everybody know that those conversations are happening and they're challenging, and trying to balance all those pieces of the puzzle that we're trying to do.
Okay, was there somebody else coming in on one of those?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll just speak quickly to the councilor's traffic calming observations. So yes, as we move forward with council's aggressive moves on the residential streets with humps and bumps, obviously the question now is, it's obviously pushing the, two things are arising. One, it's pushing it to the neighboring streets, and 2, it's pushing the activity into the collectors. And so just remind council, the strategy on the collectors writ large is to move forward with speed enforcement, automated speed enforcement, and you're seeing several cities report some of their early successes. We expect Halifax to be no different, and so we're moving aggressively. We're in procurement now for an implementation study, and despite not having the legislation. So we're pushing down 2 pieces at the same time, trying to get the legislation in place so that's such time when we hope to be in front of council recommending the path forward here from a capital plan point of view this October, November. So we're moving aggressively there. The other thing too, just to distinguish the Red Book product, because as Shannon said at the beginning, you know, it's not a replacement. It doesn't cover all the same turf that the traffic calming administrative order that's currently in place by council covers. that administrative order, by direction of council, is being reviewed. I have an amended version. We've learned a lot about the early days of traffic calming in the degree of which we're implementing, and there's some tweaks required. I will highlight in there one of the pieces that we're going to recommend to council is to provide engineers a little bit of flexibility on the collector issue, such that, because right now the policy does not apply to collectors. What we're suggesting is that in some cases, there are collector roads that currently may be appropriate for some of our traffic calming products. And we're trying to build that flexibility into the policy to make that happen. Now, I'm not suggesting for a second that's going to cover a lot of the ground here, but it will help because we, as Shannon said, we're not undertaking a project to reclassify all of the existing roads. That would be a significant undertaking. However, what we are trying to do is build some flexibility into the current AO coming forward to allow staff to recommend some traffic calming products in what some roads that are currently called collectors that aren't perhaps functioning quite as a collector. So thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. I have a number of questions. I believe I'll be coming back a second time. First of all, I want to start off in thanking staff for this long overdue report. It's been anticipated greatly by quite a few councils, especially me in the rural areas, in regards to how the new road policy is that the province has taken over no new roads, all new roads that go to the municipality, and what standard they built by and constructed by is going to be very important for rural economic development. My concern, though, is some of the street standards might be too a little excessive in regards to some standards. And I'm kind of wondering, when we review the regional plan coming up in the near future, we'll be bringing private roads back as a provision, as a possibility for rural subdivision development. So I want to make sure that when we talk about private roads in the future, that the current standards, I'm kind of curious if we look at the table on HRM1, the pavement structure. What I assume now is that if we have gravel roads or private roads, would they be built to the local standards without asphalt? Is my first question. Would that be the expectation, or could they have an asphalt surface to their own standard? It doesn't have to be a 3-inch surface or the 75 millimeters that HRM require currently. So could that be something that could be incorporated into a private road standard? Because we have no reference to that now, because right now we don't have any private road standards allowed in our regional plan. So that's my first question. My second question regards, it was great to see the flexibility in the road right-of-way widths for the various road standards. So therefore, in the past, it was standard 66-foot right-of-way for a standard road, or a 50-foot right-of-way if you have curb and gutter. So 66-foot right-of-way for ditches, 50 feet or 35 feet, depending on the width of the standard of the road, could be curb and gutter and storm sewers. But with this flexibility, I think it's great to have that in regards to building a road to the conditions that are there on the property. It could be topography challenges, could be slopeness and things like that. So great to see there's some now flexibility in having a road standard designed. My own concern, though, is active transportation path on all new roads. I'm kind of curious about that in regards to the rural standards. I see you're trying to create connectivity in the community, but there's not that many rural roads that are major collectors, except for Highway number 7 to 207. I'm just kind of curious of how you try to impose this standard on a local road. I see on the local road it's not there, but on the other standards you do have. There's a little kind of curious about that in provision there. The boundary map on HRM HRM 127, I think that's going to have to be amended in a few months' time when we take over the new territories to the west and to the east. So I assume that'll be our first amendment in a few months' time to this guideline. And I'll stop there. I'll have some other questions, but I'll wait for those answers first and foremost.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start with the answer to the private roads question. And so the first thing I'll say through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hensby is that these design guidelines do not apply, as you know, to private roads. They apply to public roads only. As to whether or not it's in scope for the regional plan, I'm going to have to get back to you on that one. A little bit of a separate issue for us. And I see Kelly's joined us, so she may have some more information than myself.
Just very quickly on that, I mean, I'll have to go back and talk to the regional plan team. But we'll be coming back to you shortly for some additional information relative to what we've heard, relative to regional plan engagement. I know, I certainly know the councillors are very interested in reintroducing private roads since they were removed as an option in 2006. But it's always been about introducing what a rural road standard looks like and what the service needs are for those centers. So we'll have to get back to you on that, but it certainly would be part of the conversation, yes.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I'll try and address the rural multi-use pathway question. The intent of those guidance details, I guess, as cross sections, is that if we are in a position where we're looking to accept new neighborhoods, new major communities in the rural area, that we want to make sure that those multi-use pathways are built in from the very beginning. So much like the conversations we've been having with other areas of the municipality, in retrofit situations, for example, Councillor Hensby's example of Highway 7, we do not have currently the right-of-way in most cases to put in a multi-use trail like that. We'd like to do that, but that becomes very expensive. So we need to look at certain sections where that might be most appropriate. But we wanted to make sure that that provision was included in the new guidance for any new, significant neighborhoods. It may be rare that we get a new arterial, but the potential for collector roads is probably not out of the realm of possibility in the rural context as the municipality continues to grow. So we wanted to make sure that those multi-use trails were there for that network connectivity and extension into those rural areas, looking at different solutions on the local streets, of course. And with respect to the boundary map, yeah, there'll be a few things we'll need to adjust in the coming months and years ahead, and that's one of the reasons we wanted to bring this overall process through to council so that we have the ability to make those changes more frequently and more seamlessly than we've been able to in the past. So hopefully that answers the question.
Well, just on respect to the active transportation path with the new road, Alps Road and Seven Lakes development in Porters Lake. That's been an issue with that particular project. We've been trying to incorporate a pathway as a part of the development plan there. Will these new guidelines help facilitate an existing development agreement?
Mayor, if I could. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, I think in terms of the connectivity on existing roads, that will be addressed when staff presents to council the rural pedestrian report that's coming to TSC in the very near future. And that will give some guidance to council or some direction, I guess, in terms of where those AT facilities would be planned in the rural areas. The municipal design guidelines is really a how-to. Once we understand where the AT facilities will go on the existing rural roads, this document will tell us how to design it. But the actual locations for connectivity will be in that rural pedestrian report.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff, for all the enormous amount of work that has gone into this. This is a big day, and it's really important. And I don't usually change my background out for anything, but I have King's Wharf Place up behind me, and the reason is because I think it is the best demonstration of why we actually need to change these standards. This is a street that was a brand new build in the urban core, so not a greenfield suburban site. It's maybe just over 10 years old at this point, and it is so wide. You could land a small plane on it, and literally, if you're parked on the one side of the street, you can take your car and turn right around and head out the other direction without the need for a 3-point turn. It is completely inappropriate in the urban context. It's a bunch of asphalt we didn't need to pay, that no one needed to pay for, that makes the place less hospitable. And there was no real purpose for it. And the only reason it's not a total, to quote Councillor Outhit, an unmitigated disaster is because it ends in a cul-de-sac and doesn't go anywhere. So there's not a lot of through traffic, and it's always full of parked cars. So this is what we need to get away from. And as I read through the design guidelines, what I was looking for is, what are we saying about speed? What are we saying about lane widths? Because we've come through a time and a place where the professions out there, planners, engineers, all of us, for about 50 years, were focused on wide streets, moving traffic as quickly as possible. And the result of that is we adopted standards that killed people, right? Vulnerable road users, as a result of the designs that we built. We know better now, and so we have to do better for the future. And the piece that I have the most concerns about is just the process of change, right? It is hard to suddenly change thinking. We've done a lot of that with our integrated mobility plan and other similar projects with HRM. As we've actually been building stuff, we've been moving the needle. But there still can be that lingering feeling out there. I mean, we even touched upon it today when we're talking about fire trucks, right? You can't need the wide street for the fire truck to fit on so it can get to the fire quickly in an emergency. Well, it's not zero sum in the other direction either, right? That's the road design imposes a toll on the other side of things. So the two things I want to hit on is the speed piece to start. So in the report, and I'm just not quite clear exactly what's intended here. So on that table that was referenced, table 2.2, we've got 30 to 50 local, 30 to 50 local industrial. Then you get to 56 your minor collector, 56 your major collector. But then when we're looking at the actual street classifications, we have, you've got your minor collector, your major collector, your local inserted in each of the different types. So regional center residential, there's a local collector, there's a minor collector. So what does those speeds, like, where we have like almost, a dozen different street topologies, but then we only have the 4 design speed standards. What does that mean for a local minor collector in the urban context? Are we building that to 50 to 60, or is that because it's a residential street in the urban context, is that being built? Are we aiming for 30 to 50 there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, just as a point of clarification, there is a local street and a minor collector street, and then there's street typologies of that. There's a local minor collector is combining 2 different parts. So we have those different speeds set out. We have the 50 to 60 for minor and major, and the design speed would be that 50 to 60, but we'd still be including all of that, what I call passive traffic calming. So the visual interest by having trees, perhaps there'd be a boulevard in the middle or a median in the middle that would promote the passive traffic calming as opposed to the active. And we try to control the speed in that way as well. So perhaps it would still feel like you would travel at a 40 kilometer per hour speed, but it would still be safe to travel up to a 50 or 60 kilometer per hour speed.
So I guess maybe I'll go by way of example, because I'm still not entirely clear here. So Creighton Avenue is a minor collector. It's very much a residential street. There's a bus on it, but it is a minor collector. Hawthorne Street, which, runs by the school, goes over to Sullivan's Pond, that's a minor collector. And those streets are always probably going to be, they're always going to have a bit of a higher ranking than, say, like, the parallel street, Lakeview Avenue is never, I mean, that is not a local collector. Erskine Street is not a local collector. Are we saying in these standards that it's an appropriate design target to be going up to the 60 kilometer for those streets where they are local collectors, but they're residential streets?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I apologize, my laptop battery died. So I'm back plugged in. The context is important there. So there will be collector streets that sort of serve transit and make better connections, and there will be collector streets that are, more closer to local than to arterial. And I think that context is what's important with the range of design speeds. And hopefully that is where your question is coming from around, there are certain arterial streets, collector streets that are, more like a major collector, more like an arterial, and there are certain collector streets that are almost more like local streets. And it depends on the context. It depends on the network neighborhood. It depends on the nature of the grid that is included in that neighborhood, how many parallel streets there are, what is it needing to serve, what kinds of potentially industry or schools or shopping things are on those streets. And I guess that's where the context comes in, and that's where, the guide is always the starting point, and then we still need to take, a thoughtful look at each street, at each new design, and at each retrofit design, and that's where the work comes in, and the engineering best judgment comes in, and hopefully that's answering your question.
Okay, Councillor, I'm going to we're over 7.5 minutes, so I'm going to get you to come back if you want to pursue that. Just a note, colleagues, we're going to go to 12:15, and then we'll have a look at where we are. We'll take lunch at 12:15. I'm going to go to Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with, by thanking staff and everybody who had a hand in this report and in these revisions. This is phenomenal to see, and it's clear that it's a huge body of work that has gone into this. So thank you very much for your efforts. I really appreciate that. I do have a procedural question, and I'm not sure if this goes to the mayor or to Ian or to John. I have heard everybody ask questions and make comments. I have not heard anybody make an amendment, and I'm just wondering if that is anticipated with these guidelines, or where the suggestions and the comments have been made. Will we be coming back at second reading with an amendment, or how is that going to work?
Well, I haven't heard any amendments. No, that doesn't mean we won't have any, but I think we're always open to amendments. So we're not, Ian or John?
I can confirm no amendments have been made on this motion currently, and this would be the place to make amendments if there is desired changes prior to first reading.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to start with a subject that has received a lot of attention today, and ever since I have been talking about being on council long before I was elected, and that is speed. And one of the streets here in Lower Sackville is Riverside Drive. It's a 9-meter wide street, and it is a local raceway. It has a couple of hills in the middle, and they're fairly steep hills, and it makes it very difficult to drive over, and yet multiple cars have been stunting on that street. The speed limit is 50, and so they have been tagged at going over 100 kilometers an hour on that street, which is a minor collector. It is part of the traffic calming improvements that we saw in the budget, and I'm really looking forward to see when we get the speed radar on that street. I know that's coming at some point. But Riverside Drive was one of the original streets in Sackville, and it was built at 9 meters wide. Midnight Run is one of the newest streets in Sackville, and it is also 9 meters wide. And in looking at these standards, they are having minor collector streets also be 9 meters wide. And I'm thinking this would be our opportunity to have a look at these streets and make them more narrow. The only reasonable way to slow down the traffic on Riverside Drive would be to add a sidewalk. And so for anybody who's been keeping track, that is now my number 4 priority on adding sidewalks here in Lower Sackville. So I'll be mentioning that a little bit later on in the year. But I would like to see the definition for minor collectors be narrowed so that we don't have to build a street, come back a year later and add speed humps, because that just means that we've done it badly. And now is the time to retrofit this. So hopefully we will be coming back to revisit these. I don't think it'll be today. I think we will need the meeting tomorrow to do it, but that is certainly something I'm going to be addressing at that point. We have, let me see now. I'm looking at very specific plans here. I'm looking at diagram HRM 49, which is in page 53, I guess it is, of the standard details. And this is talking about a curb around a corner, a pedestrian ramp alignment where it turns a corner. And this is one of the things that we saw addressed in the Accessibility Advisory Committee, where if it's an extremely wide curb, we have the curb going down straight in front of you and the curb going down to your left, and there is nothing in the middle. And adding ramp dividers to the curbs is a huge help in a lot of cases when the ramp dividers aren't there. So this is where the curb cuts, and then there's the divider in the middle, and it is a normal curb, and then it goes down to the left. When the ramp divider isn't there, then it is an opportunity for a car to simply drive over the corner of the curb. And if you are disabled, if you are sight impaired, if you are mobility impaired, then you have a far harder time moving out of the way. And so a car, anyway, there have been a lot of challenges with that. On HRM 49, one of the statements is install ramp divider only when the ramp divider itself will be greater than 450 millimeters. And the word only is one that I have a concern with. It states that it will not be there if it is less than 450 millimeters, but it doesn't state that it will be there if it's more than 450 millimeters. It's left up to the discretion of somebody. And I'm just wondering, I'm going to start with this question. When is that put there? What is the criteria about when a ramp divider is put in place? Or do we simply need to say, do we simply need to remove the word only and have it so that the ramp divider is there whenever it can be more than 450 millimeters? I'll leave that question on the floor for right now. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor. I can speak to the question around the pedestrian ramps and the details. So the reason why, in many cases, we need to have the two pedestrian ramps sort of blend into each other is in part coming back to one of the questions that Councillor Kent had, and it relates to the steepness of the transition. And so when we have two pedestrian ramps, when we're designing them around accessibility, we're designing them both for people who have mobility issues, such as those in wheelchairs, but also those for people with visual impairments. And so, often we would, and the best guidance in the CSA standard, for example, is to have two separate pedestrian ramps, one, say going north and one going east. And we always try to do that, and we do that wherever we can. However, in order to get the transition such that it's not a tipping hazard for those people who are in a wheelchair, the transition needs to be smooth. And what we get into, certainly in the urban context, when the boulevard, which is the sort of the grassed area between the curb and the sidewalk, is too narrow, we don't have enough room to transition up at about 1 meter and then have a flat area and then transition back down. It ends up being too steep and sort of a tripping hazard. So for example, if you've got mobility issues when you're walking, you can't lift your knees very high, or if you're in a wheelchair, it may be a bit of a tripping hazard. And so then for that reason, the ramp becomes continuous between the two crossing points. And that's when you have sort of the wider ramps, and we need to put the tactile warning strip across the entire frontage of those. So that's, and that is, it's a real balancing act, quite frankly. We had a conversation recently with some of the members of the community and advocates to speak to just that. So when you're in a mobility device, if you're in a wheelchair, you need it to be as smooth as possible. But when you have a visual impairment, you need that tactile difference. You need those tactile bumps. You need grade to give you understanding that this is where you should be crossing. And so it's a really fine line to have the balance between the two. And so that's what those notes in that standard is intended to address, is to make sure that if we have a bump, it has to be a big enough bump that we can transition appropriately. And if we can't do that, then the whole thing needs to be flat. So hopefully that quickly, I understand, but answers your question.
That addresses why it needs to be there, and thank you very much for that. That does help with the explanation, but that doesn't address that it has to be there, that the ramp divider has to be there. That addresses why it would be removed. And at this point, the language is that it does not ever have to be there. The language talks about it can't be there if it's too narrow, which reflects exactly what you were saying.
Right.
But if you have one that is incredibly wide, then I'm looking to have assurances, either by changing the language or in some other way, that it has to be there.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Well, I'll double check the language in those details and make sure that the intent is there correctly. That if, and wherever we can, that there would be 2 separate ramps.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Thank you, Anne. Okay, colleagues, we're going to take our break. Sorry.
Am I out of time, or?
You were out of time some time ago. Yes.
Oh, beautiful. Okay.
There's been very few people that haven't used much more time, but because we're in committee of the whole, I'm provided a lot of latitude. I will tell you, one speaker alone had 14 minutes of time. Some of the new councillors have become very proficient, as the older ones have, at asking 5-minute questions that require 9-minute answers. So, but let's get it out and get it done. So that's good. So colleagues, it's 12, almost 12:15. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. We're going to come back to committee of the whole. We're going to have some discussion and see where we are. This may take some time. My intention would be that if we keep going, we might have to go to council after our afternoon break, and then come back to committee of the whole either this evening or tomorrow in the time that has been, I think, booked into calendars. So we will take the break. On the list when we come back: Councillor Blackburn, Purdy, Stoddard, Daigle Gammon for first time, Mason, Mancini, Cleary, Cuttle, Lovelace, Austin, and Smith for a second time, and Councillor Russell for a second time. That's the order that we will take up after we've all had a healthy lunch. 1 o'clock. Thank you. We'll stay here, I guess, Ian, eh?
You betcha. So just a reminder, please return to this meeting. We will be muting your microphones and your cameras during the lunch break and turning them back on at 1 o'clock.
Mr. Chair, this is Krista. Can you hear me? We're going to be restarting the meeting and returning councillors' microphones and cameras back.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I couldn't respond to you because I was turned off.
Yes, apologies. And I went to make an announcement about a moment ago and didn't realize my mic was on the wrong setting.
Okay.
It will be such a relief to be back in person.
Well, the expectation is really high since I've never experienced it. So I hope there's popcorn.
The new councillors have to bring in snacks and drinks for everybody, though, Pam.
That's right. That's right. Bring in the treats.
The rule.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Just a note that we are still live and we are ready to take down the slide on your go.
Okay. Ready to go. Okay, we're good? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, colleagues, welcome back. We are on our discussion of the Red Book Municipal Design Guidelines. We have a number of councillors to speak for the first time, and we have some who are signed up to speak second time. Okay. All right. Councillor Blackburn, are you there?
I am. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Perfect. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you so much to staff for this incredible report. And this is an amazing body of work that certainly reflects many of the things that we've been talking about over the last 5 years that I've been on council anyway. So the design for lower speeds and road widths, that's already been discussed and dealt with. So those were two of the main items that I had to bring forward. But I wanted to go back for a moment to Councillor Cleary's point on sidewalks and wondering about sidewalks and having them on one side of the road only, how this ties our hands going forward when it comes to crosswalk placement, because this is the comment I get from staff more than anything whenever I put in a request for a crosswalk. It always comes back, sorry, can't put a crosswalk there because we don't have sidewalks on both sides. And it's hard to believe, but all of Beaverbank Road from the tracks straight up to the county line, there is only one crosswalk. And that's where the sidewalks switch the sides of the road. So it's, it's certainly something that is of interest to the folks so my way. And I'm just wondering if this new design guide will set the stage at all for more crosswalks to be a possibility in suburban and rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. It's Anne Sherwood from Project Planning and Design. With respect to your question around crosswalks, they are under the authority of the traffic authority, but I can speak to the placement of sidewalks and how they interact. And so one of the things we wanted to do in this version of the guidelines is to look at the overall neighborhood design as a whole. So when a new subdivision comes in for review, making sure that we're addressing things like bus stop locations from the very beginning, and having more frequent intersections gives us those legal crossing points at those intersections. So where we might currently have a road that has a very long stretch without an existing intersection in it, that's where sometimes it's tricky to fit in a crosswalk with the right sight lines or the right warrant and things like that. But moving forward, where we have more frequent intersections and where we're looking at the placement of things like bus stops and the active transportation network sort of extension from the beginning, then we're able to more appropriately place things like crosswalks as well as the bus stops. And so, for example, on a local street, if it's one that would have transit service, we would have sidewalk on one side of the street, but we would have sidewalk connecting those bus stops on the opposite side of the street, and ideally be placing them as close as possible to the intersections so they would be connected to the crosswalk.
All right. No, good to hear that we're not tying our hands moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for this report. Thank you for making it readable and interesting. I'm learning a lot just through reading all of these reports. It's very, very interesting. So I'm coming from a bit of a jaded experience, having just finished the completion of our big intersection there, finishing the Forest Hills Parkway extension. And just the feedback from residents and the understanding, and I might need some clarification here, that there is no perfect solution for road safety and pedestrian safety. And sometimes, at least with this, it feels right now as a new transition and a new change to our intersection. And what had happened was 3 out of our 4 dedicated right turning lanes were eliminated, which seems to have increased pedestrian risk in a different way than the islands may have from the old intersection. There seems to be a real resistance from folks to embracing this and making the right-hand turns very tight or tighter than what they were. So I'm wondering if there's a process to kind of evaluate the changes and the impact that this has on folks, pedestrians and drivers. And I understand with the integrated mobility plan that single-use vehicles are now on the bottom. We saw the hierarchy, the triangle, the inverted triangle are down at the bottom. But what I'm hearing and understand is that transit is not a viable option right now, especially in the suburbs and probably in the rural areas as well. Obviously, transit doesn't go out there, but like a 25-minute drive, for example, to work takes an hour and a half almost with transit. So we're asking folks to give up 3 hours of their day to not drive on the narrower streets, and the changes are causing a lot more congestion, frustration, and so pedestrians trying to cross the street now with folks who now have to wait in a lineup to take that right-hand turn, whereas before they were able to kind of slide through with that dedicated right turning lane. Now are we increasing a little irritability with drivers and they're checking over their left shoulder to make sure a car's not coming? And so I'm just wondering if there's going to be a process to look at the impact and then make changes if it doesn't work as well as theoretically it's supposed to work. If there's an option to do that, and also working with other business users. And I know, like, this is huge. There's so many moving parts. You all are superheroes for even attempting these huge changes. I mean, doing something one way for so long and then just revamping the whole system. I can't even imagine how many changes and what that means. But is there a way, like working with transit? And I know transit is working on their, their strategies as well, but just cross city transit routes would just help so much. And then the last thing I want to do is not understanding the background. There's always an explanation. And Anne, you did mention this because Becky had mentioned the trees. And I see on the map, one of the maps there for bike infrastructure, that Morris Street is one of the streets for dedicated bike lanes. And that's been the issue of these beautiful trees potentially being removed. And I just wanted to throw out a plea and petition for our beautiful trees that make Halifax the charm and heritage city that it is. And if there's a way to please not remove those trees, that would be greatly, greatly appreciated by so many folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Mayor, through the councillor, I'll try to address those questions as best I can. So going back to Forest Hills and the questions you had around the right turn lane and the slip lanes. And the term slip lane sort of helps understand why, one of the reasons that we took them out. So those lanes are there to often accommodate larger vehicles as they're turning right. And as you can imagine, when you're crossing those, the crossing of that right turn slip lane is an uncontrolled crossing. So when you're crossing at the signals, you have the pedestrian light, and you have your right of way and you cross. At the slip lane, the pedestrians don't have the controlled crossing, so they need to wait for a line. And as you mentioned, drivers sort of slip through and turn right, and it's a fairly quick movement, and that can be detrimental to the pedestrians. So recognizing that perhaps the overall crossing distance might be a little longer, it's a fully controlled crossing all the way across. And that's particularly important for people who have a visual impairment, because if they don't have the signalized crossing, they don't have the audible pedestrian signals, so the chirp chirp and the melody, then at those corners, those right turn slip lanes, it becomes difficult for visually impaired pedestrians to understand when the traffic is yielded to them. So that's why we are looking to take them out if we can. So if there are, you know, increased pedestrian needs, and as part of that Forest Hills Parkway project, we introduced the multi-use pathway. So we're looking for and hoping to have more pedestrians and cyclists use those trails. So we're hoping that the pedestrian volumes would be more. And that was one of the reasons why we wanted to make sure that they were prioritized on those corners, recognizing that Forest Hills Parkway has the large commercial areas nearby. You know, you've got the big stores. We still have to make sure that we can get the trucks into Canadian Tire and Sobeys and all those other things. So it is always a bit of a balance, but at those corners, those vehicles can still make those turns, but we're more prioritizing the pedestrian at that corner with a signalized crossing. So, and it's tighter than it was before, right? And that's deliberate, because that's part of what helps slow people down and pay attention and notice those pedestrians when they're crossing. So it is that balance to accommodate all users, but prioritize those more vulnerable ones whenever we can. I don't have an answer to your questions about transit and that kind of thing. That's sort of not my business unit, but we do work together with transit regularly. And when we look at even in doing our projects through the capital program, when we're making changes to streets, we work, you know, very closely with transit and take into consideration the moving forward together plan and the new bus rapid transit in those decisions that we make. And the Forest Hills Parkway project was one where we were able to include a few pieces of transit priority as well, sort of up by Cole Harbor Place. There were some things, and making sure that those bus stops were better accommodated and we had sidewalk in places. So it's a different, certainly a different context than it would be like sort of on the peninsula, but making sure that we're making sure those connections work well and we're connected over to, you know, Cole Harbor Place and those bus stops and things like that. A new little stretch of sidewalk near, I think, Flying Cloud, maybe there was one that was put in. So that's part of those discussions that we have with transit as part of those design processes.
Okay. Thank you.
Do I have any time left? No.
No, you owe me 2.5 minutes.
Okay.
I'll get it back later. We'll come back to you if you want to. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank staff. I can only imagine the amount of work that goes into a process like this, and I'm learning. I have a justice background, and this it's a bit of a challenge, but like I said, I'm learning. I believe that St. Margaret's Bay Road is a collector road. It connects many residential side streets, and it's about 90% residential. With something like speed bumps or even a speed display box, is something like that a possibility due to the increasing amount of traffic and population in this area? And my other question is, as Brad Anguish knows, I'm passionate about school zones, and I'm thrilled that new subdivisions will have to comply with the school zones in the future. But I'm just wondering if there's anything we can do with the existing speed zones, especially the ones where there's resurfacing and there's an opportunity maybe at that time to put in some calming measures, which might help the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. I'm unable to speak to the speed, the signboards. That's the traffic department, but I will speak about the arterial roadway. So I believe that St. Margaret's Bay Road is in certain sections anyway, an arterial roadway rather than a collector. So the nature of the sort of the trunk highway system. And so recognizing that a lot of the residential neighborhoods, you know, connect right into it, it is still one of the main, you know, transportation routes into and out of that community. So any road like that, like, Highway 3, St. Margaret's Bay Road, the new 103, right? So you can sort of see that history of the highway and road network hierarchy. So the St. Margaret's Bay Road will always be one that we have to consider as a main thoroughfare and through connectivity and things like that. So some of the traffic calming measures like speed tables and things like that aren't really appropriate for that order of magnitude of street, but there may be other things that we can do. And again, looking at it from a street that serves two different purposes, right? So it's not only a street that we need to keep because that's how we get to Timberley and Beachville and Tantallon, and that's the main road, but also recognizing that there are neighborhoods within those boundaries, much like there are in certain other districts too. Even in the urban context and even in rural context and suburban context all over HRM. And as the communities grow, these sort of roadways turn into more like streets. And so how do we balance those needs? And so looking at them one at a time with those community contexts and trying to see what we can do to balance those needs, because we can't sort of cut it off. We need those links, but how can we, better accommodate the neighborhoods, and how do we, upgrade them and things like putting in new sidewalks in certain sections of them can help. And that's, partly where we try to prioritize that work. But it's challenging, right? Because there's a lot of need and a lot of requests, more than we're often able to accommodate, as quickly as we'd like to.
Yeah, it's becoming a 70-kilometer zone now, rather than the 50 that it's supposed to be, because it is a major thoroughfare, and people come off the highway and they assume they can do the same speed or close to it. So, yeah, I'd be interested to talk about that more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wow, thank you for this report and all these really good questions. Like everyone else, it leads to better understanding and continuously learning. What is it? Maya Angelou says that when we know better, we get to do better. So when, and Anne, I need to compliment you, just those answers right off. It's amazing. So I'll focus a little bit in on trees, only because in District 1, it's been an interesting conversation, because urban forestry has planted all kinds of trees on Holland Road, all kinds of trees on the Fall River Road. And when I was reading the report, it's this spacing and all of that kind of stuff made sense. Then when we drove up and, I measured between trees and stuff, and it didn't exactly meet what was here at all. So the connection between urban forestry and when they're doing a research project with Dal and when it's these guidelines, I guess I'm wondering where they meet. The contractor actually had to come back and remove some of the trees that were planted because they did obstruct traffic signs. They were kind of in the way and didn't meet exactly what it is that I had read. And the design for the lower speeds, I think, is awesome. The next piece, though, I wonder is what kind of education and awareness program is going to be put in place so that the general public understands why the design is this way. In suburbia, we've got lots and lots of trees. And so to come and look and see 100 trees planted right next to a pretty green forest is kind of an interesting thing. And the other thing we worry about is trees being planted underneath power lines. We have a lot of power outages. And so it's a result of trees being in the way of the power lines as well, whether it be residential or what HRM does. So we're interested about that. And of course, I guess the other thing is, birds that come and drop seeds, and nobody's planted them except Mother Nature. So we have to figure that one out too. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the report that Brett Anglish spoke about, saying that some collector streets may be acceptable for traffic calming, because I think in the suburbs especially, you will see a lot of collector streets that to those of us who live and move within the community, we would see those collector streets as being good for traffic calming as well. And then the other thing, I guess, is just a compliment to the engineers who have to explain after the fact why traffic calming has put in the places that it's been put. It seems that there's lots of questions and people are not very happy. And I guess the other thing too is, especially when we have to use speed bumps and stuff, what happens is the traffic then just moves to a neighboring street. So how do we, I guess, keep up on making sure that the assessments are done, the evaluations are being done to make sure that those kinds of measures that were in place are successful? And in the new design with these, will there be sort of an evaluation of, okay, so now we've done this design for slowing the speeds down, how effective has it been? And that way we can actually share that as well with people. So, so comments and maybe one question in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the councillor, I'll try to answer as many as I can in the time allotted. So you spoke about the trees and urban forestry, and I just did a quick look, but I don't see Crispin Wood, who's our urban forester, on the call. So I'll do my best to answer your questions, and hope he'll forgive me if I speak out of turn. So with respect to the trees and the design, so we're engaging Crispin and his team early in the functional design now in the process, and there are some projects that that may have happened with previous urban foresters, or but part of our new design process is to make sure that we're engaging with them at a very early stage to make sure that we're able to basically get as many trees in as we can, and making sure that the trees are placed where they're appropriate so that we're not compromising things like sight lines and things like that. There's also many ways the trees get planted in the municipality. So they're often planted through capital projects, they're sometimes planted through development, and then urban forestry plants them themselves. And depending on how they're planted, they sometimes get planted in bulk, and maybe some of the, a few things get lost in translation, or something gets missed a little bit. And so we sometimes have to go back and tweak things a little bit. But we are trying to maximize those trees wherever we can. And again, when we're changing the cross section, trying to maximize those boulevard spaces and put those trees in. But as I've mentioned a little bit before, it's often very challenging. Certainly in our urban core, trying to fit more things in and make sure we're accounting for accessible parking and making sure we're keeping the oversized loads in there, making sure we have room for the buses to make the turn, accounting for our AAA bike network and our urban forestry plan. So trying to fit all those things in, there's always overspill. And how do we best accomplish what we're trying to do within council's priorities all on the same street? It sort of adds up where things get pinched. So you spoke a little bit about trees under power lines. I understand that there are tree species that we use that grow better under power lines. So there's, depending on which side of the street you're planting on, excuse me, you may use a different variety. So for example, I think on Baker Drive, there are some, I think it's a lilac tree that is used under the power lines, where we might use like a pin oak or something like that on the other side that grows taller. So that is something that expertise we get from the urban forestry department, is which trees are most appropriate in which cases. So that helps. Excuse me. With respect to traffic calming, on those collector and higher order streets, we'd be looking more at a speed control rather than a traffic calming, because those higher order streets are there to, that's the place we do want the traffic to be rather than on local streets. But some of the traffic calming measures might be something for the traffic group to answer better than I would around the speed signage and things like that. And then I can't read my handwriting on your next question, so I apologize.
Okay.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Anne. Okay, folks, we are going to second rounds now. I believe everybody spoke in the first round. So Councillor Mason, you can take us away here.
Oh, good. So given everything we have discussed today, I don't have any amendments to make prior to going to council to first reading and bringing it back for the hearing. I do think that there are questions that require supplementary reports, but to be clear, I'm talking about to inform the process that will happen after the that Mr. Duncan and Ms. Sherwood were talking about, to continue to improve this over time. And so I'll start with the first one, and my suggestion would be that I'll do it as a that we add to this with individual, because I know there's a bunch of requests that are coming. I know, I share the concern. I think the residential streets, that the upper bound should be 40 kilometers per hour, not 50. I think the lower should be 25. I think we should be talking about walking streets. Sidewalks aren't the only solution. Walking streets that are designed for cars and people to be on them at the same time are appropriate, and indeed in rural are the only way to go if you have a ditch. So I think we have a lot to talk about. But so my first one will be that Committee of the Whole request a supplementary staff report regarding the elimination of the suburban road standards and the adoption of the regional center standard for the entire urban service area. I so move.
Second, Tim.
Seconded by the Deputy Mayor, Councillor.
So I feel that the regional center standard, and we've had some correspondence about this, and there's chatter on Twitter about it today, are the more walkable, bikeable than the suburban. But I feel like a supplementary staff report can tell me if and how I'm wrong, and then we can make a decision. So I'm not saying it has to go that way, but I'd like to know more about it, because I'm not sure. The two standards are very close, and I'm not sure why we have different standards is one part of it. But the regional center commercial streets and on the secondary collectors and all that, that's not in the suburban hierarchy right now. And I think it should be, because the kind of communities, like, that's what we want to see in Port Wallace in the Greenfields, but that's also what we want to see on Herring Cove Road as we rebuild these streets. So I guess I need to understand that more, and I'd ask council to support getting a supplementary report about why we need those different standards, or whether they can be brought together and we can just have one standard for suburban and the regional center. So I'd ask for your support in that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, the motion is on the floor. Can we get it in the chat? And that's seconded by Councillor Deputy Mayor. Is there discussion on the motion? Here it is. Cal requests a supplementary staff report regarding the elimination of the suburban road standards and the adoption of the regional center standards for the entire urban service area. Correct, Councillor Mason?
Correct. So that would be an amendment to the motion, and we can just, but it won't slow down the motion as written.
Speaking on the amendment, Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Wei, for bringing this forward. I think it's an interesting question that you ask, but I do think when we look at the urban versus suburban, how streets are used, how destinations are defined, is dictated a lot by the difference in form that currently exists in the suburbs. And so what I wouldn't want to see happen with this is that back to kind of the nuances of the suburbs get lost in applying a purely an urban lens to it. And there's another piece too around in street design about being proactive versus being reactive, right? And street design can also be used to encourage development. So, I mean, we really need secondary plans. We really need other pieces to help inform what kinds of streets go where for what purposes. So I'm willing to kind of entertain this, and I'll vote to support it. But in the report, I think it's important to distinguish, the similarities, but also the differences. Because the last thing we want to do is kind of create a policy that doesn't enable the suburbs to get to their own, unique form in terms of developing centers and destinations and, active transit. I think there are some big differences.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Could I just have clarification in regards to talk about suburban and urban or regional center boundaries? If you look at map 127 in regards to the current boundary map, and next year when we take over the territories in East Preston, Lake Echo, Mineville, and the Western Lawrencetown area, as well as those in the Western region, if we adjust that boundary, how can you legitimately call those streets a suburban boundary? They don't even have the same characteristic of the streets of Cole Harbour, which I consider urban to some degree, but mostly suburban. Look at Cal Bay and their situation down there. They're more rural than they are suburban. So I like to know in regards to how this definition of suburban is going to fit with these multitude of different type of streets.
Okay, I don't know if anybody wants to try to answer that, or whether that would be something that would come back at the time of the report if it comes back.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor, I think I can answer it now if I'm understanding your question correctly.
I'm sorry, we're having a really hard time hearing you, Shannon. It sounds like an internet connection as opposed to a technical connection on your end.
Can you hear me now?
Let's turn off the camera. Turn off the video.
Great idea. Thank you. How's this? Any better?
That's not much better, but try it, Shannon, if it's not a long, convoluted answer.
If I'm understanding the question correctly, it's the difference between the urban and suburban boundaries and what those are drawn from.
Yes,
that's not going to work.
We're not really getting that. Is there anybody else that can, maybe you can try to reconnect, Shannon? Is there anybody else that wants to take a shot at that? Okay.
Sorry, Mayor Savage, this is Ian McLean. Shannon, can you please try muting your microphone, unplugging it and plugging it back in and see if it helps the connection?
How about now? I just tried the connection, the audio on my laptop in general.
Much better.
Great, thank you. I apologize. There might be some echo in the room now because I'm off my microphone. Sorry for the delay there. If I'm understanding your question correctly, Councillor, it's the difference between the urban and the suburban boundaries and where those boundaries come from. And in the context of the municipal design guidelines, we've referred to the urban suburban boundary as defined in the regional center plan, and we take most of our guidance from the land use bylaws.
Okay. All right, Councillor Hensley.
Well, that certainly doesn't correct the problem when we take over those boundaries and the adjust it in next June, because we'll be in rural areas with has no water or sewer services. So therefore, our urban service core boundaries are determined by water and sewer or water services. Those rural areas do not have neither. So I don't know how we're going to modify our street standards in regards to new development in those areas.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Purdy on this.
I think it's Shannon. I think she just answered the question that I had. I was wondering, and I think along the lines of Councillor Cuddle, we're now in the center plan, and that's almost finished. And then there's going to be like a suburban plan for the municipal, like not guidelines, but would the streets be a part of that? Is this premature? I mean, just is this premature for the street planning without the land use bylaws that are going to be
regional plan? I think is what you're referring to, Trish. The regional planning review for suburban.
Is that the equivalent of the center plan? I thought it was something different.
Can somebody from planning just to clear that up for Councillor Purdy?
Help me understand.
Sorry, no,
Go ahead, Peter.
No, I was just going to say quickly through you, Mr. Mayor, in the context of the design guidelines. So when we say regional center, obviously we refer to the regional center as defined in the regional plan, which would be Peninsula, Halifax, and all areas within the circumferential highway on the Dartmouth side of the harbor. When we use the expression suburban design standards, we refer to areas within the urban serviced areas, so areas that have piped water and sewer. And when we use the word rural street cross sections and rural street design, we're referring to those areas that are outside of the urban service boundary as defined in the regional plan.
Councillor Purdy?
So just for clarification, so the center plan is the area you just described. So the suburban design plan is probably under the umbrella of the regional plan review, but it's specifically for the suburban areas of HRM, and that will have a whole different land use bylaw policies. And that's coming later.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, when we use the term suburban road design standards in the design guidelines, we are referring to areas that have piped water and sewer services that are outside of the regional center, but within the urban service area. And I think that's the confusing part, is the regional plan uses the expression urban serviced area.
Mm-hmm.
We use the expression suburban standards maybe in the road design standards.
Okay, so I think this supplemental report would be good for understanding all of the nuances with this, because I was thinking, gee, the suburban area and rural areas should not have the same road standards as urban, because it's just such a different beast, and the functionality is just used differently. So I'll be interested to read the recommendations from this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would support the motion with caution, and it is just because of that language that sometimes it's hard to understand when we think about, what is suburb. And there are many areas, for example, in District 1 that do not have water and sewer, but they would consider themselves suburbs. So we need a whole kind of common language and better definitions, I think, that would speak to anything with respect to this. And I just see Councillor Deputy Mayor says suburban areas need to be the equivalent of the center plan, but what we want to see is that one is not disadvantaged over the other, or one standard is not being set for the urban service boundary that would be less than in suburban or rural. And so equity and equality among the standards is probably what people would all like to see. So I guess, support the amendment with a caution, and be reading it well when it comes out, this supplementary report. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, I mean, we might be thinking of this a little too much in a siloed sort of way. There may be places in the suburbs where you want the kind of the urban design standard, and there may be places in the suburbs where you don't. And so thinking of this as all like every street in the regional center is going to have this, and then every street in the suburbs is going to have this, is maybe too much of a binary approach for the complexity that we're actually talking about here. So some of this just might be an aspect of what we're calling these, rather than every street on the other side of the circumferential highway is going to be built differently than every street on the other side of the circumferential highway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so we're going to vote on the amendment of Councillor Mason asking for the supplementary staff report. Ian, do I have to do I can't remember, do I have to do a recorded vote? Or?
Yes, we do have to do a vote calling committee of the whole.
Okay, let's take it away then.
Speaking to the amendment, beginning with District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes, I will just, not to correct our own clerk, the amendment to AO1 was around committee of the whole on budget, not all committee of the whole. So I think we could actually do a voice vote or hand vote. Anyway, I'm fine to do a recorded vote too. And yes.
If that is the will of council, we have been doing vote calls at committee of the whole outside of budget as well.
All right, let's carry on, Ian.
District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cull.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
16, Deputy Mayor Outett.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the amendment.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
And 8, Councillor Smith. Thank you.
Okay. That motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question's around emergency management and sustainability. In the document, there's reference to emergency management is rather brief, other than saying that we need our roads more or less for emergency management. So, can you explain to me what how you communicate that with fire and police? Because my concern is where do we address things? For example, like Burnside. There's only so many ways in and out of Burnside, and how do we handle evacuation out of Burnside? And my second question is around sustainability. In the document, you allude to, of course, Halifax and considering infrastructure design from climate lens. But I go back to Port Wallace. And sorry for sounding like a broken record. I keep bringing up Port Wallace, but it is a significant project in our municipality that's coming forward. Do we look at having districts of green development, like having the way simple things like grain barrels and solar and all those types of things. So if you just could comment on those 2 items, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the councillor, I'll try to take the first question around, excuse me, the EMS question and the road network. So without being specific, one of the ways we try to accommodate that is to make sure that we're still prioritizing those collector and arterial roadways. And so that's why those are so important to have and maintain through access, so that those are the roads that we would all take when we need to be somewhere quickly, and particularly in an emergency. So making sure that that job of those roads is still allowed to be there. With respect to specific emergency routes, we're looking to get that sort of mapped out so that we can have that information available when we're doing the detailed design, so that have that awareness. And then with respect to the vehicles that emergency folks would use coming in to address the emergencies, that's where we make sure that we can accommodate the fire trucks. And we do look at which ones are specific to different areas. So certain areas have different vehicles and different ladder requirements as we get into taller buildings and things like that. So
I guess you can hear the frustration today, Anne, with my colleagues when it comes to collector roads, right? I get it, the collector roads, where we have transit, we have emergency vehicles, but the collector roads in my district, Waverley Road as an example, and the complaints of speeding, there doesn't seem to be a solution. I get having to make sure we can move transit efficiently down that road and emergency vehicles down the road, but the same breath, then we're unable to do any traffic calming on those collector roads, right? So
yeah, it's that balance, right? And it's tricky, and there isn't there's certainly never a perfect solution, but trying to find the best one and the most appropriate where we can, recognizing that it doesn't always work out to the best of our ability. Waverley Road is a great street, would love to have all kinds of stuff on it, but then we'd be infilling the lake, and that causes a whole other set of issues we don't want to get into, right? So I'll let Shannon speak to the sustainability question.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I think the biggest piece is implementing the IMP policies that through these guidelines that help us increase our bike lanes and increase our transit priority measures and making more walkable communities. And the hope is that according to our plans, we'll be decreasing CO2 output by decreasing the amount of individual cars on the road. And then we also have some additional green infrastructure sort of going in, as I spoke to, our increases in the stormwater infrastructure that we hope to have in the next phase, and also just by prioritizing the size of our boulevards and getting trees in with our urban forestry plan. That decreases the heat island effect by covering the roads. And so we have our sustainability pieces like that built in as well.
there's nothing in particular with regard to energy consumption or solar, those pieces. I get the road network and that efficiency, the vehicles and all that piece. I understand that. But what about that aspect of it? I'm just trying to figure out how do we address it, right? Where do I go? If it's not this document, where do I go to see if we can get these large new developments?
This document primarily applies to public property. So when we have different pieces like that that apply to more private property, it comes out of our other policies like Halifax. Maybe I think the center plan has pieces that allow for, rooftop solar and that kind of thing. So it is in different policies.
Okay. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Anne. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
My buttons are a little slower today. So I have lots and lots and lots of questions, but I also have a couple of amendments too. So another question I had, and this relates to comments in the design guidelines for mid-block crosswalks. And one of the things it talks about is, depending on what the sight lines are, we may or may not be able to do crosswalks. And if we're building brand new roads, I understand there are angles and geometry that, is acceptable, isn't acceptable, but retrofitting a lot of our older roads where there are poor sight lines is difficult. So I wonder, does this document in anywhere, because I couldn't find it, speak to any kind of treatments or mitigation where you do still have poor sight lines in new roads that are being developed? So I'll give you an old road as an example. Purcell's Cove Road going down by the Frog Pond. You've got a trail on the Ravenscraig side that comes across, meets up with the trail that goes around Frog Pond and into Fleming Park. For the 5 years I've been a councillor, I've had repeated requests from people asking for a marked crosswalk there. The comment back was always, well, the sight lines are poor. The problem is people walk there, and we've done it to ourselves in a way. We have two public assets, two public trails on public land. And they connect and people walk across them. So in a way, we're abdicating our responsibility to keep people safe by not putting a marked crosswalk in there and maybe some rapid rectangular beacons or other things. So are there things that we can do other than just leave it up to a decision of the traffic authority once roads already built and residents or councillors say, hey, we'd like a crosswalk here? Are there criteria, are there mitigations we can put in policy and say, when you have poor sight lines, here are the 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 things that you should consider or could do in order to make it safe to put a marked crosswalk in? Is that something we could do?
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, I just wanted to clarify something. When you talk about new streets that have poor sight lines, that's one of the things we're trying to design out. So there shouldn't be a new street that has poor sight lines. And that's the thing that comes out through the design speed. And just wanted to take a second to clarify sort of the difference between the design speed and the posted speed. So the design speed is what we use for our design control. So that determines how sharp the corners can be, how steep the grades can be, and what kind of sight distance we need. So you can imagine if you're trying to stop a vehicle and you're going a certain speed, it takes longer. So you'd need a wider sight distance to be able to know if you have to stop, those kinds of things. And so for our new roads, they would be designed to have that appropriate sight distance at the places where we want people to cross. And we would have, those more frequent intersections that would allow people to cross, and we shouldn't be putting in new destinations without the ability to cross, or we would be connecting, sidewalk, along the side of the road to get to the place where we could cross. And that's some of the challenges in those retrofit situations is, putting sidewalks in on some of those old, trunk highways like Purcell's Cove Road, St. Margaret's Bay Road is another example Councillor Stoddard mentioned, and having to try to make that fit. And that's why we wanted to make the change so that we don't have to address those. They'll be set up from the very beginning without those poor sight lines.
And I agree with you. On page 9, where we talk about, and there's several, I think 4 sight line references in the document, but on page 9 it says they should also provide clear sight lines. So we know they should. That's a normative statement, but there's no rule that here there must be. So is there a particular geometry that's specified in here that says you can't be at this kind of angle or something along those lines?
Yeah, sure. So that language is covered in the TAC geometric design guidelines. So the Transportation Association of Canada has several chapters that speak to the horizontal and vertical alignment. And in those documents, they specify the requirements for site distance and stopping site distance. And that would be where those site distances are put in there. And those would be, excuse me, part of the design checks that the engineer would be required to make when they're designing new intersections and new street networks and things like that. And if they
Okay.
weren't able to achieve those, then those would be things that would be considered a variance and would have to come to the committee to see if it's something that we could mitigate in other ways, or if it was something we were uncomfortable with and not able to.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And on
Yeah.
the
Councillor Clary, that's it.
Yeah,
That's
sorry.
it for now. You'll have to come back. We'll invite you back. We're at 5 minutes and 20 seconds on 3-minute time, so you can always come back. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you. All right, I'm just going to take a different direction here for a second about waste and recycling receptacles. Get us off roads for a minute. I was just reading the section here. I think it's section 333. And sorry, I've lost my spot here now. Anyway, I was just, it seems to be very focused on streets and busy areas and garbage receptacles, particularly on street right-of-ways. And I'm wondering, I may have missed it, but is there anything in here about the placement of waste receptacles on multi-use trails and other pathways? It just seems to me that with the focus just on the streets and not on the other multi-use kind of infrastructure we have, it's a bit limited in its scope.
So the chapter 3 on streetscaping is specifically about the regional center standards for the most part, and then anywhere else that we might consider a streetscaping under our streetscaping AO. So we don't speak specifically to municipal paths on that. That falls under some of our other policies and practices done by parks or maybe our operations group as well.
Well, I mean, isn't this something like if we are going to, we talk a lot about in the design guidelines, we talk a lot about multi-use paths and pathways and walkways. I'm just wondering why we wouldn't also tie, why we wouldn't tie waste receptacles into this as well for those pieces of infrastructure, right-of-way infrastructure.
I think that might be something we could tie in our phase 2, and I think it would more so fall in our specific sections on multi-use paths and not necessarily in chapter 3, which is the streetscaping chapter that's talking specifically to our streetscaped program that involves streets.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I promise I will be very quick. So I just, 2 questions. One, just in regards to the AO updates for the traffic calming and the kind of classification review or reclassification of these roads, major collector, minor collector. I'm just wondering what the timeline is on that. And I apologize if I missed it, but I know we're talking about in the future, sometime maybe in the next 6 months. I'm just really specifically looking for a timeline on that. And then my second question it comes down to equity. Now, I recognize that school zones are primarily provincial, under provincial authority. And so I'm struggling with the fact that we have school zones that are not public schools. They are private schools, and they do not fall within a school zone. And so I really do see a disconnect there, both with private schools as well as daycares, and thinking about how can we slow the traffic in these areas where we have very vulnerable citizens on the streets. And along with that, I'm trying to understand how we make the decision about when and where the signage goes to alert the drivers of a upcoming bus stop for a school bus. Because I know, we can see that there are some of these school bus signs up ahead, the little yellow triangle. But I'm concerned around the placement of those and the consistency of where these are placed and when they're placed there. Thank you.
Super, I'll take that. Thanks, Counselor. In terms of the school bus signs and the private schools, I'll ask that I haul those away and take those for action and get back to you. And obviously all of council once we've got a satisfactory answer to you. Regarding the update to the AO, the draft report is on my desk. We are trying to reach the October Transportation Standing Committee and then council immediately after that. So this is, we had excellent feedback from the Transportation Standing Committee and a very clear direction with a lot of experience from staff in implementing the policy thus far. So learned a lot. So hoping we can get this through and be done with it about mid-November with council. So that's optimism speaking, but that's the plan. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. See, that was quick.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to pick up on the point I was making earlier on street typologies and design speeds. And I would like to request a supplemental report on this. So I'm gonna paste it into chat. So I would move that we request a supplemental staff report on 1, basing design speeds on street typologies, and 2, reducing design speeds for minor and major collectors to 40 to 50 kilometers an hour.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Mason. Councillor Austin, anything else on it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the idea of this to me and staff, similar to Councillor Mason, I'll say staff can come back and tell me why I'm wrong. My concern is we have a street typology that breaks things out to several different broad categories. But then on the street design piece, we just have 4 buckets. And so when I look at that, what does a minor collector mean in my district? I'm looking at a street with a school on it, Hawthorne being, well, from a design point of view, that would be a 50 to 60. We're looking at Creighton Avenue as, again, a 50 to 60. And I mean, these are residential streets with neighborhoods built around them. They are minor collectors in that they collect the traffic in those areas, but they are not through fair sorts of streets. And so I think that 50 to 60 is kind of just a broad definition for this. Wouldn't be appropriate in my opinion. I think we should be looking at things a little bit more flexibly. And so if we base things on street typology, we might be able to get at some of the kind of more granular nature of our streets rather than just trying to put everything into 4 buckets in terms of street design speed. So that's what I want to do with this. And so that's the idea. And I'd like to see a supplemental report on it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mason, are you on this?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if Councillor Austin would be open to a friendly amendment to add reducing design speeds for residential streets to 25 to 40 kilometers per hour. And I'll see if I can grab that and put it in the chat, and then I'll speak to why I'm asking for that. So, you know, where I grew up in Dartmouth, there were no sidewalks, and there still aren't any sidewalks in any of those streets. Somerset Street, Glenwood, Birchwood Terrace, Overdale Lane, probably never will be on most of them, except I think Birchwood might have just gotten one this year. And I often wonder, do they need them? If the street is shared and the speed is slow enough, you don't really need them on those side streets. I have streets in my district that don't have sidewalks, and some of the neighbors really are upset by that. But given the speed of the cars and the low volume of cars, most parents also feel pretty safe letting the kids set up the basketball net in the street. So we should be designing to that where possible. You know, my feeling is, and again, this is having grown up in Dartmouth, you know, I remember going back to being a kid, cars jumping the curb and hitting people on the sidewalk. So it's kind of an illusion of safety. If someone's going to be completely irresponsible, that will not save us. But you see examples in NACTO and you see examples in all over Europe of shared streets where the effective speed limit is 25 kilometers an hour and the harms are extremely low to non-existent to sharing those streets. So I'm hoping that that's a friendly amendment to the mover. Since I'm the seconder, it's friendly to me. And that way I don't have to come back and make a separate vote and a separate motion for the same thing.
Councillor Austin, is that friendly?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I think it's in the same basket of concerns. So if Councillor Mason's intent is to add a number 3, reducing design speeds for residential streets, I would consider that friendly.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so we have a friendly amendment. That is the motion on the floor. The amendment as amended by Councillor Mason. Councillor Russell on this, perhaps?
Thank you very much. I just want to confirm that there are a number of points related to this. I just want to confirm that reducing the residential streets would only affect the regional center. It wouldn't affect the suburbs because that's the only place that I see residential streets, and I do see residential minor and major collectors. So there's an element of confusion there. I also just would like to clarify that when this report comes back, it is going to differentiate recommendations or opinions or something between minor collectors and major collectors. We have a major collector right in front of my house that on one side of my house, it's 50 kilometers an hour. On the other side of the house, it is 60 kilometers an hour. We have a number of streets in this area that are listed as major collectors, and they include Wingate and Cobequid and just there are quite a few of them where it is probably an appropriate speed for them to be 60 kilometers an hour in certain segments and 50 kilometers an hour in other segments. So I would just like to see that differentiation in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm okay with getting the report. I do have a question around process, but I think that anytime we look at considering, these kinds of significant changes, I think we just have to bear in mind as well that, people are speeding on our streets now, and we have 50 kilometers and they're going 80 and 90 in some locations. And so we are facing a huge challenge that I don't know what the solution is. I'm open to considering it. I sort of do. I'm cautiously optimistic on it, but I'm optimistic about anything that we can do to help facilitate this. At the end of the day, we have drivers who just don't care, or they've just changed their driving habits so badly that they're not even aware of the situations that they're creating on our streets. I have concerns as well around the notion that the residential streets would only be in the center area. So is there a way to change that so that it's considered out in the suburban areas as well? Because when we look at these, I'd like it to be considered certainly in District 3. The other question I have is more of around process. We have this motion for staff report. We have Councillor Mason's earlier one for the staff report. So staff reports in the reporting program that we receive can be years out. So what would be the potential turnaround for these particular reports, knowing that this is something that, we want to get it to where it goes to public hearing, but anything around public hearing, I don't think we then could introduce potential changes that might come out of these reports. So just, I see Kelly, you just piped in, maybe you could give me a sense of what would we be looking at if we start asking for a bunch of these reports?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I was perhaps reading the councillor's mind. I was actually sending a text saying, how long do we think we could turn these kinds of reports around? And the longer
Kelly,
Kelly,
we have a little trouble hearing you.
Yeah.
Any better?
I think.
Better?
Maybe try turning the camera off, Cal, and
We'll do that. How's that?
that's better, I think.
Is that better?
Yep.
Sorry about that. Anyway, yeah, just quickly, I was kind of wondering the same thing because, yeah, the longer the report gets, or the longer the asks get, the longer the turnaround time is. So obviously, we try to come back as quickly as possible, but I do wonder about, potentially the longer this gets, maybe there'd be a will of council to ask for to proceed and ask for a supplementary report, because the concern would be that applications that come in now would not be affected, right? So all this does is kind of longer the grandfathering period for under the existing rules, so it will take longer to affect any sort of change, if that makes sense. So I don't have an answer, but I do worry that it will take us a bit of time to come in, and we'll lose some changes through that process.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent, thank you. You're okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I see David Hubely's hand up. I don't know if that's, and Brad Anglish, I don't know if that's relative to this or from last week's meeting. I didn't notice it before.
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor, if I could. Just on the scope, maybe the best way to do it is to ask questions to confirm we understand the scope of this report. As I read it, it would be good to know, I believe, based on the question from Councillor Russell, but I believe the spirit of this motion is HRM-wide and not confined to any particular area of the municipality. I believe that to be the intent of the motion. I believe the intent is also that this is set for design speed of what would be new streets coming through planning and development, and potentially for consideration on our major reconstructions. And then, finally, is this conditional? Is this supplementary report conditional on moving forward with this Red Book package? Just be good to get clarity on that, so staff can move. To Kelly's point, we can kind of tighten this down and move as quickly as possible within a defined scope. Thank you.
Okay, we'll get Councillor Austin a chance to close in a second. Dave, were you trying to speak too?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that we are all on the same page with the design speed, which is not the same as a posted speed. It's very common to have a slight range in each of the classifications on the design speed, which is all linked back to the geometry of the road, but it's not the posted speed. As an example, the 100 series highways have a design speed of 120 kilometers an hour, but the posted speed is 110. So just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Okay. I get Dave and Brad to remove their hands. I think I see John Traves' hand.
Sorry, Mayor. Just a question from staff as well. In terms of the desire of COW, we need some clarity as to whether the intent would be to defer a decision and referring this matter to regional council pending receipt of the supplemental report, or whether it would be the intent that the changes go through first and second reading and there be a supplemental report that would come at some later point, which may or may not require additional changes to the bylaw. So I think it would be helpful if we knew from the mover and the seconder whether they wanted to, hold everything up at this point or move forward.
Okay. I'll go to Councillor Austin and we'll get some clarity on that. But Councillor Cuddle, you first.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to suggest perhaps a friendly amendment to the amendment that rather than residential, what if we changed it to local? Because there's suburban local, regional center, residential local, rural local.
Okay. Well, we're going to go to Councillor Austin anyway. He can bear that in mind. Is that fair, Councillor Cuddle? Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, colleagues. So just right off the top, my thinking on this was not to hold up what we have in front of us at all, because we'd be better. We've been waiting a long time on these Red Book updates, and staff having to do so much through exception, or in some cases allowing things that are less than ideal to go forward is not a good place to be. I mean, let's not let the what's your favorite saying, Mr. Mayor? Let's not let the enemy.
Perfect be the enemy of good.
Yes, that one. So I don't want to hold this up. My intent here is the same as that first amendment that we added. It would be a supplemental report to come after, not to delay what we have in front of us, to then go back and take a look at these pieces, since this is going to be an ongoing living document really going forward. To Councillor Russell's point, about concern about like, well, this street in Sackville doesn't necessarily fit with, like Hawthorne Street or Creighton Avenue in Dartmouth. And he's absolutely right. And that's why I look at this and think we'd be better off to base it on topology, right? Because there's a greater range of classification in the typology section than there is in just, well, that's a minor collector, so here's your design speeds that we're going to apply on that street. I think we'd be better off with having a little bit more variety to work with. To Councillor Kent talking about the design problems that we have now. I mean, that's precisely why we should go back and take a look at these from a typology point of view, because the streets that we have now, where we have a limit that's posted 50 and we're getting speeds of like 70, well, that's because the design that we had, the actual design speed for that street, was inappropriate for what we actually are, what its actual use is. So that's it in a nutshell. To Councillor Cuddle's point, I'm wondering if Councillor Mason might be able to buzz back in, since he put the number 3 on for residential streets. I don't have a problem with it being local. I mean, I think to some extent we're all getting a little too hung up on, well, this is a regional center street, this is a suburban street, this is a rural street. When staff come back, perhaps we should be looking at these, like coming up with better labels on them, because I don't think that we should be so strictly geographic about them. Like think about Main Street in Dartmouth, where there's an ambitious plan to change Main Street into a much more pedestrian oriented place. That might be a spot where it's like, well, we'd want an urban type regional center sort of classification on that street going forward. And there might be places around that it's like, no, you know what, this is more of a suburban type spot. I feel like this discussion is being a little bit stilted just by being stuck on these specific geographic labels, and then taking those labels and then thinking about them in our own places. Really what I think we should be thinking about is we've got a spectrum of street design here that we're considering, and what is the best fit for all of that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, similarly, if it doesn't say defer pending a supplementary staff report, I think the intention is do the thing staff asked, and then also we want supplementary report. So I don't see any of the stuff we voted on, none of it said defer. So all of it is we're going forward until someone puts the brakes on and we vote to put the brakes on, which we have not yet. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So we have an amendment on the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just quickly, I'm just a little bit confused here. We all want to get this going forward to public hearing and pass it. I absolutely agree with that comment. But when we are putting in amendments that require a supplemental report, we assume that these want to be ready, though, in time for us to go to the public hearing. I don't think we would want to delay and then, 6 months or a year from now, have all these supplemental reports come back and have to have another public hearing process. So I'm just a little confused on what we're saying here. Like, we don't want to hold things up today, but I would hope that we would have this information back before we went to public hearing.
Well, Mr. Traves, your hand is still up. Did you have something else?
Sorry, Mayor, I forgot to take my hand down.
Okay.
I don't know if Kelly wanted to answer that, Mike, or whoever, but I'm just a little confused about what we're trying to accomplish here before the public hearing.
Right. So Councillors Austin and Mason have amendments. One's passed, one will be voted on. But we don't want to slow the process down. But I guess we do need to just confirm that won't slow the process down. Ian or John?
I could probably help Mr. Mayor if you can hear me.
You'd be even better.
Okay, wonderful. Keep that for the record. The clarification that these are additional asks in addition to what's before council, I think will help, because the idea would be that it's supplementary information that could inform future amendments. What we'd be talking about after this process would simply be an amendment to the administrative order to affect changes going forward. So this initial amendment package, it would be very important that council would move ahead, hold the public hearing, adopt it, and then council could consider the information that comes back in the supplementary report to inform future changes, which we expect to continue on an annual or semi-annual basis. We wouldn't do the same public hearing that we're anticipating now. Thank you.
Okay.
Still having a bit of trouble hearing you, Kelly. What you're saying is we can go ahead with this. This can go to public hearing. These reports can come back, and then we can do what we need to after the reports come back.
Correct. Through a separate process. That's correct.
Okay. All right. Deputy Mayor, I think we've got Councillor Russell.
Yeah, so thank you. I was basically wondering sort of the same thing. Is this going to be when it's called a living document, is it going to be reviewed every year when these reports come back? Will these reports come back for it to be reviewed in another 8 years? Or will they be back in time for amendments? And some of these are significant. The effective elimination of suburban, for example, they would have a dramatic impact on the Red Book. And I'm also uncertain about the process, but I have no problem holding up the process until we get the right information back. So I'm not sure where to go with this. If it doesn't hold up the process, but we get the information back so that we can hold up the process later on, great. Thank you.
Well, what I'm hearing is that we can go ahead with the process. It can take its place. If this is back in advance of that, that's fine. But if not, we would deal with it afterwards. That's what I'm hearing. Councillor Cuddle, you're asking, oh yeah, you had asked about changing the name to local, and Sam deferred, Councillor Mason, Councillor, what's your name, Austin, deferred that to Councillor Mason for a comment. Councillor Mason?
Sorry, I lost track of which comment we're on, Mr. Mayor, sir.
Yeah, Councillor Cuddle has suggested using the word local as opposed to, what was it, residential? I can't remember. Councillor Cuddle?
Well, I mean, if we do that here, then the what's going to be voted on still says residential, so I'm not sure it's material. I think that if you want to change those labels, there's got to be a separate amendment to do that in the actual document in front of us. We could do that. I'm not against it, but I'm just saying it doesn't change anything for what we'd be voting on when we got to the public hearing.
It does, because we don't have residential streets in the suburbs. We have local streets.
Yeah, Wei, if you look at the chart that defines all the street typologies, you'll see that there's a local for the regional center, a local for suburbs, local for rural, and local for industrial, where the only time it's referenced is residential is in the regional center. So I'm just suggesting that.
Sure, doesn't make a difference to me.
Change it. Okay.
So local, so that could be considered a friendly amendment?
It's still not changed in what we'd be voting on at the public hearing, though. That's just changing it in this motion, right? So we'd have to have a separate motion to change it in the regional center in the bylaw that we're recommending for first reading.
I think that's correct, John. Right now, all we can do is amend the motion, not the entire report.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So we have whose motion? Councillor Austin's motion as amended by Councillor Mason, right? Nobody else to speak? We'll go to the vote. Ian?
Sorry, Mayor Savage, I'm just posting the revised motion in the chat. And to confirm, this will be coming as bullet number 5 out of the committee of the whole, just to confirm the conversation before. The plan is this will be bullet number 5 when it moves forward to council.
Okay, we'll just make sure that Councillor Austin and Mason are okay with that. Just give me a thumbs up. All right. Councillor Austin, I can't see you. You're good?
I am, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Some would say you're great. All right, let's go to the vote. Probably not your kids all the time.
Beginning with District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Counselor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Counselor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Counselor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Counselor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Voting in favor.
1, Counselor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Counselor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Counselor Kent.
In favor.
4, Counselor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Counselor Austin.
In favor.
6, Counselor Mancini.
Voting in favor.
7, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Counselor Smith.
4.
And 9, Counselor Clary.
Yes.
Thank you.
That motion passes. Next on the list is Counselor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a couple quick questions. So related to 2.31 and 2.32 in the report, which is intersection design and the design for intersection design for pedestrians within the criteria within the design criteria, gosh, I can't think right now or speak. It didn't mention anything around collision data. So I'm just wondering if that's something that's separate from this process when we're considering how intersections should be built and how they should be designed for pedestrians. I know that's something we do internally when it comes to doing improvements, but I'm wondering with the design criteria within the new red book, should we be also putting in there that we're going to consider collision data? So that's one. The streetscaping, we already talked a little bit about that. What I do wonder with our current assets, and I know we have some streetscaping programs around the go here in various areas. I'm just wondering how this potential new streetscaping piece will impact our current assets, and if it doesn't, will we just be relying on some of the other streetscaping programs that we have ongoing? And the other one was street lighting. So understanding that LED is being not considered, but LEDs being promoted. We don't currently have any bylaws related to LEDs, and I know I get complaints all the time from residents around new LEDs that are installed not only on municipal property but private property, and how that affects their personal properties from those lights. So I'm just wondering, within the criteria of installation for LEDs, will there be something, or can there be something in line that also looks at the impacts that might put on pedestrians and private, not just private homeowners, but just individuals outside of the area where the LED is being installed? The other one was actually, I was going to put an amendment forward after a discussion, but Councillor Mason did that regarding the residential street. So that's it for me.
All right, thank you. Who wants that one?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. With respect to the intersection design piece, so if we had a sort of a development or something where you're bringing in a new street into an existing street network or into an existing intersection, those designs are reviewed by internal staff. And when we do that, we always look at the existing collision history that we have in the area, and the traffic department plays a large role in that. So we would be considering the existing conditions to hand, and the new development would be doing a traffic impact study to look at, a variety of things, including volumes expected and then the collision history. So that is taken into consideration when we upgrade intersections in that way. Your other question, I think, was around streetscaping and with respect to the existing things that we have in place today. So that would be much like the other pieces of the network. When they reach the end of their service life, they would be updated to the new standards. And as many of us can understand, there's several different variations of streetscaping around the municipality. that reflect several different versions of the streetscaping standard. And so as those become, tripping hazards and, they need to be replaced and things like that, that's when the new standards would apply. And we do our best working with the streetscaping group to tie them in so that it's not too abrupt of a change as well. And I think Shannon was going to try to address the street lighting question.
Shannon?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I'll do my best to talk about the street lighting section. This whole chapter was essentially written by our street lighting staff, and I don't think we need a bylaw for street lighting because essentially this is saying what the municipal requirements are. And I believe part of that is considering the effect on private property. And it's amalgamated from the processes. The chapter that's in the Red Book is amalgamated from the written processes that we already had and we've been going through when we have a new development. We've just sort of collected it now into this one book. So we've been applying that all along, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith, you okay?
If I can follow up on that last piece really quickly, if you don't mind, just then I won't have to come back. Yeah, I won't have to come back after that. So just on that piece with the street lighting, so just for clarification on that, so I understand we're building new, but we don't, in terms of say it's nuisance lighting or somebody's replacing LED lights on a existing property, we don't have a bylaw that deals with, well, this is shining directly into my house. So the question is, how do we make sure that when we're looking at the design criteria, that piece is within the rationale of the Red Book? I understand we might look at it, but you don't read it and see that we're considering the impacts on other properties when new LEDs are being required. So that's really all I'm saying is when you read it, you don't see that we're actually doing that work and we're considering the impacts on other properties. So that's really so if that's happening, great. I just know in the past that when I've talked about these issues with staff, there's really nothing that guides dealing with them currently. But if we're going to do it in the future, just making sure that it says something clearly in there that we're making sure that doesn't impact other properties.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll have to follow up with our street lighting staff specifically on that. So I appreciate the comment. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Thank you, Shannon. Councillor Russell.
Thank you. I'm going to jump back to one of the first points that I was making in relation to Riverside Drive and Midnight Run, in that they are major collectors and or minor collectors. In either case, I'm looking at the diagram in the standard details, HRM 9. And what this shows is a standard road. This is a suburban minor collector, and it's got 3 lanes on it. And each lane is 3 to 3.5 meters wide or so. And the traveled way is 8 to 11 meters, which works well if it is 3 lanes wide. And I'm wondering, I guess, a number of different things. Riverside Drive is 1 lane each way, so it's 2 lanes wide. It's not 3 lanes wide. If there is something that changes on Riverside Drive, if it becomes more narrow, is it because it's currently 9 meters wide, and this is showing that the minimum width would be 8 meters wide. So if there is a refit of Riverside Drive, is it able to be more narrow in that refit than the 8 meters wide that is currently listed for a suburban minor collector? If not, or probably even if so, I'd like to suggest an amendment for all of the roads such that they consider the maximum width to be 2 lanes wide. I'm looking at a number of diagrams, and they are all 3 lanes wide and 8 meters wide. And I'd like to consider an amendment such that they are less than that, to 7 or 6 meters wide. But I'd appreciate an answer to the question first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. So with respect to your question around the minor collectors and the reason for the 3 lanes, we showed that on the cross section for such instances where you would need a turning lane. So the detail on the drawing on detail number 9 says turning lane is required. So that would be near intersections where we would, need through the traffic study turning lanes, a left turn lane or a right turn lane, and that's where it would be 2 lanes rather, or 3 lanes rather than 2. So the default would be 2 lanes wide, but we wanted to show the impact of what a turning lane would look like on the street for the sake of the cross section. So the intent is that it would be, 1 lane in each direction with turning lanes as required. So hopefully that answers that part of your question.
That answers part of it.
Okay.
If Riverside is refit, would it be able to be narrowed
right.
from the 8
Yeah.
meters?
Yeah, thank you for the reminder for that piece. Right, so as Dave Hubely had mentioned earlier, if we were redoing Riverside Drive, for example, and all of the curb needed to be replaced anyway, as part of the work, it was already at the end of its service life, and those kinds of things, if we were doing a major project, we would consider maybe narrowing the street, but if we were going there and doing a simple overlay project, then that would be out of scope, because then we would be replacing sort of good curb, right, to make the road narrow. So unless there was a significant, road safety concern, then, if we did that for every street that we would repave, we wouldn't be able to address nearly enough of the state of good repair issues that we need to do as part of the capital budget. So that's where those kinds of road renewal projects, we need to take a lot of different things into account, and the capital budget is part of that. So if the sidewalk is or the curb is in good shape, then we wouldn't necessarily replace it just to narrow the road, unless there was another reason for that, essentially like a road safety concern or something like that.
Right. In this case, I'm considering adding a curb, and that would take it from
Right,
potentially to 9 meters and make it more narrow.
Right, and so we would be looking at that. We would probably look at maybe doing something different with the shoulder, or maybe repaving it or making it narrow. But we would also look to see, the bus service on the street, and is that appropriate? All those things are taken into consideration. So putting new curb in is substantially expensive, and that's all. So that's how that discussion would take place during the capital budget. So it's not an automatic that the streets would be narrowed when we go to repave them or do work on them. It depends on the scope of the work and the scope of the work and the nature of the work that we're trying to do.
I guess I'm not expressing my question clearly. Is the street allowed to be more narrow than 8 meters wide, if that's what the design guidelines say that it needs to be? And if it is not allowed to be more narrow, then I'd like to make an amendment to the motion.
Right, so I think if you look at the width of the travel lanes, they're between 3 and 3.7 each. So that would be, if it's only a 2-lane road, that would be less than 8. We want to make sure that those lane widths include the width of the curb. If there's no curb, then that would just be the width of the asphalt. Things like, is there a bus route? Determine whether the lane would be, for example, between 3 and 3.7. So the answer is yes, that there's a possibility of that, depending on the nature of the street. I don't know if Dave wanted to add anything to that, maybe? Maybe not?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I agree. And it's so we've got the beauty of the range is that it's gives some flexibility. We would go down to as low as 8 meters, Councillor. But as Ann mentioned, there'd be a number of factors that we would have to look at before we made that decision, and it would be through the capital budget process that we would make that decision. But it does allow the flexibility.
I think I have the answer then. In that case, I would like to make an amendment that I can either make the amendment directly or request a supplementary staff report about reducing the minimum width of the suburban minor collector to 7 meters.
So that's a request for a staff report, Councillor?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
Seconded by
Thank you.
Councillor Mason, was it? Was that Mason?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so that's moved and seconded. Can we just put it in the chat? Let's have a look at it.
I will do my.
Mayor Savage, we're just putting it into a proper format, and I'll post it in a minute. Please let me know if that works and I can amend as required.
That is accurate.
Okay.
Just to confirm, Mayor Savage, that this will be, the intention is that this becomes bullet number 6 in the overall motion, if passed.
Okay, but yeah. Okay, any discussion on that? Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. I just wanted to suggest that we make this a little bit more specific in regards to the measurement, so that we're actually looking at width. You know, just when it says reducing minor collector roadways to 7 meters, I think we want to be specific about what it is we're talking about. Thank you.
If I may, that's a fair point. One of the items that was missed in this motion is that I'm looking to reduce the minimum width, not every width. And thank you for that, Councillor Lovelace.
Okay. With that change, are we ready for the question?
Can we please post the correct one with both of those changes with the, I think, the minor and the.
If I may suggest, Ian, the term minimum width should, the proper text would be reducing the minimum width of minor collector roadways.
Okay, minor collector respecting minimum width. Is that correct now, Paul?
The one that was just posted in the chat, reducing the minimum width, yes.
Okay. Okay, let's vote.
On this amendment, beginning with District 11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion or the amendment.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the amendment.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
And 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay, that's carried. We have, thank you, Councillor Russell. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So I just wanted to get an answer to the question that I asked before. Is there a way to, is there plans in place? And this is a living document that we've talked about today. So is there a way to assess the impact of the changes of these new policies on the infrastructure to make sure it is working and it is doing what it's supposed to be doing? And especially like collision history like that would be an important piece to add to that data collection to make adjustments along the way. So it's not just here it is, whether it works or not, we're going to just continue going in this direction, like to be able to be flexible with that. And secondly, regarding complete streets, wondering what the plan is for, older communities that we have in our districts. Like I have Cherrybrook and Lake Loon that the shoulders really aren't wide enough for walking. The streets are actually narrow, which makes it difficult to walk on the side of the road, and just things like that. Are there streams available from other levels of government, like federal, provincial, or any type of petition that we can do to see if there's any money available to help supplement the cost of bringing these communities and these streets up to our complete street standards? And one more thing, just regarding public engagement. There are a lot of residents that are not in favor of lowering speed limits on the streets. So is the public hearing the only way for these folks to make their concerns known? Or is there any other public engagement from this point onwards that folks could have their voices heard on these issues? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So to answer your first question, there is a method to assess this, and that's our intent. By granting this AO and the amendments to the subdivision bylaw, that we would be able to update these guidelines on an annual basis. So part of that would include our variance request process and assessing how many variances we get and what's actually working in that respect. And then to also assess the data we're collecting on collision data, et cetera, and to make those appropriate changes on an annual basis. So we'll keep this as a living document and keep it going. And then maybe it won't take us 8 years next time, hopefully. And if you don't mind me jumping to your third question about public engagement, one of our public engagement pieces through this process, in addition to the public hearing, we had an online public survey, and we also, yes, so we had an online public survey, and then we sent the document out because it's so technical facing and not necessarily very readable to the average resident. We didn't want to feed them with too much information, so we focused on the public survey and a summary aspect, and we shared the document with people with a bit more of a technical background on it and community advocates. As speaking to the amendments process, I think that the public hearing would be the appropriate place to speak to the amendments. We haven't had the opportunity to go and engage the public on particularly the changes to the design speed piece that has been suggested today through the amendments. So that's something we can look at in the future. But we hope to have, even with our annual updates, we hope to have an aspect of public engagement on that on an ongoing basis as well. And to speak to your second question about budgets, I don't know. And I suspect most of the people in the room with me answering questions aren't certain about that either. So that's something we can follow up on and get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. You good, Councillor Purdy? Okay. On a third go, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you.
I think you missed me on the second go, sir.
I'm sorry then, I didn't see that. My apologies. Councillor Hensby on a second go.
Thank you, sir. My questions in regards to the streetlight standards and stuff. I know Dave I was gonna ask that question. Under page 86, section 7.2.2, subsection H, how I read that in regards to if there's an existing street already there and they're extending the street or new streets in a subdivision, they're going to try to maintain the same street lighting standard that's already there instead of having a light on every damn pole. I'm really frustrated with the new construction standards coming in and putting an urbanized standard in rural areas. I felt that streetlights should only be at the most at every second or third pole, but here we are getting extensions. I can talk about Emily Court, or not Emily Court, but there's a street there in Mineville that just got recently extended, and half the street is every second pole. When you get to the next half, it's on every pole, and it just seems like it's overkill. Notting Hill is what it is. It's just find that our street standards should be a little more flexible in rural areas and not have the intensity that they have in urban areas. So I'd like to know if I'm interpreting that right. And also on figure B12 of your priority plans for active transportation corridors, you need to have a little blue spot on the Seaforth Causeway. That part of the trail has been underwater, and it's the missing link that connects Musqueam Harbor, Porter's Lake to the metro area. I talked about this in the past. The Blueberry Run Trail, which is a part of. I know the Marine Riders are making a big application for funding now that they're eligible for trail funding. They're looking for sources of funding to help reemerge that submerged part of the trail. So I want to make sure that we don't forget about that priority project for that area. And a little concerned about this active transportation off-road trail standard requiring that they be paved. I'm kind of curious about the 3-inch pavement criteria there. Why could there not be crushed dust work? A lot of our trails are currently are. So just kind of want to know is that going to be the new standard moving forward, or is there going to be an option there for engineers to determine that perhaps a crusher path would be just as good? And my last question is the length of a roadway. May I talk about Scottsdale in Musquedown Harbor? We approve a subdivision down there for development, but now the residents want to pave the road, build it to a public standard, and transfer it over, but we're having difficulty accepting it because of the length of the road of the subdivision. I have some difficulties with standards like that. If the residents want to build it to a public standard and pass it over to us, all the power to them. I've done that with Norwood Court and Les Collins Avenue and a few others. I could talk about long lengths of roads. I hope this guidelines will address that inadequacy that Scottsdale has been frustrated with. So could I have some clarification on that, please?
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. I'll try to answer the questions as best I can. So street lighting is under the traffic department, but I understand that the street lighting is based on the standard, the IEEE standard. And unfortunately, that's the level of detail that I'm aware of. So I may have to get back to you with more clarification on that from the traffic department. And then with respect to the active transportation off-road trail, one of the reasons we like to have them paved is that they're more accessible when they're paved. There's a maintenance concern with the crusher dust where it isn't fully accessible for those with mobility devices, for example, and also it makes it easier in the wintertime for snow clearing. So that's the rationale for the paving of the off-road trail. I'll ask Dave if he's able to speak to the length of road question.
Actually, I was going to ask you to speak to the I think there's some review done on that. The standard's been in place since 2000, Councillor. Some of the rationale for it is around safety and fire access rather. I know the committee reviewed that, looking at this phase 1, and came back with a decision to keep it as is. So the desire is to leave it as is, and it does not preclude, though, that in the future we could look kind of revisit that to see if changes are warranted. Thank you.
My problem with that answer is we approved the subdivision with all the length of the road and stuff, be it at a private road stand and put in, and they maintain the cost of themselves and stuff. Now they want to upgrade to a public standard, and we're not going to accept it. We approved it as a private subdivision road, but we won't take it over if they build to a public standard and we take it over the public road. That's unacceptable. We should never approve it in the first place as a subdivision of the private road. If we're going to do that, I just find that very difficult to understand and appreciate. And I want to know if there's anything in this guideline book that we need to change now to make that a possibility that Scottsdale can now be considered to be upgraded to a public road at their cost and transferred to us at no additional cost for us in the capital cost of it, just future maintenance only. If there's something in the guidelines we need to change and amend now to make this happen.
Mr. Mayor, I'll jump in. It's Brad. Couple things here. One, subject to Kelly's concurrence, I'd like to take, my simple answer is no. Change to the Red Book will not change Scottsdale, and Kelly and I will commit to you to review Scottsdale with you. This is something we have talked about. We understand your concerns entirely and want to address them. This is just an issue of time. The Red Book's not going to retroactively deal with that situation. So I would respectfully ask we deal with that offline. For the benefit of council on street lighting, quite a few questions on street light standards. I think it was Councillor Lovelace's motion for staff to bring back a report regarding street lighting standards. That report is with me now. I just asked for it to be updated to show all the procedures and methodologies to have street lighting adjusted so that it reads more like a manual for council to help work with citizens to get things, whether it be a private road, a provincial road. So anyways, we're working on that report. I don't see it being much longer. However, I've said that before. So that is coming back as well. Again, not sure Red Book is the right way to go about what I understand to be the majority of problems around street lighting. And again, just to recall, we took 40,000 existing streetlights and converted them all out to LED at once, as is, where is, and of course, a whole host of problems came from that. So we're still working through all that as a staff to get it right. So very important that we work with council to get this, kind of that conversion fixed. There are still gaps in the system. I'm aware of that. And certainly if you're having overlighting situations or inconsistencies in standards, just please continue to bring them to staff and we'll work with you. I'm not, like I say, Red Book is not a good retroactive tool. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'm going to third rounds now. If I've missed somebody on the second round, let me know. There's a lot of chatter in the chat line of all places. So Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, so I'm just going to pop the amendment up there again. So similar to what Councillor Mason, Austin, Russell have done, I don't want to slow down the process, but I would like a supplementary report. So I would move that the Committee of the Whole request a supplementary report that considers the benefits either requiring 2 sidewalks on a street or design a residential or local shared street as provided in the NACDO design guides for inclusion in the municipal design guidelines, the so-called Red Book.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. And very briefly on this, because we discussed it during the questions, and I think as someone else asked about it as well, I think there's benefit in finding out what the challenges are, but mostly what the benefits are if we do require 2 sidewalks on a street. And if there's a good reason for not providing the second sidewalk, similar to what Councillor Mason talked about growing up in Dartmouth, there are lots of streets, both old and potentially new ones, that will only have 1 sidewalk. And maybe just designing it for shared use might be the way to go. But what I would like to know is where are the benefits and what kind of streets should we do this on? So thank you for this.
Okay, Councillor Hensby.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'll support the request for a report of this matter, but I think that, I think a double sidewalk on one street should only be limited to arterials and collector roads only, not local. I think that we have enough sidewalks on our local streets, especially in the urban core, to try to keep up and maintain. If we do double up on all those streets, I think we're going to have a nightmare in regards to trying to keep them up and maintain. I'd rather see us look at possibly taking out some sidewalks and maybe widening some of the boulevards in there, more trees and stuff, and just have sidewalks on one side of the local streets instead of 2 sides that are currently there in some places. Like I said, I'll wait for the report, but I think that this might be an astronomical undertaking if we're to double up the sidewalks on all streets.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Just quickly, I will support this, but I was sort of expecting this to be more on new streets and new development and new communities rather than all because of the cost and whatnot. So I'll just throw that back to Councillor Cleary for his thought. But I would think that in new developments where, for example, in most cases, the developer is responsible for the cost, I would like to see this on both sides of the street. But I'd just like his feedback on whether he views this on all streets or on new streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, You know, I too have concerns about it being on all streets. But one thing I would like to be considered is that if the recommendation is to only have it on one side of the street, how do the design guidelines help protect pedestrian safety in terms of being able to cross the street to get to the sidewalk? Because, you know, back to my situation in Governor's Brook with parking on both sides of the street, it's a very dangerous situation. And, you know, I'm not quite understanding where parking fits in the design manual right now. Is that with traffic authority, but I see the two as being very interrelated. And if the design isn't considering parking, then I think there's a gap there that needs to be brought together.
Councillor Mason?
Strong support for this motion. I think, as Councillor Cuddle said, that our current design standards don't really take the pedestrian, keep the pedestrian in mind when we're talking about these kind of residential roads, and certainly you see it in Governor's Brook and South and West Medford. But to the point that Councillor Deputy Mayor made, you know, this would help direct both the new roads in the Greenfield construction, Port Wallace, the other places that are being talked about, even the next phase of Governor's Brook potentially, and I think it could be great if the option was there for side streets and narrow streets to be signed at 25 kilometers an hour and to be shared streets and to be designed to make it extremely difficult to drive down at any kind of speed at all, rather than putting in sidewalks that we have to plow and shovel separately and create a maintenance issue and are frankly often really underused. That's why where I grew up in Dartmouth, they didn't want to put in sidewalks in a lot of those places because the speed was effectively very slow. The volume was very slow. But I think this also applies to the retrofitting piece to Councillor Outfit, which is, again, the cost of putting that sidewalk on Birchwood Terrace would have put speed humps in every street in Creighton Park, every single one. And when I think about a lot of those suburban areas that I hung out in and grew up in, I think the most cost-effective way to give relief to the majority of our residents as quickly as possible are to acknowledge it's okay to not have a sidewalk there if it's made safe through these other means. And so I think it applies to both new and old, and I'm excited to see this move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin has been satiated by Way's comments, so ready for the question.
Speaking to the amendment, which will move to bullet number 7, if approved, beginning with District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the amendment?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the amendment.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outfit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the amendment.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
And 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to take a bit of a break here and we'll come back. I have Councillor, we may as well finish this up though. We have Councillor Austin and Russell and then Councillor Cleary at this point in time. I see phase 5 is being delayed for 2.5 weeks. That must be the press conference. So we will come back at 3:25, right back here on the screen. Don't go anywhere. Same bat time, same bat channel. 3:25.
Good afternoon. It is now 1:25. Who will be taking down the holding screen and returning your cameras and microphones to you.
I think you meant to say 3:25.
That is correct, 3:25.
Okay, Ian, are we good?
We are Mayor Savage. You have your camera and your microphone unlocked, and you can start the meeting on your call.
Okay, folks, we're still on committee of the whole. The issue is what we call the Red Book Municipal Design Guidelines. Councillor Austin. Is Councillor Austin with us?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was here. I had you on mute and I didn't hear you.
Councillor Austin, no problem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just as I don't have a motion on this one, questions for staff. And this is coming off of the points from earlier that Anne made about the widths of of your local residential streets. So the 6.7 meters to 9 meter travel way. And what I'm wondering is, like, I get the point that was made that, we allow a great variety there, width that runs up to 9 meters because there's an expectation, well, there'll be parking on that street that will fill up space. So it's not really a 4.5 meter travel lane in each direction. Because that would be really, really excessive and not the sort of design we want. So the thing I'm wondering about is, how do we connect, when we have a standard like that, how do we connect it back to the actual traffic regulations and expectation on that's out there on the ground? Because if there's places where we know that there's always going to be no parking on one side of the street, we should be designing and planning accordingly. Or if we figure there's not going to be parking demand, right? And this kind of cross section is just kind of one take. It has a range, but it doesn't have that sort of detail. So I'm wondering if staff could comment on how those conversations actually happen to make sure that we don't end up with streets that are way in excess of what is reasonably needed and that end up being dangerous as a result.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. We reach out to Victoria Horns Group in parking, and we look at what the needs might be for the particular street in that particular neighborhood. And so it's context sensitive, like many other things. So as we look at new developments, we'll be working with the parking department to see what the expected usage of parking might be in the neighborhood or the needs in nearby, and make decisions based on that. And again, if we don't need parking on both sides of the street, or we need to restrict it for some reason, then that would influence the overall width of the paved area, the two lanes together.
So in that situation, you actually dial it back down. It heads back towards the 6.7 rather than staying at 9.
That's right. Yep.
So would these standards allow us in situations where we built a street that was wide, and then we're looking at, well, this side is always no parking. It's been no parking because it didn't work, because we don't have the driveways to create space, to create those, the spaces so that people can actually slip by each other. If we have a situation where there's always no parking, would these standards be something that we would then look at to say, well, on this street, we should actually move that curb potentially back in at some point when an opportunity allows?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the intent. So if we get to a situation where we're replacing the curb anyway, and we're doing major reconstruction for whatever reason, or the sidewalk needs to be replaced or something like that, those would be opportunities for us to narrow the street overall, and to, if we know we can't accommodate parking for some reason like that, then we do look at those opportunities. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Russell.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm just a little bit befuddled. There was a situation that arose during that break. I'm going to leave my camera off because the internet is lousy today. And I'm looking at, I had mentioned this this morning, I'm looking at diagram HRM 49 in the standard details. This is the pedestrian ramp alignment. And I'm wondering if there has been consideration given to the word that I pointed out earlier, the word only, in relation to the ramp divider. And basically, again, the context is it says install ramp divider only when when the ramp divider itself will be greater than 450 meters. And that means that it is still left up to the discretion of someone, that it would not automatically or always be there if it is going to be greater than 450 meters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor, that is the intent of that sentence, is that the divider would be there wherever it's possible, and that would be the default. So we'll look to adjust the language in note 2, and we've made a note of that to take back and bring it forward, hopefully at our next round of revisions.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Then I'm looking at diagram HRM 50, and Mr. Mayor, feel free to let me know when I run out of time. Diagram HRM 50 is the driveway ramp, and based on this diagram and every other diagram that I've seen of driveways going onto a street, it looks like the driveway is elevated from the street. And this is great half the time. We have a number of residences here where the driveway is below the grade of the street. And so there is no consideration here for what happens in that situation where the water or the snow or the whatever, construction debris in some cases, flows from the street onto someone's property. And generally the standard is what's on your property as far as water or whatnot stays on your property. And in this case, we have to build driveway lips along the edge of the street, or have some sort of gutter or gully or something, so that the water doesn't go from the street onto the into the driveway and wash out part of the driveway in some cases because it might not be paved. And I'm just wondering if consideration could be given to that, and should an amendment, should something be required for that? I don't know. And I'm again sort of looking at you.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor. So the situation, as I understand it, would be a driveway that is sort of a negative grade, so it's down the hill from the level of the street.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so in those cases, what we do is that the sidewalk would still be elevated from the road, because we want the water from the street infrastructure to drain back towards the gutter, and then the driveway would transition. So there is a detail where we're trying to dig for it right now. We can't quite find the right one, so my apologies. But we would. Okay, but there's a transition that
there is no sidewalk.
Where there is no sidewalk, so we would still look to make sure that there is a transition back, so that the car wouldn't get hung up on the sidewalk, and that becomes very challenging in some of the retrofit situations, as you may imagine, where that room to transition back sort of smoothly isn't there. There's often cases across the municipality where one side of the street is high and one side of the street is low. And so sometimes what we do is we look to make adjustments to the crown of the road, up or down, to try and alleviate the transition. And there's a few things we can do there, but those are challenging designs to do. And those are things that we look at very carefully to make sure that we're not creating situations where it would be any worse than it is right now. Yeah, so I think that those are something that we look at now. Yeah.
That does not sound like it would have an impact. The crown of the road does not sound like it would have an impact on the road itself meeting the driveway that is below the road, where there is no transition whatsoever. It just goes from road onto, downhill onto this driveway.
Councilor Russell, I have to cut you off. So we finish up, and then if you want to come back again, Paul, you can do that. Finish up, Anne, if you want.
Yeah, so I guess maybe, Councillor, that's something we can take offline and discuss. There's a drawing, there's a detail HRM 32 that speaks to that, and it shows it with the sidewalk, but the intent would be similar if the sidewalk wasn't there, where it transitions over time. But there's existing driveways that wouldn't meet that right now. Hopefully that helps.
Okay, I am looking at that. That again is above the road, so I will send you a diagram. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just very quickly, I notice in the Red Book or the design guidelines, there isn't any mention of a raised intersection. Both Transportation Association of Canada and NACDO have policy guidance and design guidelines for raised intersections. Is there a particular reason why we did not want to include those as a possibility in our Red Book?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, just to address that question. That I think is one of those things that we just didn't get a chance to address as part of this quick hits piece. It's something we're looking at. It's certainly something we've considered before. So the things you'd want to look at is, drainage and accessibility. So sometimes that's more of a challenge for someone with a visual impairment. So we want to make sure that we have that ability for someone with a visual impairment to understand they're crossing the street. And sometimes the tactile indicators alone aren't enough. There needs to be another cue. So it's not something that we've, disregarded for any reason, but it's something we need to look into more carefully before we have a permanent standard that we can approve sort of without further review.
Well, and I appreciate the question. What I've done is I've just posted an amendment in the chat there. So I would like to move that the Committee of the Whole request a supplementary report looking at the benefits of adding raised intersections to the municipal design guidelines.
Second.
Thank you. And so if you look at some of the policy guidance around these, they do a number of things in terms of slowing traffic down, and they can be used. And anytime we introduce something new, I'm dealing with the intersection at Oxford, Allen, and Oak, where we now have turn restrictions for vehicles. Bicycles are allowed to go through, and we actually have a push button activated half signal for pedestrians and for cyclists. And of course, it causes all kinds of consternation because lots of people don't know how to use it. And so they're getting used to it. And so I appreciate where Ms. Sherwood's coming from. And hopefully this gives some impetus for staff to look at this in a more detailed way in the coming, however long it takes. With all the amendments, I don't want to slow this down. This is just to come back to look at, to include, if possible, for future design. So I appreciate that.
Okay, that amendment is in the chat, seconded by Councillor Blackburn. Ready for the vote on that amendment, colleagues?
Question.
Okay, yeah.
Beginning with District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the amendment.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the amendment.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Tuttle.
In favor.
And 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Colleagues, I think we're at the end of the debate, unless somebody wants to
Question on the main motion, Mr. Mayor.
question on the main motion.
As amended.
I did indicate in the chat that I would like to speak again, if I may.
Okay. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I would like to, I was going through the guidelines and I saw, I was looking specifically for information on medians, islands, and roundabouts. in separate items. And I didn't see any information on medians or islands or roundabouts within the new red book. So I would like to make a motion that is exactly like Councillor Cleary's motion, except that instead of raised intersections, it says medians, islands, and roundabouts. So it would be that the Committee of the Whole request a supplementary report looking at the benefits of adding medians, islands, and roundabouts to the municipal design guidelines.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
I'll second that. Roundabouts.
Seconded by Councillor Hensby. Councillor Russell?
Yep, thank you very much. The reason for this is because we have an island or a set of islands and a set of medians that are here in Lower Sackville. And I just want to make sure that they're all constructed to the same standards. I get that they are similar to curbs, but I want to make sure that we have the right clearances and the right geometry and the right everything else around them. So by adding this to the red book, it would just ensure that everybody is on the same page with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment, Councillor Clary?
So I wonder if I could just get staff to speak to some of these, because I have found roundabouts in the document. Page 29 actually lays out a number of design policies. To be honest, I haven't looked for medians and islands. I would think they would be, I've seen them in some of the cross sections, but I wonder if maybe Ms. Sherwood could just speak to what is in there now. What are we missing? Are there, obviously there are probably, especially with the TAC guidelines, a lot more design elements that maybe aren't in here that we draw on regularly, because we regularly install roundabouts. We have lots of them now compared to what we had 10 years ago. So can you just speak to what, to your remembrance, is in the guidelines now and what we're missing relative to Councillor Russell's motion there?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. We do speak to roundabouts in the Part A of the guidance. There aren't specifically details in Part B other than maybe traffic pavement markings that I can remember off the top of my head. But the roundabouts are to be designed in accordance with the Transportation Association of Canada Geometric Design Guide for Roundabouts, which is a document that was published in 2017. NHRM was part of the review of that document when it was originally published. We also do have guidance that we follow from Transportation Association of Canada that speaks to islands around things like the minimum area that you would need to have to make sure that it's a refuge, and things like that. So that information is included in the TAC guidance, and what the Red Book is intended to do is to supplement that guide. So if there are things that aren't included in the TAC guidance nationally, or there are things that we want to change, then we would address them in the Red Book. But if there are things that we feel are covered adequately in the TAC guidance, we refer to that sort of as a starting place, if you will, as the fundamental guide. So, you know, we can respond to this, the request for supplementary report, but we do, you know, encourage roundabouts. We have motions from staff, from council, sorry, from years ago that ask us to look at those. We have several in the municipality today, and looking at islands, and I believe Glendale, Councillor Russer might be the one you're speaking to. You know, those were designed in accordance with the TAC guidance around turning movements and the width of the median and the area of it to make sure that it's an appropriate refuge and things like that. That may or may not answer the original question.
Yeah, and so maybe if Councillor Russell comes back to close, he can speak specifically to what he'd like to see to give direction to staff, because I've noticed many references to medians, roundabouts, and islands. So I support this, but I just don't know if staff know what he's looking for. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Russell?
Thank you. I was basically looking in the standard details for information on the roundabouts, and I did not notice, and I apologize for that, it was in the design guidelines under the TAC reference. Would still appreciate the report on medians and islands, at least specifying some information about that. Thank you.
But isn't the diagram for the roundabouts in there for like 2 or 4 lanes going into one circle? I thought there should have been a design for 1 lane traffic. I just found that the diagram in the notes was quite large for larger projects.
Councillor Cuttle.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it was on the main motion, not on the amendment. I'm just not sure where we are right now.
Okay. Are we ready for the question on the amendment, colleagues?
Question?
Can I confirm that I've just removed roundabouts from the motion? Do you want roundabouts included or removed?
I accept that. Thank you.
And to the seconder, was that Councillor Hensley?
So, but I still like to have a smaller version. I'm sure staff can address that.
Okay, so roundabouts is out of the motion. Ready for the question?
I had a quick question, Mr. Mayor, in the chat.
Councillor Smith.
I'm not clear on what the staff will be bringing back after getting the answer from Ms. Sherwood. I'm just unclear on what we would be getting back from the supplementary report. So I'm just wondering, I'm not sure if that's Councillor Russell or if that's one of the members of staff. I'm still unclear what we expect to get from this supplementary report on just the medians and islands.
Mr. Mayor, through you, sorry, Councillor.
Oh, go ahead.
I think the question was for staff.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Smith and Councillor Russell. As I understand it, looking for clarity on perhaps the design standards that we use for islands and medians, and that would be the references to those sections within the TAC guidance that refer to them. Is that sort of what we're looking for?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Question on the motion, on the amendment.
Beginning with District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the amendment.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
Sorry, Councillor Smith, that was 4?
Yes.
Thank you. 9, Councillor Cleary.
No.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against.
12, Councillor Stoddard. Councillor Stoddard.
Sorry about that. Against the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Against.
I have 11 votes for, 6 votes against for the motion to carry.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question for staff about curb extensions and bump outs. And in the design guidelines, it says that they can be considered, where was it here? The context of them, the curb extensions are designed based on street context and street classification. I'm just thinking that that's a little vague. So I'm not quite sure based on that where they could be considered and where they won't be considered. Is there any way to elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. So one of the things we look at is, you know, if the road is wider than it needs to be, for example, and there may be situations where it doesn't need to be that wide at the intersection, but maybe we still want to have on-street parking. So that would be a situation where maybe we'd put the bump out at the intersection and leave the remainder of the street a bit wider to allow for on-street parking. But where you can't park legally within a certain distance of the intersection or the crosswalk anyway, that allows us to build a bump out there to shorten the crossing distance, but still allow for parking on the remainder of the street. That would be a kind of situation where we would consider a bump out in those.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering about the street classification. I mean, are there street classifications that this wouldn't apply to, or it would apply to, and in particular on local residential streets and the mid-block ones? Like, I'm just wondering how, you know, not just for parking and crossing the street, but for street calming, how this might apply. And I'm sorry, and you must be getting really tired. There's a lot of questions coming at you, but you know, all of this is, you can tell by all our questions, this is really important. So yeah, thank you for staying with us here.
Yeah, you're welcome. Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. My headphones are messing up my hair, but other than that, I'm good. When you speak about the bump outs, the local streets and the minor collectors would be the streets where we'd be more likely to put a bump out. So something like an arterial where we would expect higher volumes of traffic and a higher speed, we'd be less likely to put in a bump out on those kinds of streets. Because, you know, think like Quimple Road, where we may have parking in the morning, but not during rush hour, but parking off peak or something like that. You wouldn't want to put the bump out there because then you wouldn't be able to have the lane of traffic when you need it for rush hour or something like that. But if you had more of a local street where you can have parking most of the time, but you legally can't park within the intersection anyway, and you don't need it for traffic, that would be where you'd put a bump out.
And is there anything that would trigger, I mean, besides the recapitalization, you know, like when you're going to recap, you know, when we're going to redo a road, I mean, is there anything that would trigger this to happen or not?
Yeah, so sometimes certain things would. So if it was on a street for traffic calming, it's one of the things we look at right now. We're for traffic calming, we've put in a few. We're looking to see how well they're working, to see if they're doing what we expected them to. It's also one of the tools we use on local street bikeways to try and discourage through traffic and things like that. So we can have the lower volume and lower speed that makes the local street bikeways appropriate for those situations. So those are, you know, sort of two situations when we would look at bump outs. The other one that I would think of would be situations where, again, to use that technical term, where we have weird intersections that might be at unusual angles or larger, where they come, there's more than one intersection, or they come in at strange angles. Sometimes we use a bump out like that at those intersections to sort of tighten up the turn so that it's not quite as easy to take the turn at a higher speed. Those are sort of the three that come to mind right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, or maybe that was the last one. Councillor Smith, are you?
That was last time.
Last time. Okay. All right, colleagues. Are we ready for the question? So we're going to vote on the motion on the floor as amended. Ready for the question?
Question.
All right.
Beginning with District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Otis.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
And 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, the only thing I would like to say on this is that I had on page number 5 of the report, it lists some of the organizations that were consulted, and I've heard from a number of them how impressed they were by the work that our folks did on this and how much listening and engagement they did. So I thank our staff. Thanks to Peter Duncan, to Shannon O'Connell, Ann Sherwood, Dave Hubley, Kelly Denty was with us a bit, Brad Anguish. And by my scorecard, we had exactly 50 council interventions on this one. So that was a robust discussion. All right, colleagues. So Ian, can we go right into council, or do we need to, what do we need to do to get started on council? I want to get into council before noon if possible.
We can start council and move forward with the vote call, all those pieces. We do need some time to send this ratification motion. I will let you know if we need additional time once we go through all those beginning of the meeting pieces.
Okay, so we can go right into council. So we will adjourn committee of the whole and go right into council, you're telling me?
That is correct.
Okay. So I'll accept the meeting to adjourn committee of the whole.
So moved, Councillor Russell.
Second.
Done. All right, so now I'm going to call council to order. Once again, I want to say that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional unceded land of the Mi'kmaq people, and we should all be aware of the peace and friendship treaties and their importance. I'm going to, we've gone through the roll call. I think we know everybody's here. I'm not going to go through that again. Just tell me if you're not here. Not hearing anybody, I assume you are. We'll look at the approval of minutes of August the 17th revised and August 31st.
Moved, Councillor Mason.
Moved by Councillor Mason.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Cuttle. Was it Councillor Stoddard? Who was it?
It was Cuttle.
Councillor Cuttle, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That's carried. I'll ask you to look at the consent. Sorry, the approval of the order of business. Mr. Clerk, anything on that?
Mayor Savage, we have an added item, which is the ratification motion coming from council today. We have received confirmation that it can be added from all members of council.
Thank you. So that'll be done. Anybody else? Does somebody want to move the order of business?
I'll move the order of business as amended, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Seconded. Councillor Kent, I see. Seconded by Councillor Kent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, let's look at the consent agenda, colleagues. If there's no changes, does somebody want to move the consent agenda as circulated?
So moved.
So moved. Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Moved by Councillor Kent and seconded by Councillor Russell that the consent agenda be approved. We're going to do a vote on our machines on this one.
Beginning with District 16, Deputy Mayor Otit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
All in. Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
And 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Thank you.
All right, that's carried. So colleagues, just to go over what's passed on consent for those at home, 11.1.2 is a request for quote collection and transportation of source separated solid waste from condominium properties. 11.1.3 is increase to contract pontoon refurbishment. 11.1.4 is wharf repairs, phase 2, Halifax and Dartmouth. 11.3.1 is Heritage Advisory Committee request to include 173 Creighton Avenue. And 11.3.2 Financial Incentives Program for Schmidtville and Old South Suburb Heritage Conservation Districts. Those are all deemed passed on consent. I will call for conflicts of interest, declaration of conflict of interest. Motions of rescission, there's none. Deferred business, we don't have. There is no public hearing. Correspondence, Mr. Clerk. Ian, correspondence?
My apologies, Mayor Savage. Correspondence has been received for item 11.1.1, and it has been distributed to all members of council.
Thank you. Petitions, Councillor Lovelace, perhaps?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a petition with 444 names on it to protect Puddle Lake in Queensland from the ongoing damages to this body of water caused by the Highway 103 twinning project. Unfortunately, this well-loved lake has had numerous silt breaches, and there have been a few orders from the Department of Environment on this issue. So if I may, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to put a motion forward to address this petition from concerned citizens.
Okay, Mr. Clerk or John, is that's okay?
Yes, Mayor, it's appropriate to receive a petition.
A motion for the petition?
Yes, so resulting from these actions, these ongoing issues, Mr. Mayor, I request that Regional Council write a letter to the province of Nova Scotia requesting oversight on the ongoing issues and the silt breaches and damages to the puddle caused by the Highway 103 twinning project.
Okay.
Second.
You might need some information on that. I think, could we ask for a quick turnaround staff report on that, Councillor Lovelace, so that we all know more about that?
Certainly, if we feel that is needed, we have had ongoing conversations with the Department of Environment on this issue, but certainly I will happily request a staff report to help us understand precisely what is going on and why these breaches continue.
Okay, so Ian or John, that's appropriate at this point in time to have that motion?
That motion is fine. Requesting a staff report. I would request that information from the councillor be posted in the chat so I can throw it in the format.
That information has already been sent to the clerk's office.
I think it's on the motion.
Thank you, councillor.
I just posted in the chat. Clerk, if Ian, if you want me to do that.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, that would be fine. We can do it verbally too if everyone understands the motion.
Let's see it written down, please.
Okay, there it is. Request a staff report on the ongoing environmental concerns and silt breaches at the puddle in Queensland caused by Highway 103 twinning project. That's the motion. That was seconded by
Councillor Kent?
Councillor Kent. Thank you. If there's no further discussion on that, let's go
Thank
to
you,
the.
Alex. I appreciate that.
Let's go to the vote.
Beginning with District 16, Deputy Mayor Otit.
Voting yes, thank you.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent. Councillor Kent. 4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Councillor.
Yes, it's Councillor Ken in favor. I've lost something here.
Thank you, Councillor. 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
12, Councillor Cuddle.
It's 11 and yes.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
And 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. There's no presentation. We have an information item brought forward from our last meeting. Councillor Cleary, review of bylaws C1100 respecting campaign financing. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I asked for this to come forward. I didn't have a chance to engage with the executive committee when they discussed this. And reading the staff report, a lot of the recommendations going forward were, staff need to provide more communication, staff need to provide better forums, staff need to provide this. But I wasn't sure if really it was all staff's fault, given some of the breaches of the campaign finance bylaw that we had in the 2020 election. So although I would like to amend the bylaw to be more restrictive when it comes to things like campaign donations and the size of them and the spending limits, I'm not going to do that now. I didn't think that, and I certainly agree with the committee that no other changes like extending the reporting deadlines, I think 60 days is fine, keeps it in line with the Municipal Election Act, and is really more than enough time. But I guess I have some questions around the enforcement. So we already have the rules set up and we have the ability to provide for fines under the bylaw. So what we need is better enforcement of the current, and I agree, more communication, better forms, all that is going to be good too. But if I could ask staff, why didn't we see enforcement of the rules in the 2020 election? Why did so many people, I don't want to say get away with, but were allowed without consequence to file their report so late with missing information? Some people had received corporate donations which were against the rules and there was no consequence for them. So I guess, why weren't there consequences? What was it that prevented the city from enforcing the bylaw for the infractions that happened during the 2020 election?
Mayor Savage, through you to the councillor. So I think this is an interesting conversation on how to deal with campaign financing when it comes to getting the information that we're looking for from the candidates and also providing information to them. Correspondence was provided to the candidates throughout the election and after the election on timelines and all those pieces. And there was some feedback from the councils from the candidates that they could have had more forms and assistance for that. The offenses that you're speaking to, the bylaw does speak to penalties, and the penalties are for election offenses. What we have done is work to try to get the information available from the candidates to provide in an open and accessible format for everyone to view. Offenses and complaints against candidates for the 2020 election could still happen. The election office and the election administration portion of this is attempting to get this information so people can view it and can submit anything that they would like to regarding the information presented. We are not empowered to be an investigating body, either in mandate or in personnel. So we do not have the authority to investigate, to go and pursue these forms and to see what is put in forward to them. We could forward them to the police or the RCMP. What we have chosen to do, and what my recommendation to do, is to utilize the bylaw to get the information, to make it publicly available so anyone could make a complaint, but not having the complaint come from the election office.
And I do appreciate that. And maybe it's a legal question, I'm not sure, but, and I understand that you wouldn't want to investigate it. That would be up to the police, obviously, who would enforce our bylaws. But I guess, is there something preventing us? So for example, if the clerk's office, or more specifically the elections officer, if he or she saw an infraction, what is there something that prevents them from forwarding that to the police and say, look, this person took a corporate donation, or this person filed, or has, it's, you know, it's 65, it's 70, it's 80 days later, this person is not filed. Is there something that prevents that from happening and saying, let's call the police and report this?
No, there is not. And that was the intention if we were not able to receive communications back from any candidates on receiving these funds, or if we had people that were refusing to provide these funds. Ultimately, a communication was sent saying that our next step was to engage with the police force to enforce these offenses, and then we were able to receive the final funds. As far as going through and looking at every single line of the funds that come in, or the statements that are provided to us, we do that. We look to see if there are egregious pieces of it, but we have made the decision to leave it posted and make available for anyone to make a complaint, and did not see anything at this time that we felt warranted the returning officer to make a complaint regarding these forms.
Okay, Councillor Clary.
I saw our solicitor pop up. I'm not sure if you had anything to add there.
Mr. Mayor, through the council. So I just remind councillors, it's open to any individual to lay a complaint with the police with respect to a breach of the bylaw, or in terms of the bylaw officers for matters under the regular bylaws. But generally speaking, election offenses would be investigated by the police on a complaint by any party. Generally speaking, the practice right across Canada, as far as we're aware, and I know Ian has looked into this and has quite a bit of experience, is that the elections officials attempt to stay neutral to the greatest extent possible and out of the middle of this. And so, as Ian has said, the goal really is to assist and to move people to meet the obligation to file, which is what has happened at this point with respect to all candidates, rather than penalizing people for being late or missing the deadline. But that doesn't prevent anybody from laying a complaint with the police.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure my time is up.
Thank you. Councillor Morse.
Thank you. I guess I'm struggling too. I would like to see more enforcement as a way of compelling people to all play by the same rules. There was, cases where candidates didn't file their expenses for at least 3 months after the deadline that almost everyone else met. And while I don't see that as being maybe serious enough to turn over to police, I don't understand why missing the deadline couldn't just mean you get an automatic fine. So maybe you could explain that, please.
So I can't speak to the fines that would be levied or would be provided by any police force that was enforcing this. It is my understanding that the tactic we used of using the enforcement and the penalties that are absolutely applicable in those situations as a manner and a way of getting the information was the tactic chosen, which we were under the understanding that would likely be the tactic that would be used by anybody else that would be investigating this or looking at these offenses. Just because there were absolutely 5 candidates who filed significantly late into February and March. That filing dates, we were interacting and communicating with those individuals before that to different extents. The piece of this and the principle behind it is to try to be equitable. We want to make sure that if we're moving to the next step of enforcement and going and actually pursuing some of these offenses, that we would be treating every candidate the same. And there is multiple factors in those offenses and those people filing late. And sorry, John, I saw your hand up. I'll defer to you if there's anything that I've missed.
No, just to the question, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor with respect to why we couldn't simply find somebody. So, the principles of natural justice would provide that there needs to be due process. And under the bylaw, like most of our bylaws, a failure or a contravention of the provision is subject to a fine after summary conviction. And so there would need to be a trial in front of a court before there would be a fine levied by that court in respect of a prosecution under there. It's not as simple as saying, look, we've decided you've breached the law and there it is. It's up to the judge ultimately to decide whether or not somebody has breached the law.
Okay, thank you. It's just, it's problematic when staff have to spend a lot of time after the election following up with people, chasing people down and all that sort of thing. It shouldn't be something that staff have to devote a lot of time to, but I know you did. And thank you for that. And thank you for the explanation about having to, it's not as cut and dried. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Cleary, for bringing that forward. We're going to move ahead to reports coming out of the CAO. The first one is 11.1.1, second reading on the proposed bylaw respecting immobilization of vehicles on private property, bylaw for parking immobilization on private property. Council, what is your wish on this one?
I'll be happy to read it, Mr. Mayor. Or I think I heard Councillor Blackburn.
Councillor Blackburn.
Sure, I could take this one. Thank you. I move the Halifax Regional Council adopt proposed bylaw V200, the vehicle immobilization bylaw, as set out in revised attachment A of the staff report dated May 28th, 2021. I so move.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Second by Councillor Mason. Councillor Blackburn.
I don't know if we have staff here that can answer a quick question about this, but I just want to just confirm that Section 64 of the new Traffic Safety Act will allow for a 1-hour pause before a boot can be applied on a vehicle. And I'm just wondering, if that can be confirmed by staff, and just why staff proposed something different than what the incoming Traffic Safety Act will provide for, because I'm assuming that whatever the Traffic Safety Act comes in with, it overrides whatever bylaw we pass. Thank you.
I'll bet Victoria Horn is with us somewhere along the way here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you to the Councillor Victoria Horn, Director of Parking Services. So I can't speak specifically to where the province is with the Traffic Safety Act now. I can speak to the versions that we have seen to date, which are outlined on page 6 of the staff report. So it indicates where a peace officer is satisfied that a vehicle or other conveyance has been left standing on private property for longer than 1 hour without the consent of an owner or tenant of the property, the peace officer may, on the request of the owner or tenant of the property, seize the vehicle. So a lawyer I am not, and I would defer to John Traves, but I would interpret that to be that the vehicle has to have been on the property for an hour. I don't interpret that to be that there's any additional delay from a boot being applied. But John, I would defer to you.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the council, I must admit I have not had an opportunity to review that section of the act, and so I'd have to take a look at that. But we can do that and get back to you, Councillor.
Okay, and I guess thank you. And I guess just the greater question is anything that we do here, today or once this bylaw passes. If the Traffic Safety Act comes out in a year and a half, 2 years time, and they have something completely different regarding vehicle immobilization, their rules will rule the day.
So, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, the bylaw itself was written in consideration of what we know about the Traffic Safety Act now and what our legal team interpreted from the Traffic Safety Act. So I would say that it was written in interpretation by, but as with any municipal bylaw, when provincial legislation changes, if there are items that are misaligned, we would return to council for an update on that.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Councillor, thank you, Ms. Horn. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 17, Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Sorry, in favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lois.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Otis.
Voting yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, colleagues. Moving along, 11.12 has been dealt with on consent. The collection and transportation of source separated solid waste. 11.13 increase to contract for pontoon has passed on consent. 11.14 wharf repairs phase 2 Halifax and Dartmouth has passed on consent. That takes us to 11.1.5, which is request for tender transit park and ride phase 2 Bedford. And I think we have a staff report on this, perhaps. Patricia Hughes, is that correct?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor. We do have a presentation ready.
Okay, you go ahead.
Right. I can't see the presentation, but I'm assuming it's there. Oh, there we go. So Patricia Hughes, I'm the Director of Planning and Customer Engagement, here to discuss award request for tender 21256 Transit Park and Ride in West Bedford. Next slide, please. So the Halifax Transit Moving Forward Together plan identified the West Bedford Ride and the site for it to be constructed on Innovation Drive in West Bedford to support increasing transit ridership in a rapidly growing community. The facility will be served by routes 90, 91, 194, and 433 starting on November 22nd, 2021, so just around the corner. Next slide, please. The site was selected to be in the center of the growing community and near the edge of the urban transit service boundary. This ideal location allows those near the park and ride to access transit using the active transportation infrastructure and local transit routes. And as well, it allows those outside of the urban transit service boundary an option to complete the majority of their trip via transit. Next slide. The design includes 326 parking spaces, 10 of which are accessible, 5 of which are for short-term drop-off and pickup, as well as 4 bus bays, 3 heated shelters, and electronic message boards which will notify passengers when the next bus will arrive. There will also be a standard bus shelter near the drop-off area, and a bike shelter and bike racks will be provided to encourage use of the active transportation infrastructure in the area. As well, raised sidewalks and landscaping areas through the park and ride will make the space more friendly. Next slide. The project was split into 2 phases. Phase 1 was tender 21229. That was awarded back in April for the clearing, grubbing, and initial site work. There was a change order approved in July to move a portion of the stormwater system from phase 1 into phase 2 to improve project efficiency. Phase 2, which is before you today, tender 21256, just closed on August 20th and includes all the remaining elements of the work. Next slide. A bit about the timeline. There have been some delays through the first phase of the project, mainly due to resource availability, which has been impacted by the large number of ongoing projects in the region. It is expected that phase 1 work will continue into October. So in order to complete the phase 2 work prior to the November 22nd service change, we will have phase 1 and phase 2 work happening simultaneously. However, substantial completion of the work is expected by November 12th, which will give us time to open the park and ride and have it operational for the November 22nd service change. However, while the facility will be able to be used by buses and passengers in November, it is anticipated that some elements of the design will not be complete and some things will be pushed out until the spring. These elements include bike infrastructure, electronic message boards, landscaping features, and heated bus shelters. So we will do whatever we can to make it as comfortable and convenient for passengers in the meantime while we're waiting for some of those elements. And as an example, we will put in temporary regular bus shelters while we're waiting for the heated shelters. Next slide. The project was estimated in the 21-22 capital budget at $4.1 million. The bids received for this phase of the project were higher than anticipated, and they exceeded the budgeted available amount by $330,000, which is about 8%. This cumulative increase on this tender is within the 10% contingency range that's typical for construction projects with a similar size and scope. While it's not known with certainty why the bids exceeded the engineer's estimate, it's generally thought that risk factors added due to labor and supply uncertainties resulting from the state of emergency and the overall market conditions in a busy construction industry likely increased the bid price for the work. With this report, staff are requesting an additional $780,289 to complete the West Bedford Park and Ride, and without this, the construction wouldn't be completed. Next slide. In conclusion, staff are recommending to award tender 21256 in the amount of $3,312,032 net HST included. It represents the full bid price of $3,433,837 minus some provisional items we had in the tender, such as temporary asphalt that aren't needed anymore. This funding would come from the General Contingency Reserve Q431. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Patricia. We will come back to our screen. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to put that on the floor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'd like to move that Halifax Regional Council 1 suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 2, the Audit and Finance Standing Committee Terms of Reference of Administrative Order 1, the procedures of Council Administrative Order requiring the Standing Committee to review and make recommendations on proposals coming to Council outside of the annual budget or tender process. 2, in accordance with the COVID-19 Administrative Order, approve a withdrawal from Q421 general contingency reserve in the amount of $780,289 without the audit and finance committee reviewing and making a recommendation on impact to the reserve. 3, waive the requirement for the audit and finance committee to approve a budget increase of $780,289 to capital account number CM 20009 West Bedford Park and Ride with funding from Q421 General Contingency Reserve as outlined in the financial implications of section the financial implications section of the staff report dated August 24th, 2021 for award tender 21-256 Transit Park and Ride Phase 2, Bedford to the lowest bidder meeting specification, Dexter Construction Limited, for a total price of $3,312,032, net HST included, with funding from CM 2000009 West Bedford Park and Ride, as outlined in the financial implications section of the staff report dated August 24th, 2021. And 5, approve an increase to construction services component of the consulting services design point, PO number 207084567 in the amount of $7,727,059 to net HST included, with funding from capital account number CM 2000009 West Bedford Park and Ride, as outlined in the financial implications section of the staff report dated August 24th, 2021. Thank you.
Seconded, Lovelace.
Seconded by Councillor Lovelace. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I'll do it again in French. That'd be appreciated. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Lovelace, for seconding this. I know we're both very excited to see this going forward. I wish it had happened sooner. It would have been less expensive and perhaps would have gotten transit facility into this community sooner, but I am very pleased that this is here. Obviously, we don't like seeing overruns, but if we've learned anything over these last couple of years with overruns or cost increases, I should say, that certainly that has been one of the side effects of this pandemic that we have gone through over the last almost 2 years now. So I'm very pleased to see this here. Thank you for the presentation, Patricia, and I look forward to support on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see any speakers. Ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion?
2, Councillor Hansby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. Sorry,
4.
Councillor, I didn't catch that. Thank you. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outfit.
I think I'll support it. Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor. That motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Outfit, and thank you, Patricia Hughes. Colleagues, we're going to move to 1116. This is the first reading proposed bylaw amending Bill S300 respecting streets and award tender, which is Cogswell District Project. And I believe we have a presentation on this one.
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. I'm just bringing it up on the screen.
Donna Davis, how are you?
I'm just fine, Mr. Mayor, and yourself?
Nice to see you. Always good to see you back at the city.
Good to see you too. All right, we'll just put it on full screen here. And one more adjustment. There we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Donna Davis, and I'm the project manager for the Cogswell District Project. With me today as well is John Spinelli, project director. The staff report has been circulated to you, and John and I have a short presentation which discusses the salient points of the report. John, I'm going to turn to him. He's going to present the first part of the presentation, and I'll finish with the second half. And then both of us will be available to respond to questions. So, John, I'm assuming you're online. Maybe. Are you there, John? All right, John's in a different location from where I am, so we're having a few technical issues. I'm just going to proceed. Hopefully he'll be able to join us for the questions. I'd like to start, Mr. Mayor and Council, with one slide that gives you a brief history of the project. The Cogswell project has been going on for a number of years, as you know. It started back in May of 2013, actually with you, Mr. Mayor, with the Cogswell Shakeup and the Strategic Urban Planning Group. Following that major public engagement session, Council approved the conceptual plan for Cogswell in May of 2014. That really started the project because in September of 2015, we hired John, the project director, and the project office was established. A year later, we engaged the prime design consultant, WSP, along with our traffic consultant and our cost consultants. In June of 2018, some members of council would recall that we returned to you with the 60% design, and council approved that design. 2 years later, in November, we then issued a request for qualifications to create a short list of bidders for the project. And in the following February in 2019, we came back to you with the 90% design after an extensive public consultation process, and council approved that, as well as gave us direction to proceed to tender.
Donna, I'm back. Can everybody hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you. Okay,
perfect.
All right, take over, John.
Right. So as Donna had just mentioned, we're tag teaming it. As Donna had just mentioned, the tender did go out the end of January, and it sat out for a few months and it got some extensions added on, and finally it closed on June the 2nd. And we did receive 2 qualified bidders, Dexter and Miller Paving, and the prices are up there. Considering all things considered, they're actually pretty close on the price. Unfortunately, Ellis Dawn, the 3rd pre-qualified bidder from 2018, did not submit a bid. And the lowest compliant bidder, which is the one we're recommending here, is Dexter Construction. Let's move on to that. So as you can see on the screen there, the tender price is higher than we had initially anticipated, and this seems to be a recurring theme now. Staff are, however, of the opinion that the lowest bid, while higher than estimated, does actually reflect fair market value, and we are confident in recommending the award to Regional Council for the following reasons. The bids are believed to be competitive given the price spread between the 2 submissions, which is about 8 or 9%, so fairly close between them. We are aware of increased construction costs, and it's not unexpected given the following factors. The original budget estimate was based on a Class B estimate completed by professional cost consultants in 2018, which was accurate to within plus or minus 10%. B, the estimate does not take into account any inflationary factors since 2018, even pre-COVID. And C, the industry authorities that we have spoken to indicate the project cost increases of 20 to 30% are quite common in today's market. And unfortunately, I've seen cost increases between 30 and 40% that are not unheard of as a result of a lot of different contributing factors, such as the general labor market shortages in the construction sector, supply chain issues, high demand, and general risk results from COVID-19 pandemic, as well as severe weather events such as the winter of 2021 down in Texas. It is possible some portion of these cost increases could be temporary. However, flip side, it's also possible the cost could continue to increase as the economy rebounds. The report to council does include a revised project budget analysis which shows the increased project cost is offset by a more favorable revenue projection from the sale of the development lots. An approximate cost recovery of 86% is outlined in the financial implications section of the report. The tender as well is also a fixed price tender, not a unit rate. Therefore, there has been some risk associated with potential escalating costs that have been reduced over the life of the project because of the methodology chosen for this particular contract. This project remains a strategic investment in the downtown. The project will create a new mixed-use neighborhood in alignment with regional plan goals for higher density in the downtown core. Also will add about $470 million in assessed values at full build-out, generating over $24 million in general rated in transit taxes over a 10-year period, and is also further expected to act as a catalyst for new investments in and around the Cogswell, Gottingen Street areas. So then the impact of the project costs. As outlined in the report, the financial implications are outlined in that section. With the award, the total project cost increases to $122.6 million gross from the projected original of $95.2 million, which was identified in the 2021-22 capital budget. This does represent an increase of $27.4 million, $27 million of which is directly attributable to the higher construction costs just discussed, while the remainder 0.4 is a result of a small increase we would call to the soft cost of the project for professional service, land acquisition, project office fees and permits, etc. We do, as stated, have an 86% recoup of the project cost being estimated strictly from the land sales alone. And additionally, there's a further approximately 100% recoup of project costs once we currently get our hands around the utility cost sharing agreements and they are all finalized. So there is ability and a potential for 100% cost recovery. Now for an update on where we are with the cost sharing agreements. So as indicated in the staff report, the cost sharing agreements are still under negotiation with all the utilities. So the cost sharing commitments have not been yet finalized. Contributions from Halifax Water and NSPI require Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board approval, and this is anticipated to take 6 to 9%, months from the time of submission of their applications. The majority of infrastructure utility in the Cogswell district is currently already underground, and staff would propose that council adopt the site-specific amendments to bylaw S300 respecting streets, as set out in the attachment to the report. That would mandate, subject to an exemption from the engineer, all utility infrastructure must continue to be underground in the Cogswell district. The bylaw amendments, when adopted, will provide legislative clarity regarding undergrounding and will support HRM staff in our efforts to finalize cost contributions from other utilities going forward. And with that, I will turn it back to Donna Davis, who will complete the presentation. You're muted, Donna.
There we go. Thanks, John. John has presented a lot of facts and figures regarding construction costs, total project cost, and potential revenue recoveries. I think this slide provides a nice summary of that information, and I think this will be helpful for council and the public to understand the changes that we're discussing. The left column shown here in the chart shows the cost details that made up the 2021-22 capital budget submission versus the right column, which shows how these figures are now changing with the proposed construction tender award. Construction costs, including contingencies, plus project soft costs, have increased from $95.2 million to $122.6 million gross. These are gross project costs and do not include the recoveries. When you factor in potential debt, financing costs, and that's shown there on the right at $9.3 million, along with anticipated land sales, which are now estimated at $113.3 million, the current estimated net project cost is $18.6 million, and this compares to an estimated net cost of $6.4 million presented last year. But two further important points factor into the financial picture. The first one is that it's not certain that we will in fact have to use debt financing to fund the project. So that $9.3 million is still in play. And in fact, this is really a worst case scenario, and finance staff have indicated that they're looking at all possibilities, possible ways, so that we do not have to incur debt for the project. And second, the cost sharing from the utilities is currently estimated to meet or exceed the net project cost. So utility cost sharing could reduce the final net project cost to zero. And further, that cost sharing could help or be a mechanism which enables us to not require debt funding, shown here in the chart. So all of this to say that there's great potential for the project to result in potentially zero cost and or produce a return. Now I want to provide council with a brief update on the status of land acquisitions required for the project. So the major land acquisitions are substantially complete. There are several minor land acquisitions remaining in progress. A land exchange agreement has been executed with Crombie REIT for parcels required to construct Granville Park, the transit hub, and a portion of Proctor Street. And due diligence has been completed by both parties for the lands involved in that exchange. The actual land transactions will be completed, however, when the parcels themselves are actually created through the construction process. Negotiations continue with CAPREIT for a parcel required to complete Proctor Street. We are awaiting Nova Scotia Cabinet approval for the small parcel of land on Cogswell Street at Lower Water Street. And this parcel allows for a 2-lane exit north from what we're calling Cogswell Street Extension. A lease and purchase and sale agreement have been completed with Halifax Water for a couple of sliver parcels required for construction of the roundabout. As well, a subterranean easement has been negotiated for the large underground tunnel servicing the Halifax wastewater treatment plant. The tunnel currently sits in the street right-of-way, but will be sited under 2 of the development blocks once the project is completed, so hence the need for the easement. And last, negotiations continue with GWL Realty Advisors for a stormwater easement at the foot of Cogswell Street. The next slide provides an update on the social benefit objectives of the project. We are very pleased to advise that social benefit provisions are included in the construction contract, and that these provisions have been developed in concert with the Black Business Initiative, the Mi'kmaq Economic Benefits Office, 902 Man Up, and the Mi'kmaq Friendship Center. And there are 4 key provisions in the contract. The first one is the development and implementation of a workforce development plan by the contractor, which strives to achieve a minimum of 10% of apprenticeships and 20% of the project labor being provided by persons from equity-seeking groups. And of the latter, at least 5% must be provided by African Nova Scotians and 5% from Mi'kmaq persons. The second provision is the development and implementation of a supplier diversity plan, whereby the contractor uses best efforts to provide a minimum of 10% of annual project spend on goods and services from diverse suppliers, as well as provide at least one subcontracting opportunity to a social enterprise. Third is the requirement for the contractor to hire a community liaison to work with HRM and the community in both the development and the implementation of these plans. And fourth, the establishment of an advisory committee made up of members of the African Nova Scotia and Mi'kmaq communities and other equity-seeking groups, again to work with staff and the contractor on both the development and implementation of the plan, but more importantly, to monitor the success of the plans. The Cogswell District will be the first large municipal project to incorporate social benefits into its construction plans, and this is extremely exciting and hopeful. Of course, we can't talk about a big project like this if we don't talk about risk. As with any large-scale multi-year construction project, and this is certainly one, there are risks associated with scope, cost, and schedule. We'd be naive to think otherwise. However, the risk has been mitigated to the fullest extent possible by creating contract documents that place a significant risk allocation of these issues back to the constructor to both own and manage these during the construction process. Additionally, overall construction will be closely monitored by the HRM project office and the dedicated contract administration services being provided by WSP. And a robust change order process will be utilized to manage all change orders in the project. I just finished talking about the outstanding land acquisitions, and certainly those land acquisitions from MEG, CAPREIT, as well as the stormwater easement do present some risk to the project. Now, negotiations with those individuals, with those property owners, have proceeded well to date. As well, the acquisitions and the easements are not required until later phases of the projects. Of the 3 remaining outstanding acquisition issues, the land required from Cap REIT and the stormwater easement are the most significant in terms of the design objectives of the project. If negotiations with either property owner falter, alternative approaches may be required and at additional costs. There are certain risks to the funding of the Cogswell project. Cost estimates may rise as work unfolds due to labor constraints in the construction sector. John's already touched on that. However, as mentioned as well, the construction contract is based on lump sum cost, sum pricing, and is locked in for the duration of the project, subject to any change orders. So that's a mitigating factor for us. On the revenue side, land sale proceeds may come in lower due to real estate market dynamics over time. We will be creating and selling these blocks of land over perhaps 10 years. Economic analysis suggests relatively strong demand for land with residential land use permissions in the future, and it is expected that most of the development within Cogswell will be residential, in keeping with the city building objectives of creating a downtown neighborhood. If there are challenges, however, with changes in the market, there is always the option of holding the land until the markets improve. Previous. Utility cost sharing agreements. I've already mentioned that the cost sharing, or John has, that the cost sharing agreements with Nova Scotia Power and Halifax Water require the approval of the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board. So there is a risk that the parties will not reach agreement on the amounts, and or the URB won't approve the amounts requested. The risk of not obtaining the desired amount of cost sharing from Nova Scotia Power, however, is being mitigated by the proposed amendments to bylaw S300 that are referenced in the report, which will of course prohibit any above ground infrastructure within the Cogswell district. Although not listed as a specific risk in the risk section of the report, I think it is worth noting that risks exist around material supply chains. Severe weather events and COVID-19 have had their fair share of impacts on many of the construction supply chains. John mentioned the severe weather in Texas in early 2020. That's an example which is currently affecting the supply of PVC pipe, which is a material that we're definitely going to be using in the Cogswell District project. And similarly, we are aware that there are issues with timing to procure pipe required for the district energy system. These supply chain issues could impact project schedule if not proactively managed by the contractor. There are a number of key next steps, assuming council's approval of the tender award. So the first, obviously, will be to execute the contract with Dexter Construction Limited, the low bidder. This will then commence what we are calling the pre-construction phase, which is expected to last approximately 3 months, during which there are going to be many plans, schedules, permits, and approvals that will be developed or acquired by the contractor. As well, during this phase, it is expected that some early works will take place, specifically the building of the various bypass roads that will then enable full mobilization of the project in the beginning of the early new year. Those bypass roads would be constructed prior to the end of 2020 before the asphalt plant closes. Communications obviously is a key next step. Numerous meetings will be scheduled and held with key stakeholders, certainly abutting property owners and businesses in the vicinity of the project, who will be very keen to know what is going on and when, and the plans to mitigate businesses impacts on their businesses. And John and I both have been in contact all along throughout the entire duration of the planning of the project with these abutting property owners. Of course, meeting with other key stakeholders such as the Port Authority and the Downtown Business Commissions is on our to-do list. Our utility partners who will be working with us and the constructor to construct this project, of course, they're very interested in phasing schedules and potential impact to their services. I mentioned the establishment of the Social Benefits Advisory Committee, who will work with us and the contractor on achieving the social benefits objectives. The general public will certainly be keen to know what changes will occur to their commuting routes into the downtown. I'd like to mention that to aid this, an RFP was released last week for the development of a construction app, very similar to the Big Lift app that was developed by the Harbor Bridges Commission. And that will be used to advise motorists, truckers, pedestrians, and cyclists how to actually move safely through and around the project area. And of course, we'll use halifax.ca and social media. Those will be important tools for us to continue to keep the public up to date on the progress of the project. And certainly last but not least, communication with you, Regional Council, on the progress of the project. Certainly any issues or concerns, as well as accomplishments and major milestones. And part of the motion before you today suggests that staff report back to you on the status of the project on a semi-annual basis. So there are 6 recommendations before you. I'm not going to read them because they're very long, but a very quick summary. So the first one is really a procedural recommendation that enables you to consider the other recommendations before you today. The second recommendation is to award the tender to Dexter Construction Limited in the amount shown on the screen, 95.66 million approximately, net HST included. As well, there's a recommendation there to increase monies to be paid to WSP, our designers, for additional works that they incurred to help support the extended bid period that we had in the amount of approximately 26.7 thousand. The fourth recommendation is, as a result of the increased cost, is to increase the budget for the Cogswell project in the amount of approximately 27.5 million. Recommendation number 5 deals with amendments to bylaw S300 to mandate the undergrounding of utility infrastructure in the Cogswell district. And the last recommendation is for staff to report back through the CAO to you on project status updates on a semi-annual basis. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council, and John and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you, Donna, and thank you, John. I'm not going to put the motion. We're not going to put the motion on the floor until after we've had a break. I don't want to break the discussion up over supper, so I'm going to ask you both to come back with us. There are a couple of things I want to say, though. First of all, was it really 2013 that we did the Cogswell shakeup? I really can't believe that. I remember we did that with the Strategic Urban Partnership. Andy Fillmore was involved then. He was a planner at that point in time, and the inimitable, legendary Dale Godsoe was also part of that thing that we had. I can't believe it was 2013. Secondly, you didn't speak, I don't think, very much about how much public consultation you've done on this, but it's been quite incredible. I know how often I wandered through Scotia Square and saw you begging people to come over and talk about this, Donna. There's been a lot of discussion, as well as there has with businesses and others in the area. And the third thing is there's a lot of paper on this. There's probably no project that's come back to council so often, been discussed so often. You know, before we got into really the design at the 60%, at the 90%, I just want to remind colleagues that there's a lot of paper that some of you have received that maybe weren't part of council all the way through. Just keep in mind, some of that is of a confidential nature, and I encourage when you discuss it, if you want to discuss it, to be careful that we're not discussing things that should be discussed in camera. But the overall topic we're going to do, I am going to suggest we take our break now, colleagues, and come back and have Councillor Mason put the motion on the floor at 6 o'clock. So if everybody's okay, let's take our break and come back in 1 hour at 6 o'clock and continue with this. All right? Ian will stay.
That is correct. Please return to this Zoom meeting. We'll be locking your cameras and your microphones momentarily. Good evening. It is now 6 o'clock. We'll be returning cameras and microphones to everyone in this meeting. Mayor Savage, once the microphones and cameras are allowed, you can start the meeting on your call. We are streaming to YouTube.
Okay, Ian, we're not live yet though, right?
We are live streaming on YouTube right now.
So we can begin, Ian, is that what you're saying?
We may need to confirm that everyone is in attendance, but we are able to start the meeting on your call.
Okay, just before you do, I just want to let people know that I'm going to be stepping away from the chair at 7 o'clock to do some media for FCM for the election. And so Tim is going to take over the chair at 7 o'clock, and I'll be back hopefully at around 7:30 if the meeting still continues, just so council knows. All right, let me know when you're ready, Ian. I see Donna and John. And is Wei, are you with us?
Ready to go,
We'll
sir.
be finished at 7:05. We'll be finished at 7:05, Mike.
Mayor Savage, we are streaming and you are good to go whenever you are ready.
Okay. All right, folks. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're back. We're at our council meeting, agenda item 1116, which is all around the Cogswell. And we had a presentation from Donna Davis and John Spinelli. I'm going to go to Councillor Mason to put the motion on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 suspend the rules of order under Schedule 2, the Audit and Finance Standing Committee Terms of Reference of Administrative Order 1, the procedure of Council Administrative Order requiring the Standing Committee to review and make recommendations on proposals coming to Council outside the annual budget or tender process. 2, award tender number 21003, request for tender Cogswell District Project to the lowest bidder, meeting specifications, Dexter Construction Limited, for a total tender price of $95,663,633.52, net HST included, with funding from capital account CT 000007, Cogswell Interchange Redevelopment, as outlined in the financial implications section of the staff report dated September 6, 2021. 3, approve an increase in RFP 16047 PO 2070765 to WSP for design services required to cover additional work to support the extended tender bid in the amount of $26,665.93, net HST included, from capital account CT 000007 Cogswell Interchange Redevelopment, as outlined in the financial implications section of the staff report dated September 6, 2021. 4, approve an increase in project CT 00007 Cogswell Interchange Redevelopment to the amount of $27,531,946, with funding to be approved by debt financing as outlined in the financial implications section of the staff report dated September 6, 2021. 6, give first reading to proposed bylaw S316, amending bylaw S300, respecting streets as outlined in attachment A of the staff report dated September 6, 2021, to mandate the undergrounding of utility infrastructure in the Cogswell Interchange. And 6, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to report back to the Regional Council with project status updates on a semi-annual basis. I so move.
Second, Councillor Smith. Second by Councillor Smith. Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, wow, right? Like a long time coming. The mayor mentioned it's been 7 years since the shakeup. If you go to waymason.ca/reports, Cogswell space reports, I've got every report going back to 2001 on this in there. There have been 13 major reports on this. And thank goodness we didn't go ahead with it a decade and a half ago, because it would have just made a at-grade interchange instead of one with a flyover, and it wouldn't have done any of the things we're talking about at all. But it's been a long time coming. We're talking about a very high quality public space that is going to be built, that's going to repair the damage, undo much of the damage that was done when the Harborside Drive Highway was conceived, that almost resulted in the destruction of historic properties, and is why historic properties was designated to protect it. The plan has a recognition of the negative impacts that work had on the African Nova Scotian community, and the community benefit agreement The social benefits that were described by staff and are in the staff report are groundbreaking for the city. That's the kind of thing we've been pushing for 9 years now, to get that kind of thing into our major projects and to make that how we do business. And here we are, it's there. We have that agreement with the community, and we're going to work really hard to ensure that they are fully engaged and fully benefiting from the economic development that's going to happen here. This doesn't speak to the buildings that will be built or affordable housing. That's the next phase. We're not done yet. So we'll talk about that at another time. Today, we're talking about the approving the plan, the award-winning, national award-winning plan, first conceptualized by Akistics in 2015. And what is in front of us now is substantially different from that report, because all of the public engagement at all the different stages, but especially before 90%, the Gell report and the broader public consultation report, especially with traditionally underrepresented groups, resulted in some really significant changes. One roundabout instead of two being the most obvious, but a whole bunch of changes happened because of that. And pretty much, 90% of what we heard from both those reports has been incorporated in what's before you now. And I know it's a bit intimidating that the price is 30% higher, but as you notice now, the new folks aren't that new. In the year you've been here, everything's 30% higher. And we're hearing that from the private sector as well. It's one of the prices of COVID and prices of having a very hot real estate market is everything's very expensive, but the sales value is also higher, significantly higher than we'd originally had projected for us. So it's not just about the sales, though. It's about, we need these units. We want to heal this gap between the North End and downtown. We want to fill back in that empty 16 acres with life. We want to generate the 500 million plus in accessible property, where right now there is none, because it's all owned by us. It's all just a highway interchange. And we want to avoid spending tens of millions of dollars replacing the current overpass, which will need that in the next decade. And it's about being green, right? It's the Cogswell heat district energy system. So to close, this is about green space, and it's about the parks. It's about the active transportation. It's about having a real connection up and down Cogswell Linear Park. It's about actually being able to bike from the bridge to downtown without taking your life in your hands. And it's not the end of the road. We still have a lot to talk about: the land use bylaw, affordable housing, the land transfers still have to be approved by council. And there's a lot of public input yet to come. But I'm very excited to have this here. I'm really glad it's here. I do have one question for staff, if I may. I know I've gone long. And so the question is about the linear park going up Cogswell. Right now, we have ambitions to talk about the lands around Centennial Pool and the Mi'kmaq Friendship Center. We own that entire frontage on that side of Cogswell. The Dymaxion building has been torn down. There's a 10-story building going there right now on the other side of that. When you go to the west of Gottingen Street, the Southwest Properties has announced they intend, when the lease is up, to tear down the Staples building and build a tower. They're building a tower right now, and are going to have to reinstate the sidewalk where the church used to be on the corner of Brunswick. One of the requests that we had was, how are we going to pay to do the linear park all the way to the common, which was in the original plan, but not outside of the scale. Right now, I have to say, I'm a bit disappointed that's not here. That's my only question, is what are we going to do about that? Because with all the development that's happening along that corridor, it should pay for itself through a local improvement charge. All those developments have to reinstate their frontage. So I hate the idea of us doing this piecemeal over decades. We should just get it done. And I'm wondering if staff could comment on that. But I don't want to diminish that from the victory of getting this to this point. So I'm very happy it's here, and I look forward to staff's comments. Thank you.
Okay. Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, I can respond to that question. So we owe council a staff report on that. Cogswell staff are actually working with planning and development staff. We have been talking to some of the property owners in terms of some of the developments. And we are looking at means by which we can either use development charges or other mechanisms. So we're anticipating that basically we'll get that report to you fairly soon. We've been otherwise occupied, quite honestly.
190 pages.
All two of us on the project.
Yeah.
With trying to move the award forward, as you can see. But now it's time for us to turn our minds to some of those synergies, and that being an important one, because about a year ago when I had a conversation with the property owner on the corner of Cogswell Street and Brunswick Street, that was the only development going on, but a lot has changed in the last year. So that is a priority for us, and hopefully we'll be bringing that report with some options to council fairly soon.
Thank you. There's a good deal of urgency because they'll want to be in reinstatement in 12 months. So, but other than that, thank you all. This is great. This is a great day for Halifax. Thank you very much, staff. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hello, Donna, and I'm missing in Mr. Spinelli. Where are your faces? There they are. John, hi. Yeah, this is an exciting day. It's very interesting that I'm sitting here and engaged in this project in this new role. I too have been involved in it since the get-go, since the shake-up, and all the way through. And I have been on this journey with both of you in some form or another. And it was an interesting journey, and I think we've ended up in an amazing place. Just when I look at the report and I look at the social benefit and I look at the ongoing consultations with the neighboring communities, I think we've come a long way, and I do want to recognize the members of the community who did step up to help make this a better plan. Through the Gell report. I mean, that report would not have happened if it wasn't for, a number of people in the community, everyone from, poverty groups to major developers in the city were coming around a table together and saying, this needs to be something special. And when you get that many people from that many kind of diverse perspectives all working together on a project, it's bound to make a positive difference. And I think there's a lot of lessons we can take from this project and this project and the process, and apply them to other major projects we do in this city, because the results speak for themselves. In particular, the improvements to the road network, the integration of this project into the existing fabric of the city, in particular the North End, strengthening those connections from the Cogswell up through some of the roads that, and laneways that we've created, even in the transportation infrastructure, which really wasn't there in the beginning, and now it is. And so not only was it through the community engagement process that we saw that stuff happen, it's also as we saw different initiatives in the city starting to come online and things starting to come together. So I mean, this is a complex project. There's a lot to it. I really hope as we go forward that the consultation with the surrounding communities remains strong, and that we're able to deliver on those aspects that really reflect the culture and the spirit of what this project can be and what this city is about. So I just want to say, congratulations on getting to this part, and thank you, Donna, for your continued hard work on this, and you too, John. It's great to see it at this stage. I too have noted that there are some concerns around the cost overrun, but this was always meant to be have a cost recovery component to it. And in those discussions along the way, there was also dialogue amongst the community about how much should be cost recovery, or how can we integrate the affordable housing components into it. So I think I just want to note that going forward, I think those conversations should continue, because there's an opportunity, particularly now. We talk about how costs, things have changed over the last 5-10 years, and one of them right now is particularly around housing. And this is such an opportunity for our city to make sure that we do provide affordable housing opportunities in this project. And so while I know we're not talking about that now, and that's going to come up with kind of the land use pieces and the next phases, I think when we're looking at those cost recovery numbers, that's something that we should really be keeping in the backs of our head around how far can we extend the social benefit of this project, given that it is public land, it is our land. And our opportunities to do things a little differently. The other thing I just wanted to note was about the district energy piece. And I know for Halifax Water, they've never actually undertaken anything quite like this before. This is new for them. It's new for the entire region. So in terms of risk, when we were looking at that risk analysis, I was just wondering if there's been any dialogue in regards to that piece and how it might impact the infrastructure being, the construction phase moving forward, like what needs to happen, particularly in regards to the district energy infrastructure and the construction of the road network. How does that work together?
Sure. So we've continued a dialogue with Halifax Water, obviously through Jeff Knapp. I don't know if anybody from Halifax Water is on the list here. It's too big for me to see all at once. But yeah, it's a unique and pretty rare opportunity that right in the middle of a new neighborhood, there's potential for summers of, I think it's 18 to 25 megawatts of heat energy that's just happened to be there and as green as can be. So we've embraced it with the project. It's integrated into all of our designs. We are already looking at getting the pipe installed with the roads. And that is in some ways the easy way or the easy part of it. As the buildings come online, they'll have to have their own machine rooms, hooked up to the stubs. And Halifax Water, once they get all their approvals through, will start putting in the front end equipment, which is essentially the heat exchangers and pumps. But for our part, we're moving ahead parallel with this project for putting the pipe in the ground. So we're future proofing it. Whether it gets done now or whether it gets later, it'll be ready for it.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, John. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll again extend my thanks to Donna and John. I know lots of work behind the scenes and on the front lines have been done on this project, so extending that as well. So I won't rehash the comments that have been made other than this is great work. So I'll just ask my questions really quickly. So again, to speak on the social impact piece, this is something that I've talked about since day one, and I know the team at the beginning. I know you, Donna, and John were like, we don't know how to do it, but let's try to figure it out. And looking at where we're at today is we got to a point where we pretty much have figured it out. Obviously, there's still lots of work to be done, but it's in a document. It will be at some point certified and required by if we approve this today. So that's a good place to be, because thinking years ago, we thought we weren't going to be able to do this. And now we're able to actually say to the community and look them in the face and say that we will have community benefit, which to me is it's one thing to pretty much build a whole new community within the Cogswell district, but to also say that we've included social impact and community impact is great as well. So related to that, one of the things that I didn't find, and I wonder if you can speak a little bit more, I didn't see it in the tender package, and I didn't see it within the report, I was going to pull it up here so I can quote it directly. So on page 13, where it does talk about the commemoration and what the team hopes will be in the contract, I'm wondering, the development of the workforce development plan aimed at achieving diversity within the construction workforce, and it has the number in there. I'm just wondering where that plan is. And what I didn't understand is, when we put the tender out, did we require the folks who answered to answer that to submit that plan? And if they did, I'm just wondering what was the feedback from those, well, the two that have come forward when they had to create a plan, because that's new for them. So I'm just curious.
Yes.
So it did go out with the tender. All of those 4 elements were something that anybody who was going to be successful had to address. They didn't have to submit it as part of the actual tender because it wasn't an item that was being reviewed or scored as it would be in a typical one. That was done during the pre-qualification. And that was the conundrum we had when it became known that there was going to be the social benefits. We said, well, how do we introduce this? We can't put another element of review and scoring in place, but we can put in as an element that whoever wins has to do this. So absolutely, Councillor, it is part of the tender contract and the commitment of Dexter to be able to deliver. And we are working with them over the last month and a half already to get it moving along.
Okay, great. That's good to know, because I couldn't. And again, I'm trying to navigate documents that I'm not really great at navigating. So that's, I'm happy to hear that they responded to that, and the feedback was from Dexter positive.
Yes.
Worrisome. Okay.
Yeah, if I can respond to that, Councillor. Yes, the discussions to date have been very positive. And in fact, assuming that the project proceeds this evening, we actually have a meeting with Dexter as well as our diversity representatives tomorrow morning to start talking about how do we start re-engaging with the community and start the development of these plans, identify the community liaison, establish the advisory committee. And Dexter are very, very keen to work with us on this. They see this as, they have some experience with this, which is great. So we're not starting from ground zero. And secondly, they understand how it is a very important component of this project. And so they're very keen to work with us on that and with the community and to strive for success. Yes, it's very exciting.
Excellent. My last question is just related to what will come to us in the future, is around the planning aspect in the affordable housing aspect. One of the things that we also have to keep in mind, was mentioned by Councillor Cutto, is the cost recovery, and understanding that we are seeing today that we do have increases in costs, but that also means that the land that we're talking about will see an increase in value. So that means as we go forward, we'll hopefully be in the same place, different numbers, but same percentage of what we expect to be our cost in the cost recovery. With saying that as well, though, is I do hope as we do that, when we think about the future planning in affordable housing, that we're not thinking about what we could have, but what we should have, in the sense of, well, we could have 50 units on this property. Really, we should have 100. And understanding that we are the owners of the land, and we can determine what we want. And we might lose a couple $1 million here and there on lands, but the benefit to me will outweigh the negatives. So as we go forward that process, I hope that we can think about it in that way, that we are the owners and we can determine what we want to see, and people will buy it, because it is part of the game. So thank you, Donna, John, and everyone else that's on the team, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. This must be the second largest project the municipality has undertaken. I think the only thing larger than this was the harbor cleanup project, and that was a significant game changer as well for all of the communities around the harbor. Now this downtown development connecting uptown to downtown will be a significant project as well. I'm hoping that you're going to be ready for the barrage of traffic complaints that may be coming when certain infrastructures are taken down or blocked or diverted or detoured. I'm sure you're going to be ready for that plan. I'm sure we'll be pushing the ferries even more for that period of time as construction commences. I'm grateful to hear about the community benefit program. I know back in the county days, we used to have contract set-asides and contract compliance, trying to encourage participation in the communities. And I'm glad to see we're having some kind of component there and realizing that. I'm glad to see that we saw the errors of our ways and earlier plans of cutting out the pedways. I'm glad to see the pedways being maintained in this project, because we are not an all-weather season community. We always have some bad weather, some wet weather, and some cold weather. And those pedway connectivities make it a lot more accessible for those that get from the waterfront to uptown and up the hill. So I'm glad to see the pedways are being maintained. And I'm hoping that there'll be some light of day that we can look at heating the sidewalks. I really think the geothermal sidewalks make this an ice-free zone. will be critical to make it even more successful. And I think that it won't take much to put a few extra lines in the sidewalks from each of the buildings, from the central heating system, to make this happen. It has happened elsewhere, and I don't think the engineering is going to be that expensive to put a few radiant lines along the sidewalks to keep it clear. So I hope that we revisit that idea. I think it'd be a game changer as well to have an ice-free zone without the need of any snow plows and salt and whatever the case may be in this particular area. Congratulations on the team, Donna and John, in regards to getting this navigated to this point. There's been quite a bit of consultation as referred to, and I'm all looking forward to seeing it done. All right, on budget and on time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensley. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Wow, congratulations on, reaching a milestone, I guess. You could see and listen to the returning councillors and the history that they have with this project. So as a new councillor, I don't have I have absolutely the respect for what you've done, but I don't have the same sort of, experiences with it as everyone else. So my compliments. In my previous life, working with the Social Enterprise Network of Nova Scotia, to see social benefits agreements incorporated into a project of this stature is just amazing. And it does remind me a little bit about a project that was in Cape Breton around all of their infrastructure renewal and how they're bringing together an advisory committee to look at how they can incorporate a social benefit. One of the things that I have a question about is just around the community liaison and the advisory committee. So the community liaison, the appointment, will that be an HRM staff? Will that be a position that is coordinated through, Dexter? I'm just wondering who keeps that lead. And then in terms of the advisory committee, one of the things I was really curious about that is, will there be an expression of interest for people to be on this committee? Is there already some organizations that are identified as being on the advisory committee? And then how would it be resourced and supported for success? Is there a component within the budget that resources the committee to be able to do their work well? Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, thank you very much for your kind words. And given your background, you might be getting a call from me in terms of some questions, and as we're working our way through this new experience. So with respect to the community liaison person, that person will actually be hired by Dexter and paid for by Dexter. In the terms of reference or in the requirements that we put in the contract, we indicated that that community liaison person must be a member of the African Nova Scotian community or the Mi'kmaq community. So we saw that as, again, contributing to the workforce development program by ensuring that that community liaison person actually is from the local community and has ties to those two communities in particular. So part of our meeting tomorrow is to work with the HR people at Dexter, as well as our diversity group here in HRM, to talk about what's the process by which we go through that hiring process for the community liaison. And similarly, with the advisory committee, we are still sort of feeling our way around that. However, our initial thoughts are, we had such great help from the Black Business Initiative, 902 Man Up, the Mi'kmaq Friendship Center, and the Mi'kmaq Economic Benefit Office, and they expressed a desire. I asked them, would you like to continue to work with us? And they said, absolutely. So representatives from those groups will actually start to form the advisory committee, and we are going to start to meet with them to say, okay, so how do we make sure that representation is broader? Because there are other equity seeking groups that we also want to make sure are included on that advisory committee. So not quite sure on the logistics of how we'll go about that, but certainly maybe you and I can have a chit chat, because if you had some advice for us based on your experience, that would be absolutely wonderful.
I'd absolutely love that. And I guess maybe one of those other groups might be the Social Enterprise Network of Nova Scotia, which represents a lot of mission-driven companies. The only other thing I wondered about on the advisory committee was someone maybe from the Nova Scotia Community College. One of the things that we saw in the big projects that were happening in Cape Breton was a lack of connection on what are the trades and what trades are required and how do we get equity groups more involved in the trades so that there was better apprenticeship, better connections.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, just before I go back to Councillor Mason, we've talked a lot about the social benefits, which is very exciting for a municipality like ours to have actual real economic benefits for equity-seeking groups. Can you just talk a little bit about the accessibility side of it for us, Donna?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely, I'd love to talk about that. We have been working with the Rick Hansen Foundation for at least the last couple of years now. It must be at least 2 years. Goodness, how time flies. To look at how we can improve accessibility within the project, and the definition of accessibility being very, very broad. And the Rick Hansen Foundation has an excellent program that looks at the environment and communities, and have standards and guidelines and directions as to how we can improve public spaces in particular. And so throughout the design process, I think this started at 60%, very much an impetus coming from yourself. We started that initiative and have been working with the Rick Hansen Foundation throughout the different stages of design, right through to the completion of the construction drawings. And I'm pleased to say that I think we're on target based on our latest analysis to achieve gold certification when the project is built. So that was our target. That was a direction from council. That's been our target since day one. And so we've incorporated a whole variety of different design elements into the project to achieve that gold certification. So that's another really exciting objective that we're working towards.
I think it is. In fact, I recalled on a meeting with Rick Hansen here and then referring him to you, and within 2 weeks, you had indicated that we could achieve that gold certification. I think we're the first public project in Canada that achieved that, as far as I could recall. That's what Rick Hansen told me. So that's another thing that we can be very proud of. If we're not the first, where we are in the queue doesn't matter. The fact is we're dealing with the Rick Hansen Foundation and the certification program, and we're going to make sure that this is a very accessible place for people to visit, for people of all accessibility abilities, I think.
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, thank you for that. Councillor, seeing nobody else, Councillor Mason, any last words before we go to the vote?
Just to close, Mr. Mayor, very briefly, I did want to remind council that Lot J in Cogswell is already under discussion. Council voted to have a discussion around a potential partnership with the Shelter Nova Scotia and Metro Turning Point folks. And that is not the sole or only potential for affordable housing in this project. Obviously, I think what we really want is we want inclusionary zoning and the ability to, we don't want to have one tower of affordable housing. We want to have affordable housing in every tower, in every building. And we need the province's help with that. But we are already having those discussions before we even approved it. So happy to see this move forward and look forward to groundbreaking on construction in 3 or 4 months. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council. Thank you, staff.
Great. All right, let's go to the vote.
Beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes, yes, yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
I think Councillor Blackburn already voted for a couple of us, but I'll vote in favor in any event. Yep.
And 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of all this added value.
Thank you.
All right, that motion passes. I do want to thank Donna and John. It has been quite a journey, guys, and excited to see it start. It's really pulls together so much of the inclusive growth that we're looking for, inclusive and sustainable growth of the city. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, 11.2.1 coming out of environment is the litter receptacle placement criteria. Before I go to Councillor Mancini, I believe we might have a presentation from Shannon Betts on this. Is that correct? Am I close to being correct on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do have a presentation to share.
How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Good
Thanks
evening.
for staying with us. Good to see you this evening. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Shannon Betts, and I'm the Diversion Policy Coordinator for Halifax Solid Waste. Solid waste plays a role in litter education and awareness. So this report was a collective effort between us and the departments who collect and manage litter on a daily basis. My colleagues are here from those departments are here to help answer questions at the end of the presentation. We have Superintendent Andrea Maynor from Road Operations and Construction and Director Ray Walsh from Parks and Recreation. So just to go over the presentation, which briefly summarizes the report and the recommendations that were based on the motions presented. We will look at the current litter management practices in HRM, the public space litter receptacle criteria, customer satisfaction with litter control measures, a brief overview of a jurisdictional scan, the cost of litter management, litter awareness programs, and then we'll finish up with recommendations. So litter is highly visible in our community and therefore among the most commonly reported nuisances. The information that we have about litter is highly subjective. Therefore, measuring the success of litter management programs, including the location and number of bins and the impact that litter has on our community, or the impact that community-based litter cleanups have, is challenging. The majority of litter receptacles we have in the municipality are installed and maintained by ROC, Road Operations and Constructions, and Parks. These include around 750 pole mount bins at bus stops and bins in the right-of-way, and 1,400 receptacles in parks, playgrounds, and sports fields. These bins are serviced with 24/7 coverage and multiple routes, with many of them being emptied daily. Staff react to complaints around overflowing bins and scattered litter on a daily basis. Additionally, we have bins that are installed and maintained by active transit groups on our multi-use trails, by Develop Nova Scotia on the waterfronts, and at private businesses. To discuss blowing litter a little bit, lids on bins help limit access by animals and blowing debris. This has mainly been a concern with the 45-gallon drum bins that we see. Since 2018, parks have been able to install covers on about 37% of these barrels. As we look at replacing other types of bins, such as the pole mounts, options are being reviewed for more contained bins to further prevent litter from blowing out of the bin and to protect the contents from animals. As part of preparing the staff report, we reviewed the existing criteria for placement of receptacles, which was included in attachment A of the report. The document was updated to combine criteria from Parks and ROC to ensure consistency. This is a document that staff have been working with for at least the last 8 years, and it's sort of evolved over the years. So requests for new receptacles can be made by residents calling 311. In 2020, 186 requests for new bins were received, and following a site inspection by staff, review of the history of the area, including history of complaints that had been received, new receptacles were installed in 62% of these locations. Some of the typical areas where bins are installed around the municipality include areas with mixed use and frequent pedestrian presence, sidewalks in the right-of-way, at the end of a block, transit stops with high use, parks, playgrounds, beaches, and sports fields, around municipal facilities, and as mentioned, active trails that are maintained by community groups. HRM does not service litter receptacles that are outside of the core service area or the Nova Scotia TIR service boundary. Over the last 4 citizen surveys, an average of 64 respondents indicated that they were satisfied with service levels related to litter control and graffiti removal, and a majority indicated a preference for these service levels to be maintained. In conducting a scan of other municipalities, we found the approach to addressing litter that HRM is taking is similar across the board, where several departments take a part in managing different aspects of the issue. Placement of bins is based on public requests and staff experience and expertise in locating those bins. Additional staff are very often hired to address increased litter during the summer months. In HRM, in the enhanced maintenance area group hires 6 seasonal staff and 4 students between the months of May and November to manage community cleanup requests, downtown sweeps, special events, and additional litter runs due to tourism and increased pedestrian traffic within the core area. Parks also assigns 10 seasonal staff to assist in litter management during the peak seasons from the middle of May to the middle of September to assist with the increase of litter in parks and for weekend service in parks that have large usage, such as beaches. When looking at costs, there was very little financial information available from other municipalities. Looking at what we spend in HRM, the Rock and Parks annual budgets for addressing litter are $1.6 million per year for servicing 2,100 receptacles, seeing an average of $800 per receptacle per year. The one jurisdiction we were able to get some financial information from was Edmonton, and they reported that for the 1,700 receptacles they service in their right-of-way, their cost is about $850,000, averaging about $500 per bin. Our Litter Doesn't Belong Here campaign was developed following discussion at the Environment and Sustainability Committee meeting around cigarette butts in 2018. The concept of this campaign has been adopted by other municipalities and waste regions in Nova Scotia, so we are starting to see the campaign spread. As the campaign evolves, we see opportunities to enhance the message to drive home that it is socially and environmentally unacceptable to litter. Keeping litter prevalent as a discussion point and encouraging action is important. Residents should know that what the municipality is doing about litter and that we need everyone to be accountable. Over the fall and winter, Solid Waste will be working on developing an enhanced webpage for litter and illegal dumping on halifax.ca as part of efforts to enhance awareness around litter issues. The type of information that we will be including will be enforcement statistics, municipal litter management and maintenance efforts, a GIS map, the placement criteria that's being discussed in this report, how to request a bin installation, and how to volunteer and conduct a community cleanup. Just touching a little bit on the mapping system, this is something that Rock and Parks have been managing over the last several years, where they do actually map the location of all of litter receptacles in the municipality. And what this does is it gives residents an opportunity to see where bins are located and how many are available in an area. They can identify if there's a bin that's missing and report that to 311. The other thing that having this data does is allows us to map problem areas. So based on complaints that we're receiving through 311, we can kind of map those in relation to where there are litter receptacles. And this gives us more qualitative data around the type and the location of the litter that we're seeing on the streets. So going into the recommendations, staff feel that the existing placement criteria presented in attachment A allow staff to address the placement of bins on a per request basis within a given framework. The criteria allows for flexibility in placement based on staff and public knowledge of the location. Increasing public awareness of the criteria we use can help the public understand the resources needed to manage litter. By more clearly communicating the steps and actions the municipality is taking with regards to litter, residents can see how they can contribute to mitigating or addressing litter and request placement of receptacles. It is also important to reinforce the impacts of litter and the fact that it is socially unacceptable. Finally, to address the issue of blowing litter, the plan is to have lids on all barrels by the end of 22. This is dependent primarily on inventory and supply availability. Further to this, design of new bins purchased will continue to be evaluated for security to limit access by animals and blowing litter. And in conclusion, increased awareness of the harm litter can do, along with the awareness of the consequences of littering, are steps we can take to try and impress change. Those who choose to litter are creating a nuisance and burden for their fellow citizens to clean up. And strategic placement of bins can encourage proper disposal. However, it's not the final resolution to the litter issue. And we're now happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Shannon, for that presentation. I appreciate that. We will go to Councillor Mancini to put the motion on the floor, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hard to follow the last Cogswell project, but I'll do my best and make an impact. So here's the flow of the motion. The Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to 1, maintain existing public space litter receptacle criteria set out in attachment A of the staff report dated August 25th, 2021, to ensure continued consistency and collaboration across departments and agencies who manage litter in the municipal right-of-way of public spaces, i.e. right-of-way, parks, sports fields, and trails. 2, increase public awareness of the placement criteria and service standards for litter receptacles as part of an ongoing municipal campaigns, including publishing a map identifying the location of receptacles. And 3, continue purchasing lids for all 45-gallon litter drums to address concerns of blowing litter and animal access. So move.
Second.
Second by Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Shannon, for your work on this file. There's many hands on this file. I will share, though, Mr. Mayor, I've been pretty frustrated at how long this report has taken to come back to council. I think it was one of my very first motions when I got elected, but here it is today. Happy to see it. I am frustrated also with the solutions, or I say this respectfully, the lack of solutions being offered here, because the reason for my motion in the first place is really try to address 2 things. 1, litter, and I'll speak to that in a moment. And the other one being just the simple request that all councillors get when it comes to, can I have a garbage can? And very often the answer can be no. I was pleasantly surprised to read in the report, and Shannon mentioned in her presentation, that there was in 2020, 186 requests for garbage cans, and I think there was 116 installed. So that was actually pretty good. But there is that frustration. You know, I got a call from Mrs. Jones saying Woodlawn, and there's a bus stop in front of her house, and she doesn't mind people being there, but they leave their garbage behind, and there's no garbage can. But when that request is made, Mrs. Jones is receiving a no because the bus is not busy enough. It's not a strong enough frequency, so she doesn't get a garbage can. So there's still an issue, but we have no solution to it. And speaking of the garbage cans in front of the bus, the bus stops, it's, and I don't know if anybody from transit is here, but the rule is that if you're at the bus stop, you can't take your drink or your beverage into the bus. So if there's no garbage can or there's no garbage can in the bus, well, then that drink ends up being on the ground. So I wouldn't mind getting a response from someone on that one. the other piece is just simply litter. It is a concern. We have such a beautiful municipality. We find litter, and there's confusion over litter found maybe on some of the ramps, which are provincial, versus the area that we're responsible for. And we all, visit other provinces. I was recently in Prince Edward Island. We all know they're at the top of the heap when it comes to keeping their province so clean. And how can we get our municipality to be close to that? And I'm not seeing that in the motion here that today, or the report today. I think data is key. It was interesting if you saw, Mr. Mayor, the graphic that Shannon had there identifying all the garbage cans. Well, I really think we need to be doing a better job of collecting data on litter and where litter is. I know right now Divert Nova Scotia is running a program right now where they're trying to measure litter and where it comes from, the type of litter. So Shannon, in a moment, you wouldn't mind talking about maybe some of the plans of how we're going to collect data, that would be appreciated. In the campaign you allude to, the litter doesn't belong here now campaign. It's a great campaign. The challenge is we need a campaign to help people understand it's socially unacceptable to litter. That's the kind of campaign. How do we create that campaign? I don't know. So maybe if you could speak to that, the next version of that campaign, that would be appreciated too. And the last question I have, I'll turn it over to you, Shannon, is what about the sorting of waste? Like you go into some locations, they'll have, especially private locations, there's a place for paper, there's a place for organics, there's a place for garbage. If you could speak to that. We have those in some of our parks, but not everywhere. So just wondering if you could speak to that. I think those are my questions for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Data is definitely key. And as I mentioned in the report or in the presentation, a lot of what we have right now is very subjective data. So, Mrs. Jones reporting litter in front of her house, the litter that's collected during community cleanups, and even the litter audit that's being conducted by Divert Nova Scotia right now. It's sort of concentrated in certain areas, and we really don't have that tangible qualitative data that we need. And it is something that we're very interested in. And just recently, we're starting to see more and more opportunities where we can gather more of that qualitative data. We've recently talked to an organization, a company called Literati, who have developed an app that allows any member of the public to download their app on their phone. They can go out and they can take pictures of litter as they're picking it up. And what that does is geotags the litter. And so we know exactly where it is. We're able to identify what that material is made of. So if it's a plastic cup, and right down to being able to identify the brand owner, where that cup came from, if it's from a fast food restaurant or whatnot. So, I think that that's really something moving forward that we see some really concrete opportunities to be able to better understand exactly what the litter is, where it's coming from, and what that will do is help us make informed decisions. It would be great if we could have garbage cans at every bus stop, but there comes a point where we have to take a look at the cost of that and how we're managing things. So what having that tangible data will do is allow us to make even better informed choices about where we're placing those baskets, and if they maybe have to be moved 20 or 40 yards down the road, that may be something that we can look at with that data. As far as looking at socially unacceptable behaviors around littering, now that solid waste is starting to move into some more enforcement activities around litter and illegal dumping, we're definitely looking at taking a harder approach and really kind of getting into some of the hard-hitting information about stats, about enforcement, what the consequences are of littering. So, there are fines in place and all of that. So we're really working towards implementing that as part of the campaigns that we're putting out, and kind of not beating around the bush anymore, because litter is definitely an issue for us. It's an issue for cities across the country and around the world, really. So, it's kind of time to stop being soft on that message and really getting out there and hitting the point. Talking about sorting of waste. So when we're looking at like commercial properties, we do have an expectation that like fast food restaurants and really any business in the municipality have a source separation program in place. So it would be our expectation when we go and do those inspections that those properties would have receptacles for garbage, recycling, paper, cardboard, and organics. When we're talking about litter, we really want to make sure that it's understood that the purpose of a litter receptacle is to collect litter. We're not seeing litter receptacles as a way to divert material. We want to prevent that material from being spread into the environment. That said, there are definitely some places where it makes sense to have multi-stream containers, like we see in a lot of our streetscapes that have high pedestrian traffic. We're looking at, the work is being done on Spring Garden Road or Argyle Street, those types of places. We do often see that it may make sense to have containers there. The reality of the containers that we have for refundables and recyclables in those public spaces is that by the time staff get there to empty them, they're generally already emptied because the refundable bottles have been scavenged out of them. So, as a municipality that has a strong source separation program, we want to put that message out and set that example for other organizations. But realistically, our expectation for anyone who is providing litter receptacles is that there's just a receptacle there to contain the material.
Thank you,
Okay,
Shannon.
thank you. Thank you very much, Shannon. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. I'm going to go to Councillor Cuddle, but I'm going to duck out of this meeting for a while. So Councillor Outfit the Deputy Mayor Outfit's going to take over. Now, I see, Tim, you're on the list to speak. So when you're speaking, maybe we'll ask Councillor Blackburn, the previous Deputy Mayor, if she might take the chair. Councillor Blackburn, you're still with us? You're able to do that when the time comes?
Absolutely. Yep. At your word, Tim, I'm good to go.
I was going to give myself an extra 5 minutes. No, I can't do that.
Well, I'm going to turn it over to you now. Deputy Mayor Outfit, you've got the floor. And as you can see on the list, it's Councillors Cuddle, Cleary, and yourself.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Break a leg on your interview there.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Cuddle, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Hi, Shannon. Nice to see you here this evening. Councillor Mancini raised a few points. One was about the campaign, and I too don't think the "Let's Be Clear, Litter Doesn't Belong Here" campaign is really connecting with the broader community, particularly the rural communities. So I am very interested in seeing what that harder hitting campaign is going to look like, and I'm wondering who you'll be working with on that, because a lot of that has to do with kind of a strong marketing and branding strategy around an anti-litter campaign, and one that really kind of focuses on the local context and the issue and kind of, changing cultural perceptions. So, I mean, that's something that needs to be done properly, because it is such a huge issue. I mean, the amount of litter that we find in our ditches and all over the place, I mean, it's really, really awful. So, I think we really need to tackle this in a serious way. I had a question for you too about, that we don't provide service outside of the NSTIR boundaries. And that in that regard, we rely on community or partnerships with community organizations. And I'm wondering, how does that work? Are there service agreements with those community partners? Do we fund them or support them to pick up the garbage? Because what I'm noting is that there's an inconsistency in service delivery here. And but yet these outside just because it's not a provincial, just because we're moving from the municipal roads to the provincial roads, doesn't mean that those aren't HRM owned parks. Those are still our parks. And I think the level of service in all of our parks should be the same. And so I'm just wondering, one, what those service agreements look like, and what is the discussion around the level of service delivery to create that consistency, because a lot of people are saying like, what do we pay our taxes for? I know we all hear that, but this is one where I'm like, I don't know what we do in our parks outside the boundary. I'm glad to see we're getting lids for bins, because we got animals. We've got bears out here, we've got bobcats, we've got raccoons, we've got all kinds of critters, and it's crazy that we don't have lids. So let's get those lids and get them on ASAP. We need lids. We need lids now. And the other piece is, you were talking about enhanced maintenance areas, and having been involved in that and working close with Andrea wherever you are on enhanced maintenance areas. The reason for the increased service is because there is increased traffic. What we've seen over the past year with COVID is a tremendous increase in traffic in areas outside the urban core, with people going to those parks and exploring those areas outside downtown, and litter has become an increased problem. So I think there needs to be some recognition of that and some kind of strategy, better strategy than what we have in place right now. And also, have we ever considered a refund program? In European countries, people go and their cans and their bottles, some way of getting them out of our ditches and into bins. And that's all. Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you.
Okay, I was going to say you need to put a lid on it there and give it I was going to tell Patricia to put a lid on it and get on with and give you a chance to put some answers out here. So here we go.
Here we go.
Thank you. Through you,
Thanks,
Mr.
Shannon,
Deputy,
you go ahead.
to the councillor. I will touch on. I'll touch on the campaign piece and the refund program, and then maybe I will ask Andrea and Ray to step in and discuss the agreements that we have with community groups and some of what's going on in the EMA, if that's okay. So as far as the campaign goes, we are working with corporate communications, and we are engaging an outside agency to assist us in developing a communications plan around that. Some of the things we'll be looking at is ensuring that we're sort of on HRM brand and whatnot, but we are definitely developing some campaign themes and looking at different situations and scenarios around littering and illegal dumping that are really direct messages about the types of litter and the types of illegal dumping that we see, instead of sort of the sort of I guess light and fluffy let's be clear type thing, which is really more of a general awareness campaign. So we are really working towards those direct messages about that, and we will definitely be updating council more on that once we have some tangible creative to share on that, because we definitely hope that you all will be able to help us in disseminating that information through all of your networks, because that would be a great asset to the campaign. Regarding a refund program, we do have a beverage deposit program in Nova Scotia. So beverage containers do generally tend to be the less common littered item that we see, because those cans and bottles do get collected and taken back to the Enviro depots for a deposit. There has been a lot of talk in the past about, would it help reduce litter if we had similar type deposit programs on like fast food packaging, for example. So this is another reason, just to plug extended producer responsibility again, why we see programs like that as being very important, because what that does is it makes those manufacturers and those brand owners responsible. And we are seeing in other provinces that EPR legislation being implemented does include recognition of litter and waste management and collection in public spaces. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like in those provinces, but it's a very positive move forward that is being recognized in that legislation.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Is that it?
Yeah, I didn't know if Ray's still online, if he wouldn't mind addressing the question about the agreements we have with community groups in parks and trails.
Okay, yes, absolutely. Ray, if you're with us.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Ray Walsh, Parks Director. Yes, we do have formalized agreements with community associations, community groups to service some of our parks for us, including litter. For the most part, we have allowed the community to create their own service level for litter with a minimum of a weekly pickup and more where needed. And the idea behind that is that the community groups idea is that they would know their community and the park usage the best and be able to respond when needed. However, we do have every year a debrief with the groups on how things went. And we can certainly talk about the litter pickup service and get their thoughts and ours together on how it is actually servicing the community. So we can do that. We usually have a debriefing with the group around November. So and the idea is at the end of the season, we'll be ready to go in for the next season. So yes, we do have formalized groups.
Do we fund that?
We do fund it. We do provide funding for them. Yeah, we do provide the funding. And yes, and to your question, we're working on getting the lids. Our goal is to get the barrels topped by the end of 2022. We got off to a little bit of a slow start this year, basically due to issues with manufacturing of the companies that do the lids for us, and basically it was a COVID issue. But that seems to be rectified, and we are starting to get our orders coming in. So we'll continue with that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Councillor. Next on the list, I have Councillor Cleary, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, staff. So what you see behind me is Horseshoe Island Park on September the 2nd of this year, just 12 days ago. And it's not atypical to actually see a scene like this. So at one side of Horseshoe Island Park, where the parking lot is and the dock, there's a 45-gallon drum, which does have the cover on it, which aren't foolproof either. And I don't know if you can hear both the ambulance and my dog. Thanks, Badger.
We could use him on the truck. That'd be great.
Savage leaves and it falls apart.
Pretty loud. That's a
use him every time
Gone to the dogs.
Yep. Just gone to the dogs.
That's a pretty regular occurrence here on.
Okay, Councillor Cleary, the dog's eating up your time. Let's go.
That's right. So, and this is, as I mentioned, there's a 45-gallon drum with a cover. They are open. They don't have lids, and I'm guessing that's an accessibility feature because I remember not that many years ago, we used to have large wooden blocks that you would stick on top of garbage cans, and obviously kids and people with mobility challenges may not be able to get them off, and that's probably why we don't do them anymore. But these little baskets, so a number of parks in my district also, and I noticed, I was looking at the report, and it wasn't great that I had the most 311 calls for litter of all the districts. So yay, all the other districts. A lot of the 45-gallon drums that used to be in parks, Westmount, Larry O'Connell Park, they've disappeared, and these baskets showed up in place of them. And so at a place like Horseshoe Island Park, it's right at the end of the arm. It has high tides. It has lots of birds. In fact, this was when I went down to the park there the other day. Both crows and seagulls were in the garbage can pulling out McDonald's bags. So this ends up in the ocean. This ends up all over the park. And, you know, there are other issues as well with garbage in our parks. But I wonder, and I noticed in attachment A of the criteria, it speaks to when a garbage can is going to be put in, when a garbage can is going to be taken out, but it doesn't have criteria for the type and size of garbage receptacle that you use. Is there informal criteria that staff use? Is it just like whatever's available? Or is there some kind of, you know, we need to use a 45-gallon drum. We need to use these tiny little 15, 20-liter baskets. We need to use something else. Is there criteria for the type of receptacle?
All right, we'll start with Shannon.
Actually, if I could defer that to maybe Andrea.
Does Ray want to take that?
Sure, I'm just trying to get my camera on. There we go.
Go ahead, Ray.
Yes, to the counselor. Yes, there is criteria for the type of garbage bin that we use, and we're moving towards the barrels and the decorative type. Those baskets are older baskets, and we're in the process of removing them out of the parks. I'm not sure how in the other ones you mentioned that they came back in. It may be the case that they're a placeholder waiting for another can to come in from a request to add more cans to the park. That could be it. I'll have to circle back with you on that. I'm not entirely sure where the other cans or when they're coming to the parks to replace those particular baskets. I do know sometimes we will place those out there and for a short term until the other ones come in. So I'll have to dig into that. I'll get back to you offline and make sure that we get those replaced. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate that. And I was going to move an amendment for a supplementary report on that, but I'll wait to talk to Ray or others offline before I do something like that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Next on the list, I have Councillor Dale-Gammon, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I thought there was somebody else ahead of me, so.
That was me, but I'm waiting.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Shannon, for the report. I appreciate it. And, you know, when you presented at the Environmental and Sustainability Committee, you know, I thought you did a great job there as well. I guess one of my questions would be just around the campaign and a campaign that would be directed towards into the school system. We need to change sort of the culture of people and how they experience litter and how they feel about when they do or when they don't. So I'm wondering if the campaign has a significant school component. It's amazing to me how people will just, you know, drive by and throw something out of their car without a care in the world, and all of these street cleanups, and yeah, it's amazing. So yeah, around the campaign for the schools. But then I guess the other thing would be just, is it another campaign that is completely different around illegal dumping? Because I think illegal dumping is something very different than maybe the litter campaign. And so I might see them as two separate projects, if you may. And then the other thing I wondered about is that sometimes people will going by and a garbage can is full. And I'm just wondering if there's a way that there was like a side container that, you know, maybe the Good Samaritan is going to pick up the garbage and put it in a bag if there's one there. Like I'm at the point now of, you know, having garbage cans in my car and gloves in the back seat, and now I'm going to pick it up as I go along. But I think if you're going by and you see there's a receptacle and it's full, if there's an opportunity to just take care of it yourself as well, is there something like that can be done? So I think a lot of the other questions I may have asked you at the other meeting, and I've heard my colleagues say them, so I'll give you a break and stop.
Thank you. Well, Shannon, over to you.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Deputy, to the councillor. So campaign directed towards schools, that's definitely something that we've always carried through our waste education program. We have education staff who, when they're able to go into schools to talk to students about waste management, littering is definitely something that they carry as a message. And I think through this, you know, we definitely have opportunities that we can, you know, renew that message and kind of bring it more to the forefront. You know, there's definitely a lot of opportunities around that. So I will definitely take that back to staff, and we'll discuss ways that we can further that as part of what we're doing. Regarding campaigns around illegal dumping, we are definitely planning a separate campaign specifically addressing the illegal dumping piece. You know, as we talk about increasing the information that we have out to the public, we want to talk about, you know, consequences for both of these issues. But with the illegal dumping, it's definitely something that's new, and the approach that we're taking is new. So as we develop that, I guess just generally speaking, you know, we're kind of looking at a phased approach for our illegal dumping messaging. We want to start off with an awareness campaign, just to bring the issue up and start talking about it, because it's not something that we've done as a municipality in the past. We then want to talk about the impact that illegal dumping has on the environment and on our communities, because there is definitely a social impact that material and that activity has. And then we want to get into talking about reporting of illegal dumping. So how residents can let us know that illegal dumping is happening in their community. If they see someone illegally dumping, or if they see someone littering or whatnot, we want to let them know how they can let us know about that. So that's sort of the general 3-phased approach that we're taking as we start talking about that campaign. Looking at full garbage cans, I think it was you that brought it up at the Environment Committee, and we talked about having garbage bags available, like in public places, parks, trails, and whatnot. If people wanted to pick up litter on their walk or whatnot, if we could find ways to be able to support that by providing bags, it's definitely something that we can take a look at. I think another thing that we might want to look at is making sure that people know that if they're out on a walk and they see a garbage can in the right of way that's overflowing, make sure that they know that they should call 311, because that information will get out to staff who are on the road doing other duties, and we can engage them to go and make sure that that material is picked up, so that the litter isn't blowing around the neighborhood. So definitely some opportunities there to extend that message.
All right, thank you very much, Shannon. Thank you, Councillor. Next on the list, I have Councillor Purdy, please.
Thank you. Thanks, Shannon. Great presentation. You are so helpful in all things garbage. Appreciate that. So I was interested to read in the report that dog poop is not a priority for placement of litter receptacles, and that residential streets are not really considered, and that folks with dogs are just expected to take their dog poop home with them. So I was wondering, it's a big issue, dog poop, and even dog poop bags. I don't know why people resist, even when there are garbage cans, they still like to throw them onto, into the woods or on the grass, and avoid the garbage cans for some reason, or even into the trees. So I'm wondering why, when we have so many residents with dogs, and walking dogs is a thing. I mean, dog poop, it's non-ending. There's lots of dog poop when you have a dog. So wondering why that's not a consideration for garbage receptacles, like in among communities where folks are out walking their dogs. And I mean, we've seen a huge increase in walking and dog walking, and even dog ownership, even over COVID. So just wondering if there's like an opportunity for that to be revisited for reconsideration.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to defer this one to Andrea Maynor to respond.
Thanks, Shannon. Good evening, everyone. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. Good evening, Councillor Purdy. I can answer your dog poop questions for sure. I guess the general premise when it comes to dog waste is that for the most part, and I can let Ray comment on this after, if it so please you. When we expect people to take their dogs out, our sort of assumption is that they're either heading to or from a park, which may support a dog run, or potentially it's a dog park. But when it comes to right-of-way litter, what we really want to collect in right-of-way litter is actual litter that's going to blow around the community, that someone doesn't want to carry a chip bag anymore. Somebody doesn't want to. I understand that people don't want to carry dog poop. Nobody does. I don't. But one of the other issues that even though we empty our right-of-way litter once every 24 hours or so, the problem with throwing litter into garbage and encouraging people to put dog waste in a receptacle that's close to a really busy bus stop, if we don't get there in 20 hours and there's 82 dog bags in there, and there's someone who's trying to use that litter receptacle, and it's an accessible receptacle, maybe they're in a wheelchair, maybe they have to sit right beside it in order to get on the bus. I think that encouraging dog owners to be responsible for their pet waste and and find reasonable ways to dispose of it is I think more of a positive than potentially making a really big mess in our right-of-way litter receptacles. They are virtually at nose height for some of our residents, and that's one of our major concerns for those receptacles.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Andrea. Go ahead, Trish. Are you
I was
through,
just going to
Councillor?
say thank you. I really appreciate understanding the why behind these decisions. It's so helpful. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next on the list, I have Councillor Lovelace, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I did want to kind of raise the issue around the full receptacles and the importance of encouraging residents to call 311. Sometimes they are full because they're full of illegal dumping, right? And so, I think it's important for us to just to make sure that our residents know that 311 is the place to call. My concern with that message, however, is for those folks that are in the TIR or the public works realm, the provincial right away. So an example for me this past week when school started, the provincial right away between the Tantallon Mall and the newly named Bayview High School was a complete disgusting mess of litter. And so, my immediate reaction is to call the school, get the school to hopefully put some material in their newsletter to get an announcement to help the youth understand that, they should not be littering. And so, I will echo what was said earlier about the importance of education within the school system itself. But I do think that we have a responsibility to work with the province, and find an opportunity when we do have these well-used paths. The space is there, the young people are using it. It may not be a formal path, but in some way that garbage is going to continue to be there. And so we need to encourage them to put it in a receptacle. Now, I understand the province isn't going to do that. They don't have garbage in there right away unless it's a provincial park. But I'm just, I wonder, Shannon, if there's an opportunity that we can at least have that conversation with the province to find out, in these well-used spaces, can we please find a solution to encourage young people to be using the garbage? And the other thing I guess I'll say around the social marketing campaign is that, the sort of the public shame, I'm not really sure that that's kind of the angle that we need to go at. It certainly hasn't worked for speeding. It certainly hasn't worked for drunk driving. I think that we need to focus on a new perspective, which is changing that culture and raising the level of respect that we have for one another and for our environment and for our community. So I'm really looking forward to seeing some of those early drafts, and hopefully we can begin to change that message with regards to the dog poo, as Councillor Purdy has just raised. Those bags are the biggest thing that I see. The other thing I wanted to mention, though, too, was the table 2 with regards to litter-related calls. And Shannon, I'm wondering, oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, I know I said I was going to be brief, but this one last thing. With regards to the calls, when those 311 when those 311 calls come in and they're talking about right-of-way garbage in a provincial road or provincial zone, how is that being managed? And is that reflected here in those 311 calls? Because, I think that's important for us as councillors to understand, to make sure that we are encouraging folks and giving them the correct information to call 311. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Deputy, to the councillor. Regarding the provincial roads, that's definitely conversations we can have with our provincial counterparts around those concerns. Specifically related to the area around the Tantallon Mall. That is actually an area that's going to be transferring to HRM control under the road transfer. So I'm sure that our staff in road operations will be happy to help with that, because we do recognize that is a problem area. So at least for that one specific area, we may have some solutions in the shorter term. Around social marketing, I think those are really great points, talking about, not necessarily public shaming people, but looking at raising the respect level and understanding of that, because it is definitely important. We all have a part to play in managing this material. So, we want to make sure that people understand, what their responsibility is for that, and kind of changing, the perception and the activities that people are taking. With respect to the litter related calls, I do not believe that the calls that are reflected in attachment B of the report include those which would have been referred to the provincial Department of TIR. Generally, when any calls come in that are outside of the area that HRM would service, we would automatically refer those calls to the province. So it doesn't appear that those are reflected in this table.
Okay, thank you. I think they need to be reflected in the table. So I'm happy to chat with you offline about that, but I think we need a better understanding of the scope of the problem, and it comes down to the data. So let's chat about that. Thank you so much, Shannon. You're doing great work.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Shannon. Next I have on the list is Councillor Stoddard, please.
Hi, thank you, Shannon, for your information and report. That was well received. I just had a couple of quick questions, and one kind of stumps me because I always see those along the highway. You see the circle with the can in it and the line through it, and about fines for littering. But other than writing down a license plate, is that worthwhile? If somebody, decides to empty their whole trash bin or trash, they have a basket or a bag in their car and they just decide to dump it on the highway, is my only recourse taking down their license plate? And will that go anywhere if I do that?
Through you, Mr. Deputy, to the councillor. So I think that that's probably one of the things as a municipality and a solid waste is taking on some additional responsibilities with regards to enforcement. It may be something that we need to test. I don't know historically what the success rate has been in cases like that. I do know from an enforcement standpoint, in order to successfully lay charges against someone who is witnessed littering, you'd have to have a witness who was willing to testify in court. So, and a lot of times it's challenging because, it's not very often that you do actually witness it. So I think that that's definitely an opportunity we have to look at in the future. And honestly, I would say if you do witness someone littering, throwing material out of their car window, it's definitely worth taking that information down and pursuing it with the appropriate enforcement agency. Because if we don't try, we'll never know if we can be successful in prosecuting that, for sure.
Right. Yeah, and that would make sense to Councillor Lovelace's point that if it's on a provincial highway, we should have a number we can call as well, or call 311, but have them monitored so we know what's HRM and what's their responsibility. I just have another quick question. How often would you replace one of those decorative garbage cans that are on poles? Like, is there a number of times that you will go back and replace them? Because I understand some people are removing them to have them in their rec room as nice little garbage bags or nice little garbage holders or something like that. And I'm just wondering if time and time again they're removed from the pool, is there a limit to the times you'll go back and replace it? Will you replace it with another type of garbage container, or just curious?
I think I'll get Andrea to answer that one as well, please.
Yes, thanks, Shannon. I can answer that one. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. Good evening, Councillor Stoddard. Great to see you. We do have, so typically, not to knock Councillor Mason's area, but it's usually a frat house, not gonna lie. They love our picnic tables and they love our garbage cans. We do have a relatively high replacement percentage in the downtown core. But those cans tend to be the right-of-way cans that are, they're actually just sort of simply latched onto the side of a telephone pole. So if you can figure out, if you spend enough time looking at it, you can probably figure out how to detach it. But the ornamental ones, which are definitely more expensive, they're about $1,200. Those ones are solid bolted to telephone poles and to poles. So we actually have very little theft and vandalism when it comes to those ones. The pole mounts themselves are about $400. So it's not great to lose one, but we also work on replacements. We'll run through entire routes to make sure that we, if there is a missing can and we know there's a missing can, we'll usually get it replaced within 24 hours. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, there's a lot of those beautiful cans along Lacewood and the Dunbrack, and every now and then you hear one being removed and taken home. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Andrea. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor and Andrea. I don't see anyone on the list out except Tony wanting to close. So I'm going to ask Councillor Blackburn to take the chair for a moment so I can speak to this.
Absolutely, yes. And just 3 words, extended producer responsibility would make our lives so much easier. Deputy Mayor Outhick, go ahead.
Thanks very much, and thanks to everybody who worked on this report and for the presentation. But also thank you, because I don't think a day, well, certainly a week goes by that I, for example, am not in touch, and I'm sure my colleagues are this way too, with either Rock or Parks or Solid Waste regarding some sort of a litter issue, litter can issue, et cetera, and their response is always great. Sometimes they have to fight a little over whose path it is, if it's between streets or into a park and where it should be. So Rock and Parks do cut out a little bit, but we do get it resolved. And Shannon, some parts of your presentation encouraged me and pleased me very much. I'm happy about the ads. I'm happy about you're not going to be soft in the ads going forward. I'm happy, like others have said, about the lids get gradually being added more and more. We've done that at DeWolf Park. It's made a huge difference, keeping things out of wind and away from birds, and so that's been great. And I know we need more data. This morning I had 2 emails on this very topic. One of them was from a gentleman on Larry UTEC who wonders why more bus stops don't have garbage cans. And the second one was from a woman in West Bedford who actually puts out a bag herself in one of her own cans, collects the dog poop and the garbage of people entering a path from her neighborhood, drags it back to the house, only to have a sticker put on it by our solid waste folks saying that she can't, it's too heavy, or that it's her second black bag. So you can imagine how popular I am on garbage days when I hear from her. In fairness, both Rock and Parks are looking into this, and they will hopefully get a bin there and a can there, and this elderly woman, to her credit, has been doing this, won't have to do it much longer. I do want to support the comments made by Councillor Mancini and others. I am struggling a little bit with the bus stop situation. I do not, including this very morning, support the idea of, well, I left it on the ground or I threw it in the ditch or whatever because there wasn't a can handy. I don't buy that argument, be it dog poop, be it a Timmy's cup. But I do believe that there should be, most bus stops at some point should have garbage cans. If we are not, A, we want people using transit, B, we don't want them bringing the garbage onto the bus, and C, I am not convinced yet that we know the busier bus stops, the busiest, we know all of them. Just because there's a shelter doesn't mean that all the other ones that don't have shelters aren't busy, because some of our areas aren't, and UTEC is an example, there's not a big enough right of way in most cases to even put a shelter, and we had to lease land from a condo to even put a shelter on UTEC. And when the ratings come back that they're 62 to 64% are sort of content in this customer surveys with this. I mean, if our kids came home with 62 and 64, I don't think we would say that their work was satisfactory and we shouldn't change things, I think we would say we should be looking at some different ways of doing things, and we should be trying to, get it up higher, bearing in mind that there's a cost involved to that. So I'm struggling with the bus stop situation, Shannon, if you or somebody wants to address that. The second thing I'd be very interested in, I'm sure the directors of both TPW and Parks would be interested in this, is why can Edmonton do it for $500 a can when we're paying $800 a can? So they're a bit. So I'd love to look into that. And to see what we can do. I would rather see more cans out there and hopefully a little less costly to collect them. I do buy Andrea's concerns though about having dog waste by bus stops, etc. But what's gnawing at me about this is what we're doing right now really isn't working very well. We have a litter problem. When people move to West Bedford and other areas that I represent from other areas, they say, and yes, part of it's the ramps and whatnot, which is in our jurisdiction, but they say they do not believe the amount of litter here. Whether we litter more as Haligonians and HRM members and Nova Scotians, I don't know, or whether we just have more wind, more birds, and don't pick up as often. I don't know what it is. But I don't think the status quo is acceptable. And that's why I'm a little bit taken aback by the first part of this recommendation. But anyway, so just a few things, if you could help me understand bus stops a little more. I'd like us to move towards more bus stops having cans. I'd like to understand why it's $800 versus $500, and maybe just some other things that you hope that the data collection will help us deal with, Shannon. And thanks for your help. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Deputy.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Shannon, did you want to comment on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to defer to Andrea to talk about the bus stops a little bit. Yeah, we can come back to the other points.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Shannon. Councillor Blackburn, through you to the councillor. Good evening, Councillor Outhit. Bus stops, your wish is my command. We are in the process of reassessing almost all of our bus stops for can placement. With the TIR road exchange, we're also going to be doing a comprehensive look at bus stops, whether they do have a shelter or not. I wish there was someone from transit here because I believe that they also have a plan even for low volume bus stops to have all of them sheltered or very near all of them sheltered within the next couple of years. So it makes things easy for us. We install a can on the outside of that shelter. It's already on a main thoroughfare. Very likely that we have other cans on that route already, so it makes sense for us to slowly drive by. If it's almost empty, we'll continue to drive by. If it's half full or greater, we'll stop and empty it. So that's in the process. The other thing I wanted to comment on before you come back at me would be more cans. So Shannon and I are I'm not going to lie, we're a little bit of trash nerds, and according to the majority of studies that I've read, because it's my spare time, it's one of my favorite things to do, is more cans doesn't necessarily equal less litter, but more strategically placed smart cans do equal less litter. So when I talk about strategically placed, it's, we had a litter review of the cans in the downtown core of Halifax. It was a couple of years ago now, but the premise was that if we had them kitty corner, then people really couldn't miss them. So ideas like that and ideas of putting them, who generates litter and how do we collect it? So the McDonald's on, just for an example, the bottom of Wright Avenue, they generate litter. The person who goes to try and get on the bus always has to leave their coffee cup behind. So where do they put that coffee cup? They put it in the can we just installed. So just small items like that, we are proactively looking at advancing it, especially in combination with transit. So.
All right. Thank you very much, Andrea. Did you have anything further to add,
That's
Shannon?
encouraging. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one point, just as we were going through the report, and it was learning a learning experience for me as well, kind of seeing more in depth, what the operational side of the litter management between Rock and Parks. And one of the things I guess that should have been mentioned perhaps is that, when we're looking at the cost of emptying our litter receptacles in the right of way, for example, there are some other activities that those staff are completing. So those are the service trucks that are out, they're cleaning up after car accidents and things like that. So, there are some other duties that those staff aren't 100% dedicated to litter management. I think, talking about costs, and Andrea may want to add to this as well, but, you know, if we're able to add, you know, there's a certain number of receptacles that we can realistically add with, you know, very minor impact to costs, you know, along the same routes where we're servicing bins already. You know, there is definitely a threshold at which you're going to need additional staff, additional trucks. So I think that that's something that, you know, Parks and Rock are managing within their existing budgets. So, you know, we just have to be conscious about, you know, what that threshold is and when we're approaching it. But as Andrea said, you know, there are certainly opportunities to increase the number of receptacles we have and, you know, look at the strategic location of them to sort of optimize what we're able to provide within the current service levels.
All right. Thank you very much, Shannon. Does that answer your questions, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy. And I also I want to say that that Andrea and Shannon, I'm very encouraged by your comments, and thank you very much. I've learned something, and I'm feeling a little more optimistic now tonight.
All right, great, thank you. And seeing no further speakers on the list, I will
think
hand
Tony
it over.
wanted to close.
Yeah, I was just going to say I'll hand it over to Councillor Mancini to close and hand the gavel back over to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Lisa.
Deputy, yes. Thank you very much. Very quickly, Shannon, I wonder if you could just share with my colleagues about the dog waste receptacle pilot project that we're doing, so they're aware of that, because that did come up about the dog waste. And maybe very quickly, the illegal dumping. Councillor Stoddard talked about fines. I'll just remind colleagues about that we do have a new bylaw around illegal dumping. I think the fine, the maximum end is $10,000, and we have added staff to do that. So hopefully we're going to see a change in that next year. But if you could just speak to the dog waste pilot project. And then finally, Andrea and Shannon, thank you for being trash nerds. We need trash nerds, and we need more, but thank you both. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, I don't see anybody else on the list, so I'm going to ask if the...
Oh, sorry, Tim.
You did want some answer there, didn't you?
Yeah, did want. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Deputy.
Yeah, sorry, I'll hand it over to Shannon.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Yes, so as part of our business plan, we had hoped to do it last year, but things being what they were, our dog waste pilot project was held over to this fiscal year. So what we're in the process of doing is installing an underground dog waste receptacle at the mainland common off-leash dog park in Clayton Park. So what that is a dedicated receptacle it holds a high volume of dog waste. That basically what it does is it avoids the bins from having to be manually collected by staff on a daily or every second day basis. And it's basically to encourage dog owners to put their dog waste in that receptacle. We're kind of evaluating to see ease of use, you know, whether residents find it easy to use, if it encourages or promotes proper dog waste disposal, because there are definitely some efficiencies that may be seen in that. We will be, I believe by the end of September, we are looking to have that bin installed, and we will be circulating information to members of council just to let them know some background on the bin and where it's located and kind of what the intent is. We were looking at that as a sort of a pilot to test potential diversion opportunities for a source separated stream of dog waste, perhaps through our organics facility. So we're going to see where that goes. But at minimum, it will definitely be an efficiency as far as collection and management of that waste in a park. And we'll like I said, we'll see how it goes.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Deputy. If there's no others, I'll call for the question.
Thank you, Deputy. And Shannon, thank you for all your wonderful answers and explanations this evening. I'm going to ask the clerk to take us to the vote now, please.
Speaking to the motion, beginning with District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Counselor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Counselor Austin.
In favor.
6, Counselor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Counselor Smith.
4.
9, Counselor Cleary.
4, but mostly because I just want to end the debate.
10, Counselor Morse.
In favor.
11, Counselor Tuttle.
In favor.
12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Counselor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Counselor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Counselor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes.
1, Counselor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Counselor Hensby.
Affirmative, but I enjoy this trash talk.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Ian.
Oh, Mayor Savage, you're back?
Yeah, I'm back. I can't believe it. You're exactly where I left you 45 minutes ago, but I'll vote for that.
Thank you, Mayor Savage. And that has carried.
All right.
Thank you, Ian. Welcome back, Mike. You didn't miss a whole lot.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Deputy. I'll take it over again. 11.2.2 Plastic Pollution Resolution, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I put the following motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council 1, suspend the rules of procedure under section 17 of Administrative Order 1, the procedures of the council administrative order, and 2, endorse the plastics resolution as outlined in attachment 1 of the request for consideration form dated September 2nd, 2021. So moved.
Second, Councillor Stoddard.
Seconded by Councillor Stoddard. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. So to explain the suspension of rules, colleagues, typically when we put a motion on the floor, we need to be requesting a staff report. And in this case, I'm bringing forward the plastics resolution that I believe FCM is endorsing. So that's why the first one. So we're not asking. So maybe the clerk or legal can speak to that part. But let me speak to the rest of the motion. So you may or may not be aware of this, but the federal government is coming forward with the banning single-use plastics. That's coming, I believe, this year. They're looking at banning single-use items like checkout bags, which we've already done here in Nova Scotia, stir sticks, six-pack rings, cutlery, certain kinds of containers and straws, those Campbell shells you get your berries in and so on. And so it's in the report, but I mean, we're going down this direction. This is the right place to go. Many other municipalities have endorsed the plastics resolution. So I'm just asking colleagues to do the same so we can continue on this path. As Councillor Blackburn mentioned earlier, extended producer responsibility is definitely the direction we need to go to. And we are speaking with the new Minister of Environment here in the near future to make sure that's still on the table. So hopefully you'll support this. So thank you. So I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if you need anybody from legal to explain the suspension of rules, but other than that, I'm looking for everybody to support the motion. Thanks.
I think you did a very good job of that, Councillor Mancini.
Yep.
Your years of legal training. Thank you.
That's
I
right.
don't see anybody else in the chat line, so.
Question.
Question. We'll
go to the question. This is how you handle a question, Deputy Mayor.
You always take all the easy ones and leave me the tough ones.
All right, Ian, take us in.
Mayor Savage, we do require a 2/3 vote for the waiving of rules. So I would ask that if we could do 2 vote calls on this to ensure there's 2/3 majority.
Okay.
So to the first motion to the waiving of the rule, suspending of the rules of under section 17 of Administrative Order 1, beginning with District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Councillor Cleary's had to step out for a moment.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor David Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
And 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
That has received 2/3 majority.
Okay, that passes. So let's go to the motion itself.
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Very much in favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor David Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
And 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor. I'm just chasing a fly here.
Thank you.
Okay. So that motion has carried. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. The next 2 items have passed on consent coming out of Heritage Advisory. Request to include 173 Creighton Avenue, Dartmouth in the registry, and financial incentives program for Schmidtville and Old South Suburb Heritage Conservation Districts. We will go to item 11.4.1. Councillor Morse, public participation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll put my motion on the floor and in the chat. I move that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report to adopt by policy a public participation program, the purpose of which is to initiate a process to consider amendments to the regional municipal planning strategy to establish an interim density bonusing program for land outside of the regional center.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. So the goal here is to maximize the benefits of future developments that are happening outside the regional center and to not have to wait until the suburban plan comes in, which I understand could be 3 to 4 years from now. So I ask for your support on this motion to make sure that we have funding and other community benefits that could be applied through affordable housing in the future.
Thank you.
Question?
I don't see anybody else looking. Let's have to speak. We'll have a vote.
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary. 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Absolutely in favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Oated.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
And 3, Councillor Kent.
Very much in favor.
Thank you.
That
Thank you,
motion
colleagues.
carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. We'll go to 12.1, Councillor Lovelace. I think you're on mute, Councillor.
Sometimes I'm better on mute. I move that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report to fund the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board ordered stormwater right-of-way cost as general tax. Since all municipal roads are general rated and paid for by all taxpayers, and all dwelling and commercial properties in HRM benefit from effectively managed stormwater on municipal roadways, not including properties that are essentially ancillary to a dwelling.
I'll second that, Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Councillor Russell. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. So it's probably no surprise that I'm bringing this forward. You know, this council, this previous council, I should say, has debated this issue quite a bit. Should the right-of-way charge of approximately $4 million be on the Halifax water bill? Should it be on the tax bill? So it has gone back and forth over the years since the original 2013 rate hearing determined that HRM needed to pay Halifax water for the right-of-way charge. I just want to make it really clear that we're only talking about that right-of-way charge, the water that comes onto the roadway, which is owned by the municipality. And, you know, knowing that this charge has been collected by Halifax Water within their stormwater boundary to, you know, collecting it from Halifax Water customers, we know that not all properties are built. So those folks who are not on a municipal road do not generally receive a Halifax Water bill. We also know that there's been quite a bit of contention and confusion between the impermeable charge, the permeable charge, the property charge, I should say, and the right-of-way charge. And so, you know, knowing that in 2016, 2017, the municipality collected the stormwater right-of-way charge on the property tax bill. During that time, there was intense confusion because there was double billing, at times triple billing, because of these ancillary dwellings. And at the time, there was a discussion around the administration being the big problem. And so it was much easier for HRM to collect through the Halifax Water bill. And so that's what's been happening since the 2017 period. Knowing that we are now going into this June 2022 road transfer with a lot more rural areas coming over under this new stormwater management approach from the province, I am very concerned about the lack of transparency and inequity that we're going to be seeing. And so I am putting this forward for consideration, mostly because I think that not only is there an equity issue, if we are asking property owners to pay, every property owner to pay for municipal roads, we should also recognize that stormwater on those municipal roads is part and parcel, an integral aspect of that municipal road management. So I look forward to having this discussion with you and hearing from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And for those of us who have been around the council table during the last one, it's like the cat that came back, the stormwater right-of-way issue. I think we debated this 3 or 4 budgets that I was in. And where we left it last time, to my recollection, We'd actually had a vigorous discussion about the reasons why this should be a general tax, because really this is not a property specific charge. It's no different than the municipality's power bill. It's the charge that for water that falls on the roads and sidewalks that's for a public good. And where we left it last time is we'd actually, my sense around the room is we had the votes to actually change that to make it into the general tax, but it was too late in that budget cycle to actually make the change. And so the air kind of went out of the balloon in terms of making that change, because our friend Mr. Fisher told us if you do that, it's going to have to come out of general revenue because it's too late to change your tax bill. So we kicked it forward, said we'll come back to that debate the next year, but then the next year we had a $20 million gap in capital to try and make up for. And those of us who were filled with passion on the issue suddenly found ourselves in a place of, well, there's some other pressing priorities right now. But the way we are doing this, I feel, is wrong. I think what Councillor Lovelace wants to do, that this should be paid for out of general taxation, the same as any other charge that we handle for the public good, rather than as a fixed rate fee, is absolutely the way to go. So I wholeheartedly support this, and I look forward to having this merry-go-round discussion one more time, hopefully at budget cycle this coming year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Yes, what goes up must come down, and that includes water and stormwater in particular. My concern, though, is we've had this debate a number of times in the past. I believe that when talking about transparency, I believe it should be effective to the property owners that are directly in charge. You know, I know there's two levels, there's two parts of this water bill, the stormwater charge, but I think perhaps we should be asking Halifax Water to make a full presentation in the committee of the whole to all of council to understand this. We have a lot of new councillors that may not be fully aware of how this system works and how it's prorated and charged and everything else. I had a difficulty in regards to this debate in the last time in regards to, you know, why should rural Halifax be paying for infrastructure of urban Halifax? You know, now with this territory coming into my area, regards to Lawrencetown, Mineville, Lake Echo, and East Preston, I still feel the same in regards to why should my folks beyond those boundaries be paying or covering the cost of the stormwater charge. You know, I've been asking perhaps the municipality should be asked the province for compensation in regards to the condition of our roadways, but in regards to stormwater plan, I see this as a bit of a tax reform issue, more of a tax directly related to services in particular areas. So that's how I'm not in favor of discussion here, but I'll hold my nose and wait for a staff report to come back on this matter, and perhaps the past reports could come forward. But I still think it'd be important for us to have a refreshing from the Halifax Water for their explanation of the stormwater charges, how it is applied, how it is fixed, and what lessons have they learned over the last number of years of having it applied. There's been a lot of concern and discussions of how it is applied, how it's applicable, why do some properties get it and some properties don't. So I think that we should look at this in a holistic approach and have that education for the whole council once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, I mean, like, I'm trying not to giggle because it's kind of horrible. We have to have the conversation again, but I support what Councillor Lovelace is doing here. I voted the other way, as did Sam, and we did not prevail. What happened when it was a uniform charge on the tax rate is, for example, in newer condos, like the last 10 or 15 years, a parking spot and a storage room are different PIDs from your apartment. They're different tax bills. So people would get 3 water bills on something, you know, they were only paying $5 in property tax, but they were suddenly paying $45 on the storage closet in the condo, right? So that way lies madness. I'll never support that, but general rate it, or rather to fill in what David said, and David and I are in lockstep on this. I think a tax rate for this has to be on the area, on an area rate in the area served by Halifax Water. I think that it doesn't make any sense for us to extend the tax all the way to ecum-secum so that folks who are not currently and probably will never receive the service from Halifax Water are paying for it, and that we are not having or rather HRM in their area isn't receiving the service from Halifax Water, because what we're talking about is the water runoff generated by our roads that we own, that aren't provincial roads, that are serviced by Halifax Water. And frankly, the report should be pretty easy to write, because I remember it was an excellent report and it had a little chart in it and said, here are all your options. And none of the arguments have really changed, just maybe we'll make a different choice. So I support having this discussion again. And I look forward to hopefully making it fair for everybody in the service area. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We have had this debate many, many times, and I'm reminded of our dear colleague Russell Walker, who used to say, be careful what you wish for, because it never turns out the way you want. There is no perfect solution to this, but that doesn't mean that there aren't ways that you can do this so that it better serves your constituents. And so I don't have a problem with it. All right, colleagues, I don't see anybody else on the list. Well, maybe I do. I do see somebody list. Councillor Purdy.
You're muted, Trish.
Thank you. I don't think that's ever happened to me before. First time for everything, folks. I just wanted to tag on to what Councillor Hensby was saying just about a presentation. How can we request a presentation on this? Because I feel like I don't fully understand the intricacies here of what it means and what the impact is of this motion. So is there a way to have Halifax Water provide a presentation? Like, do we make a request, or is that just, how does that work?
Council is the master of her or his own domain. So if council wishes Halifax Water, we could ask Halifax Water to come and speak to this. So I'll just ask somebody to remind me that when this comes back to, that we should at least consider that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go to the question.
Beginning with District 5, Councillor Austin.
Wholeheartedly in favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Let's do it all again. Yes to the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary. 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in support of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oated.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes, let's do it again.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
In favor of repeats, yes.
2, Councillor Hensby.
On this watershed moment, I'll be saying no, negatory. That's a principle.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
And 4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Colleagues, we've done our in camera. We have the added item of the ratification of COW, I assume, Mr. McLean?
Yes, that is correct.
So what were we doing in there? All right, who wants to bring that? Who put that on the floor? Who wants to move the motion?
I'll do it if you got that there again. Or was it emailed to us?
It was emailed. I'll post in the chat here momentarily. Just give me 1 second.
Could I ask you a question, please, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Do we have to vote on continuing after 8 o'clock, or is that something we just continue?
No, after 10 o'clock. We have to vote for permission after 10, after 2, and then again after 6 a.m., and then we break for breakfast. But the big one is 10 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Okay.
Can
you
we
ready to go?
combine, can we combine 6 a.m. and breakfast into one motion?
You can throw a walk in there too. Perfect one.
Councilor Mason. I can't find it in my email, so I'm waiting on it showing up. If someone else has it, they can go ahead.
Does somebody else have it?
I'm posting in the chat. I will have to post it in 2 sections because I can't post it all in one. So it'll be 2
Okay.
posts.
I'll start reading since it's the first part's there. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 give first reading and schedule a public hearing to consider proposed amendments to the regional subdivision bylaw as set out in attachment B of the staff report dated June 16, 2021. 2, request a supplementary staff report regarding the elimination of suburban road standards and the adoption of regional center standards for the entire urban service area. 3, request a supplementary report on basing design standards on street topologies, reducing design standards for minor and major collectors to 40 and 50 kilometers per hour, and reducing design speeds for local streets to 25 to 40 kilometers an hour. 4, request a supplementary staff report on reducing the minimum width of minor collector roadways to 7 meters. 5, request a supplementary report that considers the benefits either of requiring 2 sidewalks on street or designed as a residential shared street as provided in the NACDO design guidelines for inclusion in the Municipal Design Guidelines Red Book. 6, request a supplementary staff report looking at the benefit of adding raised intersections to the Municipal Design Guidelines. 7, request a supplementary staff report looking at the benefits of adding medians and islands to the Municipal Design Guidelines. I so move.
Second.
Second by Councillor Blackburn from the bunker in Beaverbank. Ready for the question, colleagues?
It's been a long night. I thought it was really funny. It might fail for lack of a seconder. Question on the motion.
Ready for the question, Ian?
Beginning with District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary. 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Otet.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Indeed.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
And 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Colleagues, there's no other added items, I don't believe. So we will go to the ever popular notices of motion. And who do we have with notices of motion? Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to propose amendments to Administrative Order 2018-003 ADM respecting private road maintenance, the purpose of which is to 1, allow the St. Margaret's Village Association to petition property owners within the catchment area and currently not subject to the association rate to be able to vote on whether they want to join the association and be subject to the uniform charge, and 2, address housekeeping amendments. My second notice of motion is this. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move to request a staff report to 1, confirm municipal ownership of the historic Kemptown right-of-way from Pockwalk Road to Clay and Green Lakes, west of Wrights Lake. 2, outline the necessary steps to A, create a formal trail with trailhead from Pockwalk Road to Pockwalk Waterfalls on the old Kemptown Road. B, restrict the bait trapping and off-highway vehicle activity on this right-of-way. And C, protect and conserve this historic route for future sustainable person-powered use. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to propose amendments for approval to Administrative Order 46 respecting HRM asset naming policies, the purpose of which to allow gifting applications by registered Canadian charities.
Thank you. Any other notices of motion? Colleagues, I was reminded by a little birdie from the Eastern Shore that today is the 5th anniversary of Jacques Dubé's time as the Chief Administrative Officer for the Halifax Regional Municipality. Jacques, are you there still? Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. I've been here for 5 years.
5 years, and it hardly seems like any more than 10, eh?
Yeah, yeah, certainly dog ears or something like that. But no,
congratulations. And to tell you how seriously he takes his work, because we were discussing the motion on booting today, Jacques wearing a boot because of his bad leg, but it's not a conflict. Jacques, congratulations.
Thank you.
5 years. We all appreciate the work that you do on behalf of the municipality. Deputy Mayor, your hand is up. Is that a mistake, or are you just looking for a high five?
I didn't mean to do that, but congratulations, Doc.
All right. I don't think there's anything else. So if Councillor Purdy's ready to move us into adjournment, I don't see anybody in violent opposition to that idea. Go Blue Jays. Councillor
Red
Purdy.
Sox. Let's go Red Sox.
Are we going into in camera?
No, we're done. If you adjourn us, I think we're done. As far as I know.
I'll move to adjourn. I'm done.
We will be adjourned. Okay.
All right, folks. Next meeting is 2 weeks.
Thank you.
You won't need to be here tomorrow afternoon to finish up discussion of the Red Book, but if you wish to do so, just show up and talk to yourself on screen. It's all good. Thank you all. Have a good night.